anything's possible. But look, we want to win the thing. It's the only big one I haven't won, so I'm going for glory. But yeah, so we want to win, but we'll see how we go.
Quickly, how special is it to have your little boy here? He was due this time last year, just turned 1. How special is that?
Yeah, it's fantastic having him here. It'd be great to have Z and Cadell as well. 550 starts for me this time. The 50th Bathurst. Hopefully that's a little bit of an omen for a good result. So, thank you. See you guys.
A couple of blokes to know how to win the Bathurst 1000. Chess Moss at Lee Holdsworth. Chances today?
You're always optimistic, Murph. And I am. I've been lucky enough to win it twice, and I've started very last, and I've started first. So anywhere in between then, I think anywhere's a real chance. So it's obviously pretty quick driver combinations out there, fast teams, fast cars, but you've got to be in it to win it. So yeah, we'll just see what happens.
You played a strategy in your first win. Adam De Boer had you coming through the pit lane to your car 13 times, I think it was, from memory. It's going to be an interesting strategy day today.
Yeah, strategy's going to be different. There's so many different variables from these new cars this year to soft tyre, no aero, fuel tank size, fuel flow rates. Larko's going to be running up and down, and the Crompo, and all you guys are going to be making up numbers that you actually don't even know what's going on.
Not me, mate, not me.
So, yeah, look, I'm sure we'll get to the end of the race and be like, wow, we didn't expect that. This race always turns it on in the last 40 laps. So, let's go along for the journey. Let's go be part of the story, and hopefully it's our story. And if not, whoever's story it is, obviously definitely deserves it by the end of the day.
Go Pink.
Thank you, go Pink. And also, bye-bye. Thank you. Sorry, mate.
Chess Moss up here on the front row of the grid. Jamie Wincup, Brock Feeney. Jamie, our most successful driver ever, but don't you dare tell me you're not nervous, pal.
100%. It's biggest day of the year by a long shot. It's a lot on the line, of course. Yeah, you're not nervous, you don't care. So, yeah, pressure's a privilege. So, I'm looking forward to it. I'm just going to try and play my role, get the car and go as hard as I can. There's a few main drivers in at the same time, but that's okay.
I'd still consider you a main driver. Don't worry, Uncle Greg with a wink told me you're a great starter, so no pressure.
No pressure, mate. I'm trying to keep the cost away. Thank you.
And this young fella made fantastic lap yesterday. We analysed it. You know, Brody's was a ripper as well, but great job for a young bloke. You've got a big future ahead of you. How do you approach today's race, mate? I mean, it's hard to be mature when you're 21 years old, but you're already showing that maturity. That's how you're going to go about this race.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're pretty stoked to be on the front row. I mean, moved up a few from qualifying, was happy with the lap. So, look, I think we're in a good spot. I think we've got a good race car. The day's going to come to, you know what it's all about. You got to be there at the end of the race with a clean car. So, I've got the best guy in the business next to me. We're going to have a crack, and we'll see where we end up.
Can't wait. Best luck, pal.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Great to
alongside LeBron and Jada.
Over the page we go. Humgartner and Wood, they never really got into the race last year. Out on lap 5, Kevin Robb off another one of those young combinations in these Gen 3 cars. High and Luff are back together again, and they have been on the podium before at Walkinshaw and Red United. They think they've got a top 5 car here today. The only brothers in the field, that's the Davison boys, and then how about that combination in the Oxus Mustang back together, the 2021 victors.
Certainly, very, very strong combinations through the field. Payne and Estre alongside their teammates, the most experienced pair in the field, Reynolds and Tander. Van Gisbergen is sent away, the reigning champion, with a young New Zealander on board too. Di Pasquale and Alberto Golding, who was sensational yesterday, and Cam Waters, who's going to start. He has been very, very good in qualifying here over the years. And what about Wincup? He's alongside the Kostecki-Russell combination, and there's a little bit of conjecture as to who's going to start there, but at the moment, it's David Russell on board.
That's the Panasonic starting grid, and we are clearing that grid now, counting down to the start of the great race. From Bathurst 1000, wherever you're watching around the country or indeed around the world, welcome to our Superview viewers as well. This is our great race. This is the best weekend in Aussie motor racing, and that's why we have a huge crowd here this weekend. The campsites have been sold out from 90 minutes from when they went on sale. All eyes on Mount Panorama from the Century Batteries Chopper Camp down. We're going to have 6 to 7 hours of drama, and all happens right here at Bathurst.
This venue is revered around the world. A scenic road that opened in 1938 that doubles as a majestic race circuit. And oh, what a race circuit it is. Incredible speeds, blind corners, concrete walls, elevation changes and risk everywhere. And for a few, there are some rewards. This is a highly complex race to win. You've got to be extremely fast. You have to put together perfect teamwork for between 6 and 7 hours, and you'll need a little dose of luck to get the job done. We've got 56 drivers here this weekend. They are all superstars. From Craig Lowndes, his 30th start this weekend, he's won it on 7 occasions, all the way to a rookie in Kai Allen, just 18 years of age from Mount Gambier in South Australia. You're going to hear a lot more about him. You know, to win this race means everything in this sport. To lose this race, well, those scars, they last forever. This is not just a race. This is the greatest race, and there is nothing like this magic mountain.
You can feel the history when you walk through the gate at Mount Panorama, and the 56 drivers on the grid today will be trying to chase down their own little slice of history. Follow in those great names, the names that we celebrate on the Peter Brock Trophy. Names like Dick Johnson, Larry Perkins, Colin Bond, Alan Moffat, all legends of the sport. And those legendary names were made right here. Who is in that car right now? Timing saying David Russell as we get set on the formation lap. 161 laps today. This is the real endurance test. And can Car 99 go one better than at the Pepperite Oil Sandown 500? The crowd are on their feet because we're off on our formation lap and a chance to get one last look at what you're sitting on for 161 1,000 kilometres action today.
It's going to be on. There is no doubt about that. We just love this place. There's going to be over 200,000 people here over the weekend. And this is the story so far. If you haven't been with us, since the time they rolled this car out of the truck, it has been a jet. George Commons and Brody Kostecki, unbelievable. And then, what about the teammate? Massive mistake at turn 2 for Will Brown. Big lock-up. Look at the damage on the left-hand front for car 9. What about this? Declan Fraser, 175 kilometres an hour in the fence. 56G impact. Scott Pye, he was going so well, and he bumps the fence coming out of turn 2. We've seen the whole thing. We've seen this unfold. And what about Brock Feeney's performance yesterday? His first Bathurst shootout. And then a little mistake, the only mistake which Steve Kostecki made all weekend was coming out of turn one. But he put a lap together like we have never seen. And we go on board now with his teammate, David Russell. They are a strong combination. David's been very fast in practice also. One of the fastest co-drivers, but that lap yesterday from Brodie Kostecki was very special. Almost half a second faster than the next car. Remarkable performance. And when you think about the level of experience, you go no further than this man. Jamie Winkup, alongside young Brock Feeney. And wasn't he a superstar yesterday? That lap was very, very good. The reaction from within the garage at Triple Eight, it spoke volumes of the respect that they have for this man. And what about this young Kiwi, Richie Stanaway, who has a full-time drive from next year on, is lining up with the reigning champion, Shane Van Gisbergen. Huge pressure on that combination as we go on board with Richie and we look inside the garage with Shane Van Gisbergen. They're one of the most formidable combinations also. This today, folks, is going to be one of the cracking Bathursts that we've ever seen. Garth Tander, five-time champion. We spoke to him on the warm-up lap. He said today is one of the most open races in his memory. And when you look at the field, 28 cars, roughly half the field are absolutely capable of winning this. And isn't this great to have this number of people back to celebrate 60 years of this amazing car race at Bathurst? Lee Holdsworth, he's won before, they're back together. Chaz Mostert, who was so fast, his lap was great yesterday. The car apparently is a better race car than a qualifying car. So stand back for that combination. And Will Brown, so one of the leading drivers, one of the primary drivers as we call them, are going to line up today with this young man, Jack Perkins, who's played such a significant role. That family name is synonymous with this racetrack. Six-time winner Larry Perkins was down on the grid. And let's just have a look now at our Century Batteries tech packs, because the braking rating, we call it low. The bump rating is medium. The tyre wear rating, we don't know, but we're calling it medium. We're not worried about crossover because today is going to be beautiful and sunny. And how about this man here, Craig Lowndes? He is a superstar of the sport with 7 wins, and he lines up with this young man, Zane Goddard. Neil Crompton's come back up into the commentary box, and Croppo, this is going to be fantastic.
Cannot wait. Gorgeous conditions out there at the moment. Just on 14 degrees, a little bit of a gentle breeze from the east at the moment, which means crosswind from right to left. When they make their way down Conrod Straight, but check out that sky in the background. And it's so good to see so many people here enjoying this great event. Remember, it is a round of the Ripco Supercars Championship Live.
Well, it started in '63, didn't it, Neil? And all these years later, we've been through Brock and Moffat and Lowndes and Winkup and Perkins. I get a sense this next generation, someone's going to start their own legacy today. We've got no aero. We've got no grip after 20 laps. After 20 laps, and we've got no compulsory pit stops. I've got no idea. But most of all, give yourselves a cheer out there, you fans that have shown your passion and turned up in droves today. Well done.
Well done, Mark Larkham. That's the view from the third row of the grid to turn 1. It's 225 metres down there to that first turn with relatively cold brakes and certainly relatively cold tyres. David Russell in car number 99. Jamie Winkup alongside, 7-time champion. A gentleman that's had success here.
It's going to be one long, grueling day of high performance, intense battles, extraordinary teamwork, occasional errors and magical driving skills. Brace yourself for another great race, Australia. It is showtime. And a great start by Jamie Winkup, who sweeps to the lead from Russell on the way up Mountain Straight. Some trouble back at the start. I couldn't pick who it was now, but there was almost a stalled car. The air has actually come out on pit straight there. Couldn't pick who it was. We will find out what that drama was in the background. But what a great start by Jamie Winkup. He got far enough in the lead to turn across in front of David Russell and commands track position immediately.
gets to dictate the pace. He's got fresh air on the run, on cold tyres, up to the cutting for the very first time. We don't know their fuel loads, but we do know that they'll be heavy and they'll be lazy to drive in these first couple of laps. We've got Whincup, Russell, Golding, Waters, Tander, Stanaway, Delberto, Holdsworth, Luff and Payne. That is the top 10 as they make their run across the top of the first time for 161 laps. At the back of the pack there, car number 98. View from the Century Batteries chopper cam over the top of the hill for the first time. Whincup. No Desperado moves in the opening lap. And we'll already now begin to get a sense of what have I got? What's this thing starting to feel like? Does it feel secure under brakes? Can I lean on those tyres? And if so, how much? Exit Forest Elbow now for the first time. And sizing on Conrod Straight, where they'll build to just on 300 kilometres an hour. This is approaching 80 plus metres per second at the bottom. And there's next to no breeze out there at the moment. They will be making the pace. Some of those primary drivers, there's 16 co-drivers. There's 12 of the primary drivers on board. And some of those primary drivers have already captured the first lap and done a great job. Whincup covers, Russell to the outside. James Golding lurking in third, just in case there's a fumble up front. And once again, Russell has a look down the inside to see whether or not he can show the nose. He's also covering because he's under pressure from Golding. James has done a great job to start. Big lock up in the background. I'm not sure whether it was the Penrite car of Tander or whether in fact it was Waters, but there was a significant lock up in the background.
Yeah, big lock up, wasn't it? So Will Brown's made 5 spots now. Warren Luff's up 3, and Percat's up 5. So Percat and Brown, as primary drivers, have been able to get away with that first lap and made some ground on the rest. Geez, they used a lot of road in the exit there at turn 2. I thought Golding was going to bump the fence.
And the whole point of that is to try and take as much load off the tyre as possible to open that corner up. Because right now is when you need to whisper to those Dunlop soft tyres. Murder them at the start of the stint, you'll pay a heavy price at the back end. Run to Sullivan Park. Now here we go for McPhillamy over the top of the hump here. 2 wheels temporarily. 225 k's at Skyline, 3rd gear. 2nd gear. Just dabbing the brake, carrying the brake, carry the brake, carry the brake until you get to the dipper. Release it, 2 wheels out the other side, 3rd gear. This is building to 190 kilometres an hour. Blind approach into Forest Elbow. Keep it tucked to the right, but don't miss the apex on the left. Throttle in early to try and make as much exit speed as possible to get the cheap gain at the bottom end of the straight. We're riding with James Golding, new long racing entry here. He's just lost a little bit of ground as the lead cars have stabilised temps and pressures. Whincup is now just done the fastest first sector of the race, but he's under threat. Look at David, he's having a think about it. He's right under the rear wing of that thing.
He tried then to get into the slipstream. Wherever Whincup went, he followed. And he's in the right spot now. He's pointing to the right, pointing to the right. He's trying to crisscross. So he'll turn back on the inside to be narrow. And he couldn't get it off the corner as well as Jamie. So he was trying to flank to the right and then flank back to the left to get down the inside at turn 1.
George Collins, engineer on the left. Brock Feedy's the co-driver for Jamie Whincup, leader of the race. It looks as though Jamie's got a little bit better drive traction than car 99 than David Russell, but David's very strong under brakes and in the turning phase of the corner. So he has another go again, but remembering, he's ingesting a lot of hot air into the front of that car at the moment. Brakes don't like it, tyres don't like it, engine doesn't like it. He's got the hardest spot to deal with out there at the moment in this lead group because he's got it going in both directions. He's got Whincup to deal with in front, he's got Golding to deal with behind, and then Waters back from the play just a little bit. Not a bad spot to be in case there's a ball fumble.
I totally agree. Cam has parked that car exactly where he should park it. Because if you get involved in those front 3 and there is an incident, then you're part of it. So Cam parked right where he is perfect positioning. Now I think it might have been Cam Hill who was the guy right down the back who had the drama because he's lost 14 spots. But have a look at the replay. In fact, it was car 14, wasn't it?
Di Fiore in his car was a bit slow away, and I think that they may have thrown a flag for that at one stage. He may have had to use the auto start to get it cranking again. But how's the start from the view above with Jamie Whincup? He was able to convert. We saw practice starts early in the weekend on Thursday. Here it is again from another angle. Russell on the right side of screen. He's in the coat car. Jamie Whincup on the left side of screen, the Red Bull entry. But watch Goldie. Good start for him, and he's looking at where he can position. He didn't have any threat from behind as he turned in, but there was a bit of aggravation further back in the flow. We had 2 and 3 wide. Here's the view from the pole sitter. It's a good start. His start was fine. Nothing wrong with it. No.
Just the one on the outside was a little better. And it was probably a clean side of the road too now.
I'd say dirty side of the road would have mitigated it, and he's got the tighter left-hand turn into turn 1. From row 3. So hard to do with a big load of fuel, cold tyres, and a very tall gearing here for this track. Look how tight it is up the inside. The Penrite entry here, there was a little, but that was the 3 wide.
Yeah.
But I saw there was a little bit of a bump and grind going on. Live pictures down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, and a margin of half a second now. We come from Russell. Then it's 1 second back to Golding. Then it's another half second to Cam Waters as things stabilise. Followed by Tander, watching brief for Garth at the moment in the Penrite entry. Stanaway in the second of the Red Bull cars that will drive with Van Gisbergen. Further back is Tony Delberto, Lee Holdsworth, Matt Payne and Will Brown. And Lowndes, I should say, getting up the inside. Not quite. Let's go to Ring.
The reason for Cam Hill losing those 14 spots is because he's still suffering with that clutch issue. So he heated up on the warm-up lap and they took to the lane to get this start underway. So that's still plaguing them on Bathurst 1000 day.
That's unbelievable, isn't it? That has been an issue pretty much all weekend for that car. It's obviously got some sort of drive-by vibration and it keeps on having impact on the durability of the clutch, and they've been unable at this point to get their brain around it and fix it. So terrible news for Cam Hill. There's nothing worse. The start of a big long race that basically put yourself out at that time. So Delberto now getting pressure from Holdsworth. They're in 7th and 8th. And again, they're going to be combinations. Both of those, the Shell V-Power Mustang and the car that Lee Holdsworth is on board with Mostert. Remember, they won the race a couple of years ago together. They've got good form, and they've been saying as a race car that it's a better car than a qualifying car.
Slow-mo up at the top of the hill and just looking at the wildcard entry here, Blanchard Racing entry, car number 7. Joe Kosticki's at the helm of that car. He's sharing it with Aaron Love, who's been doing double duty this weekend in Dunlop Super 2. And from the other angle here. And we're going to see, as the rubber builds up on the outside of race line, we're going to see more of that kind of thing as the day unfolds. Still no margin at all between first and second. Whincup Russell, 0.3. That was a tight battle that we were witnessing before back there with Alex Davison and Nick Percat in the Mobil NTI entry. They have now got by together with Jonathan Webb. They passed Alex Davison. Now remember, the 17 car has been battling a little bit with some inconsistent braking performance through the weekend that both the brothers have been discussing. So we'll keep a bit of an eye on that, but he just dropped a couple of spots, Alex Davison. It might just be to find his own rhythm as we go back to this focused battle up front at the moment. Now Will Brown, fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 7.5, and already making solid placings into the top 10. So that's also key to keep an eye on here.
He's up 7 spots. And Jack Perkins just getting his helmet on, because if there is an early safety car, the strategy around getting those co-driver laps in is all important, remembering that the primary driver has to do a maximum of 2/3 and the co-driver 1/3, so 54 laps.
That's the replay of what happened with Alex Davison down the bottom of the chase. So he just ran it in a little further down there, made a slow exit out of the chase. That made him vulnerable by the time he got down to Murray's corner, and then the pass completed down here, down the inside. He's dropped a couple of spots in that process. Here it is again from another angle. So Alex Davison on the left, sharing with his brother in car 17, the Shell V-Power Racing Mustang. Down the inside, Nick Percat, one of the regular primary drivers, and sneaking up on the inside in the Movember entry, Newlon Racing, was Jonathan Webb, who was a winner here back in 2016. This is the battle for the lead. On board. Check out where they're positioning the cars. They're using the entry apron on the left-hand side of the road to get into the chase. And Golding's just come back off that group a little bit, just a fraction as well. which might be a choice or it might just be enforced upon him. But if it is a choice, it's not a bad idea because that'll serve those front tyres a little better.
Yep.
We're only on lap number 5, about to turn into our next lap time, and we'll see what looks like a 7-8 for Whitcup, a 7-9 for Russell, 7-8 for Golding, 8-3 for Tander.
There's Brown. He has made a lot of positions. I'll give you the number now because I reckon he might be up 8 spots now. That's right. With that move, he's been able to get through, and now he's got clear track.
Qualified 17. Tom Moore, engineer in the background on the radio to him. Remember, right here at the end of Mount Straight, young Will ended up clobbering the wall on the outside. He just changed his approach to the corner in qualifying and ended up making contact with the tyre barrier out there. But he's now got some clear air. Next in the queue for him is Tony Alberto on that margin, 7.7 seconds. So he can just quietly work away on that if he's got the pace. If not, he's in the top 10. And that was probably one of the things that they wanted to try and achieve in this open season. So we're keeping a very close eye on lap speed here at the moment. If you go back to the references in the Hino Hub, because we want to understand what the tyres are going to behave like. And as the temperature builds, UV builds directly on the racetrack. These first couple of stints of this race are likely to be the toughest of the day.
And if you look at those lap times, Whitcup, his fastest so far is a 7.63. Russell, a 7.64. Golding, a 7.7. And Cam Waters, a 7.67. So there's less than a tenth of a second in terms of their fastest laps between the top 4 cars.
Whitcup's just eased that pressure so slightly on this lap. Part of the mission out there for Jamie, it'll vary depending on which car you're sitting in, will be just to establish a cushion and probably no more. It's not going to be about trying to show off any lap speed because everybody, and especially inside that bunker, will be looking very closely at what happens with tyre behaviour. Covering down the inside, car number 25 here, Lee Holdsworth. He's got pressure at the moment from Thomas Randall, and that was awkward for James Courtney off the exit there in the Snowy River Caravan's entry. He just picked up a little bit of dirt. We jump on board with him down here at turn 1. We'll have a listen to this. We'll see what the car's behaving like. We'll stay with James on the run up to the hill. Interesting. I'm glad we did that because it gives us a bit of an idea of the tempo. So he's been very gentle, for example, out of the cutting in the gear shift from second to third to not excite it too much. He had to wait with a heavy, slippery car. He had to wait a lot of the filling then.
Yep. I had what we call understeer. It was battling for front grip when he topped the rise. It felt into a turn at the apex, and it didn't really respond as nicely as he would have liked. This battle continues with Holdsworth and Randall, and Thomas was very close to having a real go at it last time at the chase. He's trying to position himself. The spot that he'll try to make the move is this one down here into Murray's. Not quite close enough on the way out of the chase, and the championship direction through the right-hander wasn't quite close enough. He's got a pretty good run here. Just sneak it down the inside. I think he's got better pace than Lee. Lee not able there to get the car nicely to the apex, and that's a good run this time.
And this may serve him well. So he did come off that corner a little bit better for Stewart. team principal, Walkinshaw Andretti United, and the team owner, Ryan Walkinshaw, giving an eye on proceedings. It's their car in the foreground here, being driven at the moment by Lee Holdsworth, who won the race in 2021 with Chaz Mostert. He was third here back in 2009 with his buddy Michael Caruso. And off the street of that drive in 21, he got a full-time ride again. Led the race early in 2022 in those frightening conditions that we had. Got a huge amount of experience. He's no longer full-time driving. He's got his hands full out there at the moment. He'll be drawing on every last little bit of the experience that he's accumulated over a long period of time. It's his 511th race in this category today, the guy in the white car in the foreground. And he's under threat right here. Very difficult to do much about it though over the top of the hill. You need a lot of cooperation to be able to sneak on by. That's Gary Jacobson on the left-hand side of the screen. He's in the Castrol car when Thomas Randall vacates.
So it's battling for rear grip. You can see the car sliding a lot then at Reed Park and then at McPhilby Park. And he's having a look now. He gets down there. Lee also does a nice job. Spatial awareness for him was very good then. He knew he was down the inside. In fact, James Courtney's been able to take a spontaneous attack down there on the left-hand side also.
At home reporting that the front tyres are overheating a little bit in the background. Look at this, too wide, Courtney on the outside. Holdsworth getting the squeeze and a little bit of touching and rubbing going into the braking area down the bottom. And further pressure at the moment coming from Andre Heimgartner on the back of Lee Holdsworth, who might try and round him up down the bottom. So I noticed that Thomas used first gear as a safety measure at Forest Elbow just so that he could throttle steer the car and punch it out the other side once he committed to going down the inside. LeBlanc also sneaking up here in the orange track assist car. So Holdsworth taking a battery at the moment, and Lowndes has a nibble while they're at it. So Holdsworth's in that freight track scenario at the moment when you're getting your ears boxed, and then all of a sudden you just drop your momentum and everybody attacks. Adam DeBore in the background.
Lost 5 spots. Yep, so he just said, Adam just said, let Lowndes go, get some clear track, get your head back down. So Lowndes now, he's up 6 positions. So he's done a very good job. Courtney's up 5, Brown up 9 positions. So he's been the real mover and shaker early. And this man, Wincott, continues to lead. He's got roughly 1 second over Russell.
Australia, it's time to vote for
into 7th position now for Will Brown, up 10 spots, qualified in 17th. Things went awry in qualifying for him, but he's making ground. He's 8.7 seconds from the lead. Jody Whincup is our leader at the moment from David Russell, 1.6 seconds. Speed check now, they're into the 8s. 8.2 on that lap for Jody Whincup, and 8.4 for David Russell. 8.8 for James Golding, 8.9 Cam Waters, 8.9 for Richie Stanaway. 9.7 for Tander, but there was a pass involved in that, and then 8.8 for Will Brown. Here's the view. It's done that pretty nicely. Gets it back nicely into second gear and scoots out the other side. So next on his target list might be Garth Tander, 1.1 seconds up the road for Will Brown. Back to the lead.
He's escaping with it, hasn't he? 1.6 seconds. And maybe David Russell also chose just to back it off from him a little bit and make the front tyre temperature a little more sane when you're right up in behind another car and all of the heat that comes from the car in front and the amount of slide that your car has tends to overheat the front tyre of the following car. So Whincup 1.7 seconds in front of David Russell. Golding and Waters have done a nice job, stayed out of trouble. So Stanaway.
This is a carbon copy of what we saw at Sandown as far as Whincup's concerned. He's been doing a lot of GT racing to pick his mileage up in 23. That's served him well. It's kept his racing brain, I should say, alive. So that he's been able to slip back into the role with minimum fuss. And he said at Sandown that he was enjoying driving the car. Wasn't as reliant on muscle memory as yesteryear. But he's done exactly the same thing. I mean, he's got an enormous amount of experience around here. And just being able to break that train a little bit will allow him to just relax into the task of managing and looking after these tyres. He's done a lot of it. He's 557th supercar event, and he's won this thing on 4 occasions.
Well, the part that plays a big role is just being, you feel like you're by yourself and you can drive the car to its limit of adhesion and understand what the tyre does. When you're involved in a race, you've got your race face on and it's all hustle and bustle. The way to do it well is to drive it nice and smooth and be by yourself. And that's effectively what Jamie's been able to do. Just broken that gap just a little bit. But David will probably hang. That's about the right spot to be. Will Brown has come from 17th to 7th. And Craig Lowndes is also up 6 positions. He's done a nice job. Percat up 5.
Garth Tander. And he's got a bit of pressure now. Remember I talked about the margin between Will Brown and Garth? Well, that's all but disappeared. So he's right on him now as they make their way through turn 4 at the cutting. This is the steepest section of the racetrack, a 1 in 6 gradient climbing out of here. The car's really slayed out of there in second gear. But on the gear change, second to third, it's still easy to excite and hurt that rear tyre. We'll jump on with Will, see what it's like. Garth was onto him. He saw him coming and he just went half a car width to the left. Because Will was thinking about whether or not he could position for a run down the inside of Forest Elbow. See what happens down the bottom of the chase here. Getting the benefit of the toe. Garth has the safety tap on the brake. And doesn't argue the case. So sneaks on by. That brings him up into 6th position now. Tander using some wisdom just to be able to manage this at this stage. No point getting into an argument. Lap 13 of the race.
And it was a nice run. It's Tom Moore encouraging Will. It was a nice run out of Forest Elbow for Will Brown, who got nice traction. There he is there. Talking to him, Brody's just over his right shoulder. And when he got in that slipstream, you could just see the really powerful effect of the toe. This to drag the dirty air from the car in front, got into that hole behind, and he was able just to position it very nicely at the kink. And this is the view from above. So he's just right there, and then by the time they both settled themselves down to get the car stopped, he just released the brake just fractionally and was able then to put the move on with not too much fuss. And Garth also knew that he was coming, so he gave him a little bit of room. Now he's having a major battle on the 13th lap of 161.
It's Cam Hill, we just had a glimpse of on pit straight on the ACT, former Carrera Cup champion. Back up to the top of the hill, and we're not far away from midday local time. So we're in that zone of the race now where these tyres have seen their best. Temperatures beginning to come up. The sun and the intensity of the UV is coming up. And so when the drivers get to the end of their first stint, it's probably the hardest job they'll do all day. Physically and mentally more worn when you get to the end of this one. It feels like you've got to dig deeper to be able to do what is required, and it knocks you around. When you get back in for your second or subsequent stints, it seems so much easier.
It does. The stress of the first stint, because of the start, because of all the frenetic activity that I said before, where you often, we joke, the red mist descends and you think it's a sprint race, and the early part of the race is always like that. So that emotion and anxiety that comes with the start of Australia's biggest race always has that feeling, and you get to the end of the first stint and you're completely spent. You're absolutely worn out. But what does happen after that is, as Neil said, you get in the next time and it becomes easier and easier until we get to a very, very pointy end of it, which is right at the end of the race, obviously.
This is not just any team. This is the greatest test team of our generation. This one's big. It's our last chance to see them. The last time they play together is here on home soil. This summer, do whatever it takes. You've got to watch it, because this is not just their story, it's ours.
Be ready to clear the lane when the door's up.
Cool,
Go on, go.
now, in that car, it's interesting watching the refuel, and then in order to be able to open the passenger side door, the refueler has to turn the refueling apparatus in an anti-clockwise direction so that the winds of that refueling unit and his knuckles don't foul opening and closing the door as they put dry ice and fluids and restore things back into the car. And the information from the teams around that is that it's quite a challenge to juggle all of that. So Percat out, they had a fair bit of tyre hurt in that stint, which will be part of the reason why they've come in Mark Larkham.
Right, let's just have a very simple look at the strategy as we embark on this day. We might have just seen something play out with that pit stop right there. You've heard all of us talk all week about, is this a fuel race or is this a tyre race? What we actually mean by this, 161 laps, and our Chevy and our Ford engine and our new PP75 racing fuel are more efficient than they've ever been, and we've got a bigger fuel tank. So if you call this a fuel race, what it really means, we just started, you might get to 30, is our fuel, and do a stop. And then you'll do it all the way through, assuming there's no safety cars. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, well, there'll be 5 stops, right? If it's a tyre race, on the other hand, you might get, like those guys just did then, short stop, go a little further. So it'll look more like this all day, and what you're doing is optimising the speed of the car by tyres. What you're doing down here is trying to minimise the time parked in pit lane in pit stops. What's your poison? Take a pit.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Blacko. And the difference in that, as we've said so far, is 30 laps versus 20 laps roughly. And we're seeing on the 15th lap of effectively the first stint, some drivers already saying, hey, that tyre's gone, Skip, and let me change the tyre, let me get out. Now, I reckon also in that Fabian Cocktails, we see a replay of Heimgartner getting down the inside of James Courtney. He's got a really nice toe. He's able just over the last rise to position it on the right-hand side before the right-hand kick. And when you do it like that, it's a lot easier than having to get through the kick and then down the inside for the left-hander. So the way that he was able to execute that is less risk. The other part that I was just watching out for in that stop that you picked up on and the way the door opened is they actually filled to the driver change then. It was the other way around. The driver change was slightly long and it wasn't executed as well as they would have liked. So they just kept the fuel hose going. So we don't know yet as to how much fuel went in, but it wouldn't have been a plan to go that way. It would have been fuel rather than driver, but the driver held it up.
Don't be surprised to see more moves from Andre Heimgartner late into the stints. Had a quick chat to him this morning about what sort of race car he had. He believes that he and Dale would have a very similar car to what they saw at Sandown, where at the end of each tyre run, that's where they were really getting some rewards. So watch out for car 8, Andre Heimgartner, to be making some moves before those pit stops happen.
Scapey, you're exactly right on that one with the driver change for Fabian Coulthard and Nick Percat. It did not go well at all. It was very messy through that change, and they did wait till the driver's door was closed before pulling out the rig, so it was well over time.
Our implication is that was just a whisker under 60 litres of fuel that went into that car.
That was my question for you. I knew you were doing the numbers. I was looking across, but it looked a bit messy for sure.
Air temps come up in the broadcast compound by about 1 degree. It's about 14.5 degrees now. Wind is from the south. It's only 5 to 6 kilometres an hour. That's going to give them something of a tailwind on Conrod Straight. The temp coming up is also going to be a factor here. Now, one of the other things that we're noticing is that there is a very large disparity across the field with how much tyre degradation that we're seeing. And that was always likely to be the case. Some cars will be better than others. Some drivers will be better than others at managing that. And so we're in that zone now. We talked about it on one of the days earlier in the week. Getting from 0 to 15, relatively easy, inverted commas. It's the next bit that's going to be the hard part. Of how far can you stretch these tyres out of the teens, ideally into the 20s, and could you get close to the end of the fuel window? That'll be very difficult to do at this point in the day. We'll keep an eye on that lap speed and try and keep you up to spec with that.
Did Leo's just lose a spot there? Or?
Yes.
Yeah. So Jonathan Webb was able to put a little move on Craig. It's an unusual spot. Actually, it looks like the car's slowing. Definitely slowing. So there's a problem there for Craig Lowndes, one of the superstars of our game. And we had him as a smoky. the start that he was going to be with Zane Goddard, one of the contenders. But everybody down there in the Superchip garage, where's McDougall there as the engineer, all looking on, and they've instructed him to come straight into the garage.
I heard a bit of chat on the radio. Wes McDougall is back engineering that car. We've seen him in the pit lane. Worked previously for Triple Eight. The car's off down the road here, and it is car number 23 that's awkwardly positioned off the road. Jonathan Webb at the helm. He's speared wide at the bottom of the chase. He's managed to get away with it though. Lowndes in with a big question mark. Robbie Mayer is the engineer of that car in the background. So what is the issue here for Craig Lowndes? 7 times a winner in this race, and he's in on lap 18. Straight to the garage.
And as you've seen, Craig Lowndes just into the garage. They've got a broken gear lever mount, so the boys are going to work as quickly as possible. Zane Goddard getting ready to jump in that car, but of course, this just puts them right on the back foot for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we just saw the sign language from Craig Lowndes. Now, we saw 1 or 2 of those earlier in the year, and there were some mods made to those gear lever mountings and the base of them. See whether we can go on board and unpack a little bit more of this story. Let's go back and listen and look. So he's trying to feed it a gear to get back to second at the end of Mountain Straight. And obviously it's floating around beneath his hands, so he's jumped on the radio and couldn't actually work out what he was saying at the time. So it's just stayed in a higher gear and he's had to limp around. It's the reason why the rest of the pack were able to blaze on by, and he's cranky about it.
Behind that big smile is a very, very competitive man. And he'll be upset that that's happened so early. Disastrous news there for Craig and Zane. Zane's been doing a really good job. A young bloke with a big future who's driving through the course of when he's driven this year with the wild card, showed some glimpses of real pace. Chad?
A couple of radio dramas I'm picking up on in the field. One for car 25, that's Lee Holdsworth at the wheel. He can hear the team, but he can't speak back. And that's a similar scenario down for car 9 as well. So Will Brown can hear his engineer, but can't speak back.
And that's usually finger trouble.
Well, more convenient.
That's right. Sometimes it's better not to hear what's going on, or at least not to participate in what's going on.
And this was something we were sort of forecasting early to get to 20 laps because we had a lot of people do runs through practice up to say 20 laps. So to get to 20 and get out of the car, report on its balance, put the co-driver in, take the heat out of the race, not a bad strategy, I reckon.
Caruso came in the background there as well. The Brock's been one of the standout performers in the championship this year, as Michael, I was going to say leaps out, but it was somewhat awkward. They're using a seating cert for him as well. Michael would have bottom climbing in. They're changing either ride height or spring preload or something else in the back of that car there to try and smarten it up. So they were working away on the back of it just to see whether they could get a better, faster, healthier race car.
And in the right-hand side screen, you can see that Richie Sanaway's been able to get by Cam Waters. And Will Brown, who continues this charge towards the front. He's up 11 positions, and he's in a very nice spot to be able to get the toe. Nothing in it yet. As you go faster and faster, the toe gets better. So he's just now making a little bit of ground. He's probably going to make enough ground to be able to get down the inside here, and he does nicely. And Cam also participates, didn't try to block him, knew he was coming. Nicely executed by both parties there.
It was much like the move that he made on Garth Tander, and there was no great resistance from Cam Waters. Brings him up now into position number 5, 11.7 seconds from the lead, having started in 17th position. So good opening stint for Will Brown. He'll be sharing with Jack Perkins, who's been on double duty this weekend.
This is that way pass. Yep.
On Cam Waters. So just stalking, and then down inside. Now the margin up the front has continued just to sneak away in favour of Whitcup. 3.8 seconds over David Russell as the onboard on the rear bumper of the Monster Mustang. Turn 2. And then Will Brown, here's the view from above. He was right under the rear wing, danced a little bit before he got it steadied under brakes, and then was able to go down the inside, get it back to second gear and hit his targets down the bottom. And then he moves on in to that 5th position. So that's just on between 11 and 12 seconds away from the lead now. And he's got 1 second to James Golding. So this will be an impressive stint if he can get further down the road. Richie Stanaway, I beg your pardon, and then James Golding another second. So there's a couple of tightly bunched cars there that are just in front. So relative to the rest of the field, the real mover and the shaker in this has been Will Brown.
Yeah, by miles, a really strong performance.
Remember, he's on the move at the end of the championship season. He'll be off to the Red Bull Ampol Racing team, changing outfits. And Richie Stataway is doing a mighty job out there at the moment. He can have a full-time ride next year, as he was speaking to Greg about earlier in the day, and we're looking forward to seeing that. So there's been a lot of movement in the Supercars Championship through the mid-year, and most of it triggered by the departure, or the impending departure of Shane Van Gisbergen, who'll be driving full-time in NASCAR in North America in 2024. So they've solved the gear shift mounting problem for Goddard and Lowndes.
Late pass there by Matt Payne on Tony D'Alberto. That's probably the most risk we've seen in terms of any of the overtaking manoeuvres so far. There's a last minute lunge there and he got it done, and D'Alberto did a good job to see him. So Matt Payne, as a full-time driver now, is next behind Garth Tander. So they're set up for Penrite.
And I can see, yes, it's coming out the pit lane beneath our commentary box. I can see that Zane Goddard is departing the lane now in car 888, but valuable time lost.
They're down to 2 laps, I don't know, 3.
Car number 3 inbound here as well. Tim Blanchard, cool drive entry. They're just near the pit lane entry end of the lane, at the far eastern end of it. 2 cars for that operation for 2024. They've made it to lap 21. No changes at the rear. Hazelwood climbing aboard. Remembering that fuel is the governing factor in these stops.
A lot of fuel put on board that one then. So 40 seconds will give you a rough number of what that might have been.
So when Tim Slade came in for car number 23, it's 36 seconds, 82 odd litres of fuel in that car. 58 into the Coulthard car, 63 into the Winterbottom Caruso entry, and 66 into the LeBrock Ojeda car. And obviously they put fuel in the 888 entry as well. Watching here for the Heingartner car, the RJ Batteries entry, making some ground here. Now they're bringing James Golding in, which is critical from out of the lead group of cars. So nice move there with great authority. The Heingartner Wood entry, car number 8, RJ Batteries entry. They've been saying throughout the week that their race car's been good, but they just could not get it to qualify.
First one of the leaders. Nice communication, nice and calm. See that driver change was well executed. So they're in the car and done by a mile before the fuel load. So that's quite well done there with James Golding helping out.
Interesting to have a look at those tyres and have a look at whether we're dealing with tread depth wear and just losing the face of the tyre, or are we just dealing with a lot of heat, which is very possible, or are we dealing with both?
I think we're dealing with
suggest that it's as it often is in exams, it's C is the correct answer.
For sure. So as you lose the volume of rubber or the tyre wears, and then that's why we have this terminology about going off a cliff, because as the tyre has run out of tread, it hasn't actually got a tread pattern like a normal road tyre. It's obviously a slick tyre with no pattern in it, but as you've run out of tread depth, then the tyre degrades severely, and that's usually the effect. So they go together, the heat causes the wear, and so does the load.
I didn't see what the issue may have been for car number 3 for the Blanchard Hazelwood car, but that stop is under investigation by race control at the moment, so we'll try and give you up to speed. You may have seen the graphic just pop up on there a moment ago. A bunch of different things can be assessed to have gone wrong in that process. Once we know, we'll let you know what the story is. So the margin at the moment is just nudging 5 seconds Whincup and Russell, margin first to second, so that's a nice comfort. Cam Ward is in from 5th.
And just heard him say on the radio that he needs more rear, so there'll be a tweak to this car at the stop. Murph?
Yeah, James Moffat is jumping aboard the number 6 coming. It's actually got a little technical issue coming up on the dash, guys. It's got a warning, pit now, pit now. It's been coming up for quite a long time. It's related to an issue in the fuel tank, thinking that it's actually getting really low. Craig Hagstead from the Supercars technical department has allowed the car to be plugged in here to have a reconfiguration of the system of the dash. That's not normally allowed during a pit stop. So that is actually going to happen. To see if they can get rid of it. It's not causing any issues other than a bit of annoyance for the driver as James Moffat just struggles a little bit there to get in. So Cam Waters' first stint is done and dusted, and as the number 6 crew go to work, that cable's getting in the way of the front wheel changer just a little bit, and hopefully they'll get that done and out the door before the fuel is done. 7 seconds to go.
Yeah. So thanks, Murph. So that's good for Craig. That's the download you're talking about there. And that configuration, there's nothing worse. Is there something on the dash that gets in your way all the time? You have to reset it all the time.
Meantime, in the background, the Matt Payne Kevin Estray car was also in. You saw that on the left-hand side of screen, Greg?
Yeah, just unfortunately they were unable to get to the computer to connect to the car, so that little annoying issue is going to be continuing for the number 6. So Moffat's going to have to deal with it. But as I said, it's not a performance issue.
Yeah, it's just a distraction visually. Warren Luff and Scott Pye sharing this car on screen, Toyota 4th Century. We've seen that in the Hino colours during the year as well. Car number 20. 5.5 seconds gap Whincup to Russell, so things are just starting to shake up. Some people playing to a tyre strategy, others playing to a fuel strategy. Rihanna?
Craig, glad you have a smile on your face, but I know you're frustrated. An issue so early in this race. Just tell us what happened.
Well, I'm going to do a bit of a like-up here. I've got this piece from out the back. We actually, what actually happened, this is where it bolts to the tunnel, and this is where the lever actually pivots, but it's actually broken this leg. So when I went down a gear into the cutting, the whole lever went forward, and I'm like, oh, this is not good. So, yeah, a bit of a flashback to Richo and I when he broke the rose joint, but there's this carryall that's broken here. We're not sure about the other side. That's the big thing. We fixed this leg. The boy said it looks quite solid. Zane's got in the car, got going again. We're 2 laps down. We're actually praying for a couple of safety cars, a couple of lucky dogs. That'd be really nice right now.
Not all over, but things can happen from this point of the race, and you guys can still be back in it.
Oh, absolutely. The car was really nice. I was looking up the rear tyre. I think it was Cam Hill in front of us. So this could be one of our lucky dogs. Not sure, but no, I don't think so. The Cam Hill, I think, was about to attack him, but yeah, the car was really nice.
Thanks, Sarah. Better get back to compo.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Simona pointing in the wrong direction here in the Shell V-Power racing entry. Didn't actually see who the other participant was.
It was
forward. That.
Forward, I think. Yeah, there's car 14. So as Fiore was in at that point, so Dean's had a lunge down the inside. Simona turned across, and he sort of hit in near the rear wheel. I don't think it was quite up far enough, but again, we'll get a replay at some stage of that. But that was a spin, and now a change to the Mostert-mobile. So a rear to change the balance of that car. And Chaz Mostert will be on board for this stint.
40 seconds down, so just like, go. And they use the fuel to cover the change at the rear. And these are some of the adjustables that we spoke about earlier in the weekend. So there's a variety of different things that you can try and apply, because the cockpit has diminished and gone in 2023. You can still make a brake bias change, but the anti-roll bar tweaks are gone from the cockpit by the driver. So Dean has a look down the inside here, locks up late in the game, tags the left rear corner of Simona Di Silvestro's car. She's now pointing in the wrong direction, down in 15th position. Here's the onboard view from the Middy's electrical entry. Right here, it's turning sour and just tags it in the left rear corner.
Yep. So I'll be having a look at that from a judicial perspective to see whether he was up far enough, get a couple of different angles and work out whether there's some sort of penalty or not. Anyway, we'll get on with that one. It's 25 laps into this now, so we've spoken about the fuel load and being able to get to roughly 30 laps. At the moment, the last lap for Whincup was still in the nines, a 9.7. There's only two cars that are continuing to run on that have maintained a number in the nines, and that's Will Brown also on the last one with a 9.9. Murph?
A little bit frustrated looking Cam Waters, I reckon, sitting here. Just jumped out of the first stint of the number 6. A little annoying gremlin on the dash too, from what I gather. Just talk us through the first 20 odd laps.
Okay, like got a not a bad start, not a great start, but just sat in behind Jimmy and just needed that slipstream for as long as I could, and probably blew the retire a little bit towards the end there, but we are a sitting duck down the straights. It's actually embarrassing how bad it is.
And then the little issue that you had on the dash as well there. I mean, it was telling you to pit. Initially when it popped up, were you heading for the lane?
I think it was just a gremlin or something wrong with the fuel pot or something, but I think the boys have reset it anyway in the pit stop, so hopefully that's the end of that.
So you saw Craig Lowndes walking around the pit lane with that bracket out of his car. Well, I've got a Camaro down here as it would be in the Hino hub, so let's dive in a little closer. You can see the gear shift mechanism down in here, and I'm pretty sure you can see this area here. If I grab my little scope and point that down in there, you see that okay? That's the bracket that Craig was holding. These are the bolts down here at bolts to the floor, and obviously something's broken here, and he's talking about it bolted onto the other side. Now, that's a sequential shift. You can see how that moves like that to change gears. That goes on that rod all the way back to the transaxle out the back. So if this is moving around because it's broken, there's no way you're going to be able to select gears properly. And while I'm here, just quickly check this out. Rampage drink bottle. If you ever wonder what they're doing there, that's the driver's drink bottle. Look at that. It's got a little Dorgan on the end. In she goes. Fresh fluids. Good to go.
Makes a difference if you can keep hydrated in these stints, particularly early in the day, as we've been talking about. Nice update, thank you, Mark. And we're looking at James Moffat now in the Monster Energy entry. Cam just taking a breather down there. Jamie Whincup is our leader. He's got 6.3 seconds over David Russell. No further action in the contact between 98 and 14. But 24, turn 21. So that was deep there and Simona Di Silvestro. So race control determining if there was no further issue involving on that one. And Jack Kostecki's coming to the lane in the wildcard entry, car number 7.
7 News doesn't just bring you the news.
sad sight, that one at the moment. Kevin Estro, the Frenchman, 34 years of age, parked up on the exit of turn one. He's outbraked himself into turn one, locked up and fired into the gravel, and was unable to get it out the other side after he made contact with that tyre barrier. Meantime, the leaders are now in. They're taking the opportunity because they're already at the back end of this fuel and tyre. So Wincup in, Russell in, Heimgartner at this point have moved up into third position. And in the background, 15-second penalty for car number 3 for a pit stop infringement. And I'll find out what
The reason was the fuel rig was engaged before the car was lifted.
Thank you.
So the other part of this that's really worked well is Will Brown. He just made the stop before the safety car. He would have had a 46-second double stack behind car 99. So that is a godsend for car 9. That would have smashed him. After that drive back through the field, did a remarkable job on track, and then the timing could not have been better.
Had a glimpse there of Brock Feeney jumping on board car number 88 after a strong stint from Wincup in the lead from the get-go. There's a combination of what Mark spoke about just a few moments ago. So 88's in, 99's in, 8's in, 11's in, 4, 17, 14. It's the balance of all of those cars that we spoke about that had not taken their stop to that point. And that then means that the first car in the queue that had stopped, that we reported in James Golding, with currently Dylan O'Keefe driving it, has gone to the lead.
There's the double stack. First one of those that we've seen today. And that was car 17 affected by this safety car. And it was 8 seconds of double stack.
So they've put those jack stands beneath the car to be able to work on it. And making adjustments under there to try and smarten the car up. So clearly not to their liking. You can see, watch the fuel ring. So see how he's left hand down with that just to be able to clear the door. Because these cars are dating, they're quite small, the glass house area is very small, there's not much room on that left hand side. New position this year for the air spike as well. They were under safety car conditions for the first time as they retrieved the Kevin Estro car.
Yeah, so Crompo, you just see them jump under the car there. They've got to put those jack stands under for safety. What they were doing was a rear anti-roll bar change. So as you alluded to earlier, we used to be able to adjust that in the cockpit. Fortunately, because of the much slower fuel flow rate with these new fuel fittings, about 2.4 litres a second down from 3.6, it gives them plenty of time. So at least they have got the time to make those adjustments, and we'll go through them later. There's quite a few they can do, but that was rear anti-roll bar. That's a key one for your rear tyres.
So do you reckon, Lucker, that they would have stiffened that then, especially because they put more fuel on? You reckon they're looking for more turns, so stiffen the rear of it?
I reckon you're on the money there, Scafie, because all these guys use that opportunity. The safety car, you know, we talked about time stops a lot. There was a lot of fuel going in these cars for obvious reasons. You do it when you're buying a safety car.
Yeah, good point. So Kevin Estro on the previous lap was the fastest car on the track. So he was actually pressing on quite hard, and as you can see there, he made a little brake block early in the stop. And often at Hell Corner, you can just get away with a little bit of a brake block. You'll release the brake and just run a little bit wide. But he was in very deep, and as a consequence, you can see the look on Matt Payne's face. It's terrible news when you've got that sort of stuff, especially early in the race, as this has occurred. Kevin Estro with the smallest mistake that ends up with very big consequences.
Fair play to Matt for showing up for a chat off the back of that one. He's got a bit of a grin on his face all the same. Can you talk us through the emotions and what you may have think's played out there?
Yeah, we had a pretty good first stint. Lost a couple of places at the start. Just got sort of hung out to dry there at turn one. But yeah, the car was feeling pretty good through the stint there. We had a little bit of dig sort of at the start, and then it sort of came on towards the end, and I could pick off a couple of people. But yeah, it looks like Kevin's just run into one, locked the front, and just sort of ran wide. There's not really much margin for error there at the first corner. So, but hey, it's a long race. We'll hopefully get the laps back, and Yeah, be there for the end. We've got a fast car, so we'll keep pushing.
Mate, best of luck clawing its way back from there. I might just quickly bring you guys down here to have a look at this. They're just refueling the fuel towers down here at the moment, and they actually had quite a bit of spillage off the back of that. They've been working on the fuel hoses down here at Penrite Racing as well. So I'm not sure which car it was that they actually had that fuel spill, but it makes me wonder if they got everything into the tank that they wanted to on that car. So I'll just get back to you exactly which car it was, but there was a little bit of awkwardness down there with that as well.
David Russell just jumped out of the 99, mate. Great stint. Awesome to watch at the start. Appreciate you were putting on Jamie Whincup there. That was huge.
Yeah, look, I had to have a bit of a crack at the goat. Why wouldn't you? But yeah, he was just saving, trying not to go too hard on the tyres at the start, just sort of trying to back me up, I guess. And some other main drivers were behind me, so I guess his strategy was to sort of see if he could get a bit of heat off. They get in front of me, for example, but I sort of gave him a little bit of a breather, so then I could go and try and give a bit of a gap to the other guys, which we managed to do. I lost it in the mirror, so I stopped looking in the mirror probably about 5 or 6 laps into my stint, and just focused on the gap with Jamie. Obviously, we were both, trying to manage to get our tyres as long into the stint as we could. So yeah, they're pretty. As the temperature comes up today, like the track was really clean, but now there's marbles everywhere. It's just going to be, I tell you, if anyone goes offline, it is just going to be, in the fence. Yeah. Cheers. Thank you.
Can you grab a chat with Jamie Whincup? Just been cooling off in your tent. I thought there was campers in here, mate. Nice first stint. It was game on at the start there, mate. Pretty strong. I just heard Matty Payne say that the track seemed to be coming on towards where they stint. What's your read on that first time, mate?
Yeah, well, we're on soft tyre here. That's opposed to normally the hard, so a lot of rubber's going to go down during the day. But a lot of rubber comes off the tyres, big tyre wear out there. So we're all pretty much on no tyre at the end of the stint. It'll get better, but yeah, it's perfect actually, really. It's not too much, not too little. We're well and truly all over the place right at the end.
So what you're saying, mate, without giving your strategy, right, we're trying to explain to folks at home that, is it a fuel race or is it a tyre race? So you're saying it's going to land somewhere in between?
Yeah, well, the fuel tank's massive, so it's definitely still a tyre race for sure. So you got to try to keep the tyres alive for as long as possible. But yeah, you'll be pitting for tyres before fuel.
Thanks, heads up.
And only just, it seems, after what happened there. So they got to lap 27 in that opening stint where you do use a little bit more fuel. So thanks for the update there, team, so that we can understand what's going on in each of the various garages. Now, under investigation also, safety car breach here for car number 26. They'll be looking at David Reynolds and whether or not passed Brock Feedy. So we'll have to study the safety car line on the exit out of the pit lane as they head up Mountain Straight. So that's being considered at the moment. We understand that the lights will go out on the BP Ultimate safety car at the end of this lap as they crest over the top of the hill at Skyline, and then we'll get back underway once again. Now, one of the other really important things that happens at Bathurst that's unique is there's a little lucky dog. There's a get out of jail card that gets played, and car 888 will already be the beneficiary of that. So if you're a lap down while you're under the safety car like this, you get waved by essentially on Conrod Straight. There is actually a detailed reference around it, and that'll eventually help them get back into position. So even for fans of car number 19 for the Estray and Payne car, they're not necessarily done yet, but it'll obviously be a very big task.
Yeah, but the good news further to that story, Neil, is they just walked back into pit lane and it looked structurally okay. The right front corner on that car, they didn't do too much to it, so all they did was really just blow all the sand and gravel out of it. The right front of that splitter and the connection to the right front quarter panels on that car looked a little bit wonky, but apart from that, structurally okay. And also, I was reporting on that little lane fuel issue that they had. That was for the sister car, car 26, but they tell me that they got all the prescribed fuel that they wanted to get in, and that little leak happened afterwards.
And thank you for the update there, Chad. And you can see car 888 now rocking on by with Zane Goddard making some game, like I just explained a few moments ago. And they also took the opportunity to put some tyres on because that front left will no doubt have been hurt in the lock-up down there to turn 1 for Kevin Estray. So he's been caught with a heavy, slippery car early in the stint, a lot of fuel load, not a lot of grip out there compared to the last time that he drove the car. And that's tripped him.
Thank you, safety car confirming lights are out, lights are off.
Race Management Channel and our race director James Taylor in the background just instructing lights out, and the safety car disappears. Control of the field now be held by Dylan O'Keefe. And they're taking a different approach in the early phase of the race. They've driven to the tyre. They came in and decided to not stretch out that fuel load. They came in on lap number 21, so a good 6-7 laps earlier than those that continued to lead the race, including car number 88 in Jamie Mincup and number 99 in David Russell that we heard about just a few moments ago. Standing by now for a restart after our first safety car. 29 at 161, a long, long way to go. Warmer conditions out there at the moment and a re-energised race as everybody's now done their first stop. Varying fuel loads out there at the moment. Fresh tyres all round and we go back into it one more time. O'Keefe from Van Gisbergen. He'll be quick. Didn't quite put a huge amount of fuel on that car. Then Reynolds and then Fee, then Moffat. Brody Kostecki, keep an eye on him as well down in 6th. Here we go. Mountain straight. On the restart. Blaze is up on the inside. And that puts the reigning Bathurst champion into a position of authority immediately. Running with him is Reynolds.
And O'Keefe got caught there. He was out on the dirty stuff and he couldn't get turned back across. So effectively lost those 3 spots in one manoeuvre. He just blocks James Moffat in the Monster Mustang on the way into the cutting there. He just had to park it on the inside so he didn't lose any more positions. Van Gisbergen got a nice restart and was able to get onto the mountain straight with really good exit speed from Hell Corner. So he was able to put the move on immediately, and then as soon as he was a little wide, David Reynolds and Brock Feeney were able to capture positions 2 and 3.
They all know that there's an opportunity to try and make a gain on these restarts, but it also brings with it a pile of risk. This is the dipper. Van Gisbergen with a couple of car links from Reynolds. He's under some investigation at the moment, according to the caption that we saw from race control. Then it's Feeney. O'Keefe now dropped back, having been the leader to 4th position from Moffat. Kostecki, who's had the quickest car all week, from Jaden O'Jay to Jack Perkins and to Di Pasquale and Dale Wood now in Andre Heingartner's car. That's our team.
Race control tour teams, pit lane penalty to car 26 for a safety car breach.
Wow, that's very bad news for Penrite Racing. So for David Reynolds, who's sitting in position number 2 at the moment, you heard it in the background, it's a PLP for that car, a pit lane penalty. That car's fast, he's up at the sharp end at the moment, but he's going to give some time away.
That's a big penalty. That's a big penalty. This is what it's for. And it's a safety car line.
It's this white line that they are going to cross there. It is up on the top right-hand side of the screen. And it doesn't look like to me like he got there, but I might be wrong, clearly. In fact, the umpire's already made the call. So
Finney was first, and then Reynolds rounded him up. So that's the reason. But the reality around that is it's half a car length. So a pit lane penalty is massive.
Alistair McVeigh lining up in the garage down there, so that's something that they can discuss internally and figure out. Meantime, the reality is that we've got Van Gisbergen leading over Reynolds, then Feeney, then O'Keefe, then Kostecki, Moffat, Ajada, Di Pasquale, Perkins and Wood, our top 10. It's 5 seconds across the top 10 cars in the field at the moment. After this restart, there are quite a number of cars that were adjusted in that last pit stop as well. So we'll see whether or not So we'll see whether those cars have got any further pace. Alistair McVeigh on the radio.
So the front running Ford is going to have to do 2 of the pit. Anyway, let's get on with the rest of it. So Van Gisbergen has been the benchmark in terms of tyre life for a long time. It'll be interesting to see how fast he goes. Alistair and David talking over the radio there about what it is, and I think you've actually got to do it pretty much immediately. He's obviously resisted for a lap and they've kept on talking. But when you do the numbers from the first stint now, Wincup's degradation was very good. It was 0.12 of a second per lap. The best degradation was Raw Brown with 0.1 per lap in the previous run. So across the course of 30 laps, or almost 30 laps, you lose 3 seconds.
So that was an excellent stint by Wilkie. There's a lot of congestion back in this pack here at the moment. In that group of cars, there's going to be a lot of heat and aggravation as they try and sort all of that out. In the foreground there at the moment, car number 8. It's got Dale Wood at the helm. He's in behind Jack Perkins. On these restarts, this is where it's really nail-biting. Particularly when you're back in this group of cars, it's hard to find a rhythm. You're getting attacked from left, right, centre and behind. So we're on board there with Mark Winterbottom temporarily. Car number 18 is in 18th position at the moment. Look at that train of cars. If you're 6, 7, 8 deep in that one, just sucking in all that hot air, very difficult to find a rhythm. And it's headed at the moment by Dale Wood. How's this for number? We've got 130 laps, 161 remaining. That just tells you just how long, difficult and grueling this race is. 1.5 seconds is the margin now between the two Red Bulls, Van Gisbergen and Feeney. Reynolds led him by, which was the instruction that you heard on the radio in the background. Does he make it? Oh yeah, so the rim rubs the signage up at the top of the hill on the right rear corner. Already seen a few people give that a nudge so far this weekend. Keep an eye on the lap speed here as well, because we're pretty much at peak sun at this time of the day.
I was the Golden Goals.
So an hour of
racing completed here at the Repco Bathurst 1000, and a chance to have a look at exactly how the day has played out so far, with 28 cars on the starting grid. Unfortunately, the Cam Hill car not making it out there with a clutch drummer, so a vacant grid spot was left. And the story so far, well, what a great start it was for Jamie Winkup in car 88, leading the field down to the first corner. That was David Russell in the Coca-Cola Racing by Erebus entry, who just got pipped down towards turn 1. They would race up towards Mountain Straight in that formation, very similar to what we saw at the Sandown 500. Lap 17, and unfortunately for Craig Lowndes fans, and of which there are so many here, selector issues, and that would be a rough moment to bring that car back into pit lane for about 2 to 3 laps. They are back out there, and they have been given one for Lucky Dogs to try and get some laps back in this race. They got out driving that car right now, and they're about 4 laps down. Plenty of time to go. If they get a few more safety cars, there is a chance that they could start to peel their way back through the pack. Fast forward to lap number 21 of the pit stops. They began, and unfortunately for Full Drive Racing, they got the fuel hose in a little bit early before the car was off the ground, and that is a no-no. The result, a 15-second time penalty to be added on to their next pit stop time. Lap 27, and then the drama really started to flare up. This is Kevin Drake in the Penrite Mustang, too deep into turn 1, out into the gravel, bouncing off the wall. It looked like maybe the Frenchman could get that car moving and back out of the gravel, but it wasn't to be, and that would lead to our first BP Ultimate safety car of the day. He had been on the lap prior to that the quickest in the field. His young co-driver was a little bit heartbroken, but they're back in the race, and they're not out of it yet.
It's been a very eventful last 15 odd minutes at Penrite Racing down Tanda. Just watched David Reynolds file through the pit lane penalty. Got to ask your thoughts on that one, mate.
Well, I mean, you watch the replay, and 88 was certainly in front of our car at the safety car line at pit exit there. But for as long as I can remember, and that's a long time, we've given this a long time, they've given us the opportunity to redress that other safety car, and there was absolutely no instruction from race control to do that. And when we actually did it on track, they just simply said no, the penalty for issued, you have to take it. So frustrating, disappointing, but ultimately there's a long way to go in this race, and we'll get back in the game.
Yes, there is. Just talk us through your initial stint and then in that car at the start. Got a good start and then looked reasonably comfortable.
Yeah, got a good start and settled in, and then probably used too much of the tyre too early. I didn't get an opportunity to do a race run at all in the lead up, so that was my first race run, and just I'll adjust when I get back in the car how to manage the tyre. Car's not too bad, moving around a little bit across the top, but everyone's doing that. It's struggling with a particular type of balance for their cars, so we'll just manage it and do the best we can. Thanks.
One thing's for sure, they've got safety cars on their side, so Rockfeeny in front of him at the point where they got to the line, and then ultimately David's gone locked on by, and then tried to redress. That hasn't worked, so they've had to cop a penalty from the umpire from those up in Motorsport Australia Race Control. They're further north in this building that we're currently standing in, so they've gone all the way back down to position number 26. What they do have on their side is a fast car. And a long day. Both handy things. The riding in the Middies electrical entry there. That was actually a little bit of contact. And it's Aaron Love in car number 7 that was blazing off to the outside there. Fast forward at the helm of that car, the Middies electrical entry. So he's rocking up further down the road here. The temperature continues to climb at the moment. Our leader's got 2.5 seconds on his own teammate, Shane Van Gisbergen, versus Rockfeeny. Here's the replay from above. So it's Aaron Love in the Petronas car, the dark-coloured car, and both of them maxed out under brakes into the left-hander down there, and for forward he also had a lock-up, has made contact. And here it is from the other angle as well. Both locked up. They're both locked up, and Aaron attempted to try and give him some space. We've got lots of different angles of this one. In fact, I'm not sure, did they actually, on that shot, doesn't look like they actually touched. But two of them racing into that corner with nothing left under brakes, and they're totally grip limited, both of them bringing up blue smoke into the process. So that's an unfortunate period. I think Greg Murphy summed it up perfectly when he said it's been an eventful 15 minutes for Penrite Racing, because all of a sudden in a short space of time you've got Kevin Estre, who's met with the wall down there on the exit of turn 1. He's down in 27th position. and 1.2 laps behind, and David Reynolds just did that tour in the pit lane. He's in 26th position in car number 26.
Brody Sticky, just been the benchmark in terms of pace all week. From the time they rolled that car out, it's been beautifully balanced. He's driven it very well, and now he's got to get his brain around what the tyre is going to be like for the course of his stint.
Shane Ginsberg just said he's got a little bit of understeer in that car. So they're considering whether or not they want to make any changes at the next stop. And race control are going to have a look at that moment between Forward and Love at the bottom of the chase that we just saw on various angles of the replay. Car number 11 at the moment, and that is Anton Di Pasquale just chewing away on the back of the bumper bar of Jaden Ojeda. He's been doing a variety of different driving this year to try and keep his hand in. He was hoping to grab a full-time seat in the competition for next year. This is one of the many new pairings that we've got in the race this year. There's been 16 of them. And there's the confirmation of that investigation that I spoke about just a few minutes ago. Run up now to the cutting. Is he going to have a think about it? Not quite close enough, Di Pasquale. Stay on board here now with Anton. We'll just hang in there and see what this car's behaving like and whether we're riding with him if he can make a move. Between Jaden Ojeda in 6th and Anton Di Pasquale on the radio, Toludo Leclerc in 7th position. Jaden's doing a fine job out there at the moment. He was just slightly wide at the apex down there at turn 1 in that truck assist car, but not much between them. It's interesting at this point in the day, and when you're so close to another car, you can roll out of the throttle down there in the chase like it was in yesteryear and still actually have rolling speed through the corner. Staying committed to the throttle actually gives you a whole lot of panic on the other side trying to get it all steady and stop. Yeah, so he rolled out of it, didn't lose any ground. But you can tell that there's also a little bit of frustration. That's what the radio chat was about there. He's a Penrith boy, Jaden Ojeda. He's only 24 years of age. He's one of the bright new youngsters that we're going to see more of in this business. Runner-up in Super 3 in 2019, third in 2021 in the Dunlop Super 2 Championship, and he was a Formula 4 champion, so he's got a bit of an open wheel pedigree, and he's been racing overseas this year as well. Trying to keep himself active, and had a little run in the Toyota 86 earlier in the year up in Townsville. So these guys at the moment are 11 seconds from the lead, 6th and 7th.
It's fine. How's that fair?
He's having a run of everything.
second safety car of the day has generated this opportunity to pit. And this is a double stacking moment here. That's going to be pretty costly for 88. Feeney and Whincup, who had the lead of the race at the commencement, they're in a different fuel position to car number 97, but look at the amount of time burning for them. It will feel like an eternity. And the reason they do it, it's the lesser of the two evils.
So that was massive because what we didn't pick up on was a driver change. And they're also doing the same with Whincup. So there Gisbergen got out, Stanaway got in. So he'll do another, maybe double stint again to get his 54 laps achieved. But that was very costly to Feeney and Whincup. And you saw Whincup late to the party. He ran around the back of the car to make that call. So they weren't planning to make the driver change at that point. Whincup very late. Now, did the Coke cars end up with a double stack cost also? I didn't see in the background.
We're also going to investigate in race control the reason for this safety car. Dale Wood and Scott Pye making contact down there at Murray's Corner on lap 37. And whether there is a case to answer on that one. So this has put Mark Winterbottom in the lead from Fabian Coulthard, Declan Fraser in that Trini Beer entry. So already today we've seen a lot of different strategies. So this will answer some of your question here. To tear off for Brodie Kostecki, wheels and tyres and fuel. Didn't see another adjustment, but yes, there is a double stack in the background there for Jack Perkins and the Will Brown car.
But this was doubly bad for 88 versus it because there was a lot of fuel to put in Ben Gisbergen's car.
Yeah.
So that was a really costly double stack. That was, I don't know, let's call it 10 seconds, but the other one was massive.
The double stack for 88.
Yeah.
That's right, because they were in a lower fuel position with Van Gisbergen's car, so I had to sit there longer to get the fuel that they wanted. Look at this rejoin here. That was sort of yes, no, maybe. And ultimately a little bit of contact in the end there between car 6 and 31. And that's James Moffat, Dylan O'Keefe. Here's the replay again. So he was instructed to depart. Then he's backed out of it and then gone again. And there would have been some confusion, I presume, on the radio for that. And this is all that stuff that I spoke about earlier in the day in the Hino Hub of being able to react on your toes.
To all teams, confirming cars eligible for wave by cars 19 and 888 only. Cars and 888 only for the wave by when we give permission.
Okay, so there's a bit more instruction from race control. So talking about race control, which is Motorsport Australia, right up the top there, there's Supercars run the category, Motorsport Australia run the governance, if you like, of the rule book via stewards and what have you. Now, sometimes I don't like giving our sport a whack, but I reckon sometimes our sport needs a whack because let's just go back to that previous incident we saw that caused Tander and David Reynolds to have a drive-through penalty. So when there's a safety car, you just saw Feeney come out of the pit lane and the Penrite car coming around the track. Now we have this safety car line here. The reason we have that line is so we can work out where the cars are positioned before they catch up to the safety car train. In this instance, we can see Feeney quite clearly beats Reynolds and Tander to that line. So in that instance, that car should have tucked in behind them and they go and line up behind the safety car. In this instance, they said, oh, maybe we can redress. Now, Head of Motorsport Adrian Burgess has reminded me there is no redress rule anymore for this situation. So maybe we need to have another look at that. But what I do know is when we're talking about 3 or 4 feet, to have a car taken literally out of the race, to me, is not right. We need to look at it.
Could not agree more.
Yeah, agree, Larko. Yeah, so I was looking to see where Reynolds had passed. It obviously happened further up the road. That was where I was looking at the thing backwards, but that is a hell of a penalty.
It just doesn't fit the crime.
Connie Jones in, and I think they've brought Kevin Estray in here as well. And you heard in the background that 888 and 19 are eligible for the wave by St. Goddard. And this guy.
Really in effect, when that does happen from Payne and Estray, they were 1.2 laps down before, weren't they? So that will actually get
to safety car in this lap. Advisement lights are out, please.
what's going on out there at the moment. So that was James Taylor in race control, where they've been very busy in the last 30 minutes. So the lights are going to go out on that safety car. And we've already got a whole variety of people that are just tackling this race in a variety of different directions. Some people choosing to stop then, others not. Varying fuel loads, some people driving to the tyres, some people driving to the fuel. It's going to get very complex through different sections of this race before it all marries up near the back end. What I can tell you is we've got Winterbottom, Coulthard, Fraser, 1, 2 and 3. And of those leading contenders that we were celebrating early, and in particular the pole sitter Brodie Kostecki, who just looked like it was a standard stop for them, the car number 99, is sitting comfortably there in 4th position in a compressed field.
That's right. And on our numbers, with the stop time that they engaged Kostecki, they have not filled that car. So they've chosen to put less fuel in Kostecki's car. So doing that has given them track position so that in terms of car pace, they should be able to round up the cars that are in front. But he's been able to jump Stanaway and Van Gisbergen. So again, that was a last-minute driver change there. Van Gisbergen jumped out, Stanaway jumped in. It was all late. The same thing happened with Feeney and Whincup. But Kostecki, the move, not only promulgated by track position, but by doing it in a way that you don't have as much fuel mass on board to give you car pace in the next section of the race.
In the end, you need a certain amount of fuel to get from A to B in this race. Clearly, it's affected by safety car interventions. Now, this is the reason why we have this second safety car intervention, and it's under investigation. So Scott Pike gets down the inside of Dale Wood, well down the inside, and then there was an awkward contact between the wall. Here's another critical angle for us. And the right rear corner of Scott Pike's car, right there, that's where it occurred, and that just pitched car number 8 off the edge of the racetrack. And that's left him parked up in the wall. There's very little space down there. It's only a couple of metres between the edge of the road and the actual fence. Tony Woodward there on screen is the engineer for that car, and he's pretty obvious to work out what's going on there. And those thoughts, it's pretty frustrated. Let's go to Greg.
Hey guys, just a really clever little strategy move by Penrite Racing here. So Kevin was about to get the wave by, but they knew that was going to happen to get their lap back. So what they did was brought the car in, new set of tyres, pit stop, resurfaced the car, sent it back out. He's caught the back of the train, and now he's about to get the wave by. Here he comes now down the inside to get that lap back. So a really good strategic, clever move by Grove Racing to get a double tap on that one.
Yeah, and all juiced up with all the things you need, grip and fuel to be able to get on with the job. So, and as a seasoned professional, and you can see that Zane Goddard goes with him, Estrada will put that error out of the back of his mind. He'll learn from that, and he may live to fight another day.
He's been told there on the radio that your stint has started, so get on with it now. This is very important. You've got the free kick, you've been able to get by, you've got your lap back, you've got a really good package, you've tidied the thing up. Now get on with it.
And you've got to be a little bit careful with that one, because they're still actually under safety car conditions, so you can't go breaking lap records, but you have to hustle. It's a little bit of a walk on the razor blade, that one. Yeah. Once around on the safety car. We're about to get underway for the next segment of this race. 121 laps of 161 remaining. Mark Winterbottom, seasoned professional at the helm of the field for Fabian Coulthard, who's also got a vast amount of experience. And then it's a youngster in 3rd spot in Declan Fraser. He's in that tradie entry, new livery this weekend. Brodie Kostecki, the championship leader. He's in 4th position, and they've used some clever strategy to put themselves into that position from Stanaway. And this battle that's been raging throughout the championship between Triple Eight and Erebus is going to continue today.
And it looked like Kostecki got a really good run out of Hill Corner. And he's, oh, gee, that was a wild moment then, because he actually got that bump. There's a really significant bump in the braking area for turn 2. And when he turned it out, he went to put his foot on the brake and then turned harder to the right. He didn't mean to have the car so firmly to the right-hand side. Like he got back out of the brake and was able to control it. That was close to a wheel lock. Easy to run wide there and even make the fence as his teammate did in practice.
Things would have cooled out one more time, so you'll be a little bit cautious on this lap without going 10 tenths. Great shot over the top of the hill. This is off skyline through the S's to the dipper. Whitcup's making ground here.
Under investigation, car 6 for unsafe pit release.
That's that awkward you said yes, no, maybe moment that we saw. So it looked as though it was going to be a clean getaway. And then when he cropped, that actually did make proximity.
That made it worse.
And then there was obviously a second guessing, and then away he's gone, and that further compounded. So chances are that that's going to result in a slap.
So here comes Stanaway, trying to position the car in behind Declan Fraser. And he does that reasonably easily. Declan was party to that also. He didn't try to turn down on him and block or cover. Here comes Kostecki, straight down the inside. Same thing with Fabian. So a real mix through the field, a little bit of push and shove at the final corner. And they're still doing the same up pit straight. But there's a real mix out there at the moment. It's almost half-half for how many co-drivers are on board versus primary drivers.
Yeah, so it's not just a question of varied strategies on the fuel and on the tyres, but also the way they're approaching with the drivers. I thought there was contact there. That was heavy-duty contact. Yep. So did Scott High get pushed then? Or did he just launch into the back of Bryce forward? So behind Pye was Mostert. I'm not 100% sure, but that was a decent thump. And that was the very spot where Pye and Dale Wood also made contact awkwardly to trigger the safety car. A lot of congestion in this phase of the day. We're just past 1 o'clock local time, so the sun's at its peak at the moment. The temperature's continuing to rise. The track will be slippery.
And there's 15 co-drivers on board at the moment.
We started today at 13.5 degrees. It's saying it's 16.5 now in the broadcast compound, looking to get to 20 degrees on the forecast top. And we're looking back towards Bryce Ford at the moment from the rear bumper of Dylan O'Keefe. Didn't look like it got through the dipper terribly well there. And that reason was, I think, that they got Declan Fraser in front, and he had a bit of a bobble coming through there. So now they've just gone down the inside of him, and a couple of spots are made, but he was lucky to not end up getting fed into the fence then, Fraser. He had to come right out of it. This is another example of getting on the wrong beat when you're in the train.
Race control to all teams, 5-second time penalty to car 6 for an unsafe release.
And Waters, James Moffat, we felt that it was coming. What a shame. So 5 seconds will be served at the next pit stop for them, and we've got somebody else bringing up dust down the bottom of trouble. Turning around and pointing in the wrong direction is Jack Smith. There were more involved in that, and that's at the bottom of the chase.
Macaulay Jones was also off on the right-hand side.
Did he say it won't restart? Sorry, Mark. No, he's away now.
Got it now, but I thought it was Declan Fraser who was actually down through the grass. I thought I saw the tradie Mustang disappearing out of the end of our shot at the runoff road. So, yeah, so two of the Brad Jones cars actually there together, because that's got a massive wheel alignment issue on the left-hand rear of Jack Smith's car.
And that is Stanaway making a position on Fabian Coulthard. A couple of the Kiwis in combat out there on the run up towards the cutting, so that brings him up the spot. Kostecki meantime is up into position number 2, chasing Winterbottom. We saw them make some pretty significant changes to that car in the stop. So awkward moments here. It looks like they're going to put that on the go-jacks and get it back into the garage for Brad Jones Racing in the Pizza Hut entry. And a kerfuffle down the bottom of the chase on that last lap. So that car's got some significant damage for them to want to do that. Meantime, it's a 5-second penalty for an unsafe pit release for car number 6 to Cam Waters. So here it is again. So this is a very, very big lock-up for Declan. Gigantic lock-up. That was the dust that we saw. And then that probably had everybody kind of moving and checking up. Here's the onboard. Jade Mojada gives us the bird's eye view. Big smoke screen. And he just rockets on by into the weeds.
Gee, and Chaz is lucky here not to get cleaned up with this. So the big lock-up, he would have seen him coming. He parked a little wide and then he decided not to turn in to avoid that. Now, this is the next bit. So here's the two Brad Jones cars by themselves together. A couple of the others take evasive action, but what a shocker for Brad Jones today so far. We saw the Heimgartner Dale Wood car over in the fence cause the safety car. We've seen Fullwood and Fiore caught up in some on-track scuffles, and then the two Brad Jones cars of Macaulay Jones and Jack Smith making contact. Macaulay's car is in the pit, but I reckon I'll have to bring Jack Smith's car in also. Waters down the inside. Nice move on Fabian Coulthard.
James Moffat is a car at the moment, so that's got the 5 seconds over it, but also under investigation, sadly, at those two BJR cars. So the Brad Jones racing cars of both Jack Smith and Macaulay Jones, despite the fact that they're in the same outfit, they'll still use the rule book, and if there's been an issue there, then they'll no doubt leaving a penalty. And that looked like it was contact from behind by Macaulay Jones in that one. Not much of a margin between Brody Kostecki and Mark Winterbottom. However, the order's changed while all that's been going on. Brody's now in the lead of the race. So that little strategy with their fuel and where they're positioned at the moment has given them authority in the traffic, and now they can play with some fresh air, and that's handy. So he's over the top of the hill at the moment, starting his run off the top of Skyline, Brody Kostecki. And all these other battles, various stages of rage up and down the field.
Good way of describing it. Great shot down here. I love that shot of the S's. Through the dipper, through a little right-hander, a little change of direction to the left. It's where Chaz Mostert had that monstrous shot qualifying.
Race control to all teams. 15-second time penalty to car 96 for a driving infringement.
It's Macaulay Jones making contact awkwardly with his teammate at the bottom of the hill, so probably not a bad idea to steer clear of Brad Jones for a little while after what's going on there with car number 8 in the wall, triggering a safety car, and then two further cars in that 4-car team getting together at the bottom of the chase, and now a penalty.
7 News doesn't just
15 laps remaining in the great race, race 24 of the Repco Supercars Championship, and this is the 60th anniversary of this race. Brody Kostecki's gone to the lead. He's now being pursued by Richie Stanaway, and it's 1.8 seconds rounded between Kostecki and Stanaway. Mark Winterbottom, who was leading at that last restart, is now into third position, about 4 seconds adrift from the lead. Then Di Pasquale, who did ultimately clear that group that he was racing, now up into fourth. Greg?
The issue with Macaulay Jones's car, which is making it so much harder, is the bolts have snapped off in the chassis that hold the clevis at the bottom arm of it, and so that they can't actually get the broken bolts out at the moment. This is actually going to be a long job because I think there's 4 of them that have actually snapped off inside the chassis where they screw in to hold that clevis. So it's a long one. The top arm was also bent quite badly, so it's significant damage to Macaulay Jones's car, including on the side, on the sill here, the exhaust, which has got a lot of damage. Jack Smith's car's a little bit better than that for his sake, but they have to change a track rod in the rear. The toe link in the back of his one was badly damaged. So, yeah, just a horror day down here at the moment for Brad Jones Racing, and Macaulay Jones is going to be here for quite some time.
That's terrible.
Cool guy. There he is.
When you hear that sound in the background of a yelping Dunlop soft tyre, that's not a good look or good sound. Pye having a look down the inside here on Dylan O'Keefe, makes that move and moves him up 1 spot now into position number 8. Fast forwards rocking along pretty strongly out there at the moment. He's got a personal best in 6th position in both the first and second sectors. I'm looking down at the fuel range columns here, Mark, and just reiterating the notion that 27 laps was the best number that we saw.
Teams badge sponsorship flag to car 8 for ignoring blue flag signals.
Dale Wood, 25th position at the moment. He was the driver that we saw out in the gravel after the contact with Scott Pye.
Judy, I want to have a look at our data in comparing a main driver and a co-driver. So car 18, Mark Winterbottom, well, he's right up near the front there. Caruso had a really nice first hit, but you start to see the differences. Now, here's our speed, here's his throttle pedal, here's his brake pressure, and here's his steering trace. Right? The other interesting thing, here's his dash. That's exactly what Mark is looking at right now. So he's got his gear, he's got his fuel used, how much fuel he's using per lap, how fast he's going, what map he's got in, his lap time, and where his brake bias is set. That's all in front of him. But let's have a look. Where are we? We're going across the top of the mountain now. Now, Mark is green and Caruso was white. So when we look at his throttle pedal, straight away, I see Mark looking after his tyres. He's coming onto it much gentler, much later. Look at this. He doesn't jump on it there with Mick Caruso did. He just takes it a little easier. Now watch when we go along here what he does with his brakes. Right? Nice. Modulation of the brake there. The other thing I see when we look at his steering trace, Mark is the yellow, Caruso the white. Mark is always known to be a very smooth driver. There's the evidence of it right there. The peaks are all smaller. Now he's shooting down Conrod. You can see down he comes, right? So he's building up to 298 k's an hour, say. Let's have a look at that. He gets out of it quite early there. I'm not sure what's going on there. That's unusual. Maybe he's got some traffic around him, I might suspect. Down through the changes, up on the throttle, out of the brake. So it's just typically been a little more gentle on the throttle. Look at that. Everywhere he goes. That's experience.
And he did have traffic there, Mark, just to explain what was going on in the background. He had to roll out of it because of the Minis car that was battling him. So got 3 cars out there at the moment that have got penalties hanging over them. So you've got Moffat in this car on screen. He'll serve 5 additional seconds in the next stop. Further down the order in 19th, we've got Hazelwood for 15 seconds. And when they eventually resolve the issues that Greg Murphy described before for Macaulay Jones, there's 15 seconds to be dealt with there. Car number 96 there at the tail of the field. You can see also that car number 8, Dale Wood, at the moment in the R&J Batteries entry, has been given a little whack. That sportsmanship flag being shown for disobeying the blue flags, which means that you're about to be passed. 1.3 seconds to gap. Now Richie Stanaway is continuing to close here at the moment on Brody Kostecki. Just reminding us that we got 27 laps out of that first stint for co-drivers, and in that last safety car stop, the second one of the day, teams putting the opportunity together to be able to get some co-drivers back in the car. 2 times 27, 54. What's the minimum number of laps required for a co-driver? 54. So for Whincup, in particular, who made a ripping start to this race, he'll just keep clicking down here until now. Obviously, safety car is going to elongate some of those stints that potentially clears them out, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they don't continue to do whatever they want to do with the drivers. It just ticks off that obligation that's in the rule book. That's right. And other co-drivers, excuse me, out there at the moment, Richie Stanaway, you can also apply that theory to quite a few. You said before, Mark, there's an accurate description that it's roughly half-half at the moment between the primary drivers and the co-drivers in the field. 1.3 seconds the margin. Kostecki Stanaway is on the charge.
Your voice.
They didn't take the opportunity to pit under the last safety car with this car, and that was the reason why it was in the lead at the restart. Michael Caruso getting in, having a bit of a battle there to find the belt. Fuel covers them though. See how difficult it is to be able to get those shoulder belts on because you can't see the knuckle.
It seemed like it was all okay. The stop was done, as in the driver change, with enough time for Michael to establish comms or communications. Here we go. This is. I thought it was. Sorry, I thought it was. Yeah, I know what you're for the lead, but it wasn't. It was actually Jamie Winkup down the inside. Jack Perkins. Yeah, nice move in the end.
And both the boys were maxed out there, so that was everything. Here's the onboard view from Joe Dutt's car. Right at the end, he's managed to squeak it to a sufficiently low enough speed to be able to get it around the corner, and it just displaces him. And as Winterbottom came in to hand over to Caruso, this is a move down the inside in car number 34 by Jaden Ojeda on Dylan O'Keefe. Nice fast job. What's going on out there at the moment as they reshuffle in this pack? Now, meantime, that lead has got down to 0.8 of a second between Brody and Richie, so that just continues to tighten up. 8-7 last lap for both the boys. You go back and find this little battle going on here at the moment. Car 3 has got Hazelwood at the helm. A little bit of dust being shown there. And Kai Allen is in the Shell V-Power entry, and Kai's got his hands full because Jalen Rowbotham is putting some pressure on him. And in fact, I think Jay's got down the inside. He has, and made a clean move. That brings him up into position number 17. Some vigorous battles going on out there at the moment.
Certainly, yes.
We've been racing for just over 2 hours, and there is a little moment for Gary Jacobson, who's gone wide down there at turn 1, moving further down the escape road. I don't know whether that was something that he did on his own or whether or not he was given a helping hand to find his way down there. You heard him on the radio, frustrated with the outcome regardless.
As we've seen today, there's been a lot of mistakes at turn 1. It's a tricky braking area.
Here's the replay of this pass that we saw down there before, down the inside into Murray's corner. One of the things that also happens in the run down to turn 1 is you just have a big double hit of brakes, brake temperature on the run into the chase, and then the secondary hit down into Murray's. So very often you've actually got still hot, somewhat faded front brakes when you get down to turn 1, and there you go. And the rears are a bit lively, so there's been some evidence of that. And we also saw the example of Kevin Estray, who just tried to turn in with too much carry speed and had that front left locked on the way in there. Now that margin has just crept back up again between Kostecki and Stanaway. So he responded to the call, got down to 0.8 of a second, then it went back to 0.9, and just on this last lap it's back out to 1.18 seconds. Brody could be managing, or both of them might be, I was going to say maximum attack. It's probably maximum within limits of overusing the tyre in this early phase of the tyre usage.
It's a little bit of cat and mouse, because on that lap, Brody's 0.2 of a second faster than Richie. So Brody in 8.54, Stanaway in 8.79. That was the other way around in the preceding laps. So I think what's happened is Brody's had a look in the mirror and said, I'm not going to give away track position, I'm just going to improve the pace just a little bit and then see where that lands. Let's see what the next 4 or 5 laps look like, and therefore get a gauge as to what that genuine pace is. Must have been a big lock up there. There was a lot of smoke on the way into turn 2 there. So someone's had a monster brake lock up a tyre on the left-hander.
Fastest 2 cars on the racetrack last time out were both Brody and Richie, so Kostecki was quickest from Richie Stanaway. Third fastest car was Kevin Estray, who's down in 24th position. You heard Greg Murphy describe earlier that they were fortuitous in their opportunism to be able to put fuel and tyres in that car, get a gain from the safety car and get themselves back into position. Another safety car or 2 as the day progresses. And a fast car will serve you well here. You'll start to see that car gravitate. Second place, Richie Stanaway just disappearing. He's been an outstanding story so far this year, having come back. He drove with Greg Murphy, who's in our broadcast team this weekend last year, and his career is on a rebound. A tremendous amount of international experience in Richie Stanaway, a very fast Kiwi from Auckland. And he last raced in supercars in 2019. He shot to prominence in 2017 when he was able to generate a Sandown 500 victory in wet conditions, and there was an enormous amount of promise, and then for varying reasons, ultimately things didn't work out, but he's been given a great opportunity to bounce back with Red Bull this year, and he's got a full-time ride going into 2024 with Penrite. Let's go to Chad.
So yeah, let's just check out what's been happening in this race. If you just flipped on the 2023 version of the Repco Bathurst 1000 as they go through the chase cars, 9 and 17, very close.
Very close. They bumped at almost 300 kilometres an hour. Wow.
So then, lap 28 of the race, and there was some high drama. Penrite Racing race to the safety car line between Reynolds and Feeney. Unfortunately, passing during the safety car was the call. And despite redressing that back on the racetrack, Penrite Racing had to serve a pit lane penalty to drop them down the order. And then we saw quite a few incidents, and another safety car was called upon. It's got high down the inside of Darwood, and unfortunately Brad Jones Racing with their second car stuck down there at Murray's this weekend, the first on Thursday. This one enough to bring about the BP Ultimate safety car for the second stoppage of the race, and that car dropped down the leaderboard. And unfortunately, the team back in pit lane, including Tony Woodward, they were a little bit disconsolate with what they saw on track. Restart and more drama. How about this one? Declan Fraser in a tradie gear car. A big flat spot on that Dunlop tyre with the huge lock-up down at the bottom of the chase, and then behind him, friendly fire as the two Brad Jones Racing cars clip left rears, wham! And that would take both cars practically out of contention for the Corley Jones. A 15-second penalty, not that it really matters. That car, unfortunately, now 10 laps down. And it's been a tough hour for Brad Jones Racing. 3 out of their 4 cars caught up with issues as we reach about the 2 hour and 6 minute mark of this great race.
Thanks for the update there, Chad. Just watching tyre degradation and lap speed tapering in this stint. These two have got a really strong battle going here at the moment. We're not seeing any evidence of too much fall off. 0.6 is the margin again between first and second. The less of the tyre hurt that we see, the more the story becomes about getting to some portion, if not all, of the end of the fuel load, and less a little bit about the tyres. But this is still very, very early days. 108 laps remaining. We're on lap 55. What is evident is this margin is disappearing fast.
But it was the opposite before we went to the summary of what we've seen so far today, because that gap was 1.6 seconds. It's like Brody made a mistake on that previous lap, because the number's massive. A 10.33 versus a 9.15.
He's got 1.2 seconds in the lap. And now the margin is 0.4 of a second. We've got the G meter up there on Richard Stanaway's car as well.
So there was chat there from Andrew Edwards, and because they scan each other, Andrew was telling Richie what was being discussed in car 99 land. I didn't catch the last part of the conversation, but because they scan each other, they were giving him, it's smart there, see Stanaway with that narrow exit line coming out of the cutting. So he's trying to limit the amount of oversteer and try to put more load on both rear tyres to come out of there nice and straight. But definitely there was some chat with Andrew Edwards back to Richie to describe whatever they're dealing with in the Camaro in front.
Yeah, there might be something going on. We'll keep a very close ear on the radio for car number 99. The G meter tells some stories here as well. The peak value that we've seen so far is 2 Gs in a couple of tricky spots around here where the cars are throwing around, which in touring car and sedan racing terms is pretty significant. Nothing like you see in full-blown open wheelers in Formula 1 or perhaps in IndyCar, but still pretty significant in these cars. So this margin now is officially 0.6 of a second. There's nothing in it. This is the battle for the lead. They're on lap 55. So is this more of the story that you were raising the questions? No, it's something else. So Chaz Mostert, James Moffat. Chaz getting down the inside here. We've seen some good moves back down at the bottom of the chase today. However, there's been more awkward stuff going on down at Murray's corner this year for various reasons. And then this is the Patronus entry car number 7, Aaron Love in that car at the moment, and the Mustang doesn't look like he's got a gallop up there at the moment. Mustang field is broken in that car. 0.4 of a second again, and in fact now what Brody's done is he's actually moved off the ideal line and he got a little bit of a cover going.
And the lap time on that one, 9.24 plays 9.26.
As they push each other along in this little game of cat and mouse, they'll also be just driving right to the edge of the tyre, and they'll know what they can and can't get away with. And neither of them really want to play with each other at the moment. They'd rather just be out there and running at their own pace. What they do have in hand is a pile of time over the next car, which is 11 seconds to Anton Di Pasquale. Anton was about half a second away on the last lap. So at his pace, he did a 9.7. Those boys were doing a 9.2 in front. Andrew Edwards is on the left, formerly of Brad Jones Racing, now down at 888, the Red Bull team. And on the right, Tom Moore, Bill Brown, George Collins, Barry Ryan, they're at Coca-Cola Racing. Studying that data, looking at the microsectors, checking the telemetry to see whether or not there's anything or any story to tell around what's going on with Brody. I think what we're dealing with here, two fast drivers, two fast cars, and not much in it at the moment.
I'm sure that's the case, but I'm interested in the communications and what the drivers are being told as a consequence of the relative speeds, because certainly scanning each other, any chat that's come back from Brody and to George Collins, you get some sort of feel as to what's going on with car 99.
Just wait for that little bit of radio commentary for you. I just like to bear it on. There's no concerns in here, no worried faces at all. What he did come in with before was, it seems like a big chunk of the double soft rotor is actually building inside the front splitters, may have actually come off. It went under the car, caught him by surprise. He did think he had an issue there for a split second, and then they realised as it cleared, that was probably just the rubber that was there for a second that caught him off guard. But the pace at the moment obviously has dropped off markedly. I think the response also is that the track is very slow at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. That's good summary, because I thought I heard a vibration or something, so that might have been the thing that he picked up on. On that lap, a 9.0 for Kostecki and a 9.37 for Stanaway. The gap's moved back out to 0.8 of a second, so elastic gap between the leaders.
The tyre management game being played out there at the moment. A gorgeous view of Mount Panorama over the top from the Century Batteries chopper, approximately 200 kilometres to the west of Sydney on the central tablelands. Big gold rush here in the 1800s, the population in and around Bathurst of around 43,000 people. A National Motor Racing Museum at the bottom of the circuit, Charles Sturt Uni off to the side of the circuit as well, and tens of thousands of enthusiastic supercar fans pinned all around the racetrack at the moment, watching watching an enthralling battle between Brody Kostecki, Richie Stanaway in cars 99 and 97. That gap is still 1.2 seconds. Up and down it goes as they eye each other off in a seesawing battle between the amount of fuel they use and the amount of tyre that they use and how far they can stretch it. And for some of the co-drivers, like Richie Stanaway, James Moffat, Jamie Whitcup, they're trying to clear that minimum requirement. It doesn't mean that we don't see them again, but they are just trying to get through to that 54 lap mark so that they can tick off those numbers. Not 54 laps in their own bank, not the lap mark. So, move down the inside, cut. That was a nice move. He had a wriggling, didn't he, Jamie? On Jaden Ojeda, moves him up into position number 8.
So a 9.2 for Kostecki on that lap, plays a 9.6 for Stanaway, get back out to 1.3. I reckon that 10.3 that Kostecki did, he made a mistake somewhere.
Down the inside comes Will Davison, who's now pitting and we're sort of getting ready now for the Shell Big Power Racing team. As we're looking at these replays, he's just gone beneath me in the commentary box. Wonder whether they make a change to that car because he talked about interminable understeer with us. We jump on board for the run into the elbow. He's fettered the gear to get it in there and out the other side. Straight power pass, job done. There he is, the brothers Davison now going through their changes. They use a little seat insert in this process as well. So a slightly different seat and they are making a change. So they're trying to just change the ride height of the car to get some more turn.
And they're doing the rear bar at the same time. So they'll be stiffening that rear anti-roll bar. Just see him in there, just going to it like a...
Yeah, no, just confirm. Oh, they pulled the air jack out. Well, that might be trouble. Still finish off in the rear anti-roll bar. You always know the rear anti-roll bar is going to be adjusted. And put an Allen key in there, loosen it, twist that blade, and ship it.
Lucky they had the jack stands in that car. Did they actually disconnect the air coupling then?
Yeah, they did.
Yep.
Didn't sound good, did it?
No, it didn't sound good. But as you said, lucky they still had the jack stands up. The completion of that rear bar adjustment ended up being done. They put some fresh tyres on it. Back out he goes. Now that last lap, Kostecki 9.3 plays a 9.5.
This is that move that we caught a little bit earlier of Whitcup trying to wriggle down the inside of Jaden Ojeda. He had a go at it at the chase. It wasn't entirely successful, but he kept gnawing away and he had another crack at it by the time he got down to the bottom of the hill, and this time he was able to do it with clean space around the car. That moved him up into position number 8. And here's the view from on board. So he gets it through into the final corner at Murray's Corner. Gets it out the other side and says thank you for that. Jaden was that keen for that to happen. Nice bit of courtesy regardless. Kostecki Stanaway did the squarely forward. Bryce Ford's actually rocking along quite nicely out there at the moment, pace-wise. Did a 10 flat on the last lap, which is only a tenth or so away from those cars in the lead group. Then Pye, who's phased back into the game a little bit, Mostert, and Moffat's got that 5-second penalty still hanging over his head for the next stop for Waters and Moffat as a result of the unsafe release. Then Whitcup that we've been monitoring there, followed by Ojeda and Keith. That is our top 10.
We also saw a little while ago Scott Pye put a move on Mostert down in the final corner. So Scott Pye has moved up to 5th. So Kostecki, Stanaway, Dick Squally, forward Pye, Mostert, Moffat, Whitcup, Ojeda, O'Keefe. David Reynolds and Garth Tander, with that earlier drive-through penalty, David Reynolds has moved his way back up to 11th. So although that was a difficult pill to swallow earlier, that has now, at least with the next safety car intervention and with 102 laps remaining, gives them a chance to fight back through the course of the afternoon. So they're 33 seconds away from the lead.
The hard part about that is just how much hard work's involved in having to climb back through everybody. So they're getting ready down there at Newlawn Racing now for stop. Car controller at the front. His primary purpose is to just make sure that everything is done properly, monitoring all corners of the car for both the raising and the lowering of the car, establishing comps and making sure that all is right. 2.1 seconds that gap now. So for all the nail biting that went on as Goldie, I beg your pardon, O'Keefe comes in kind of 31 from position number 10, Jada in as well. 2.1 seconds mark for Sticky Stanaway. So that cushion's just opened up a little bit again.
Yeah, it's an elastic gap, isn't it? Now, they've got used tyres on the left-hand front here, and I think they've got fresh tyres on the loaded side, so you can just get that part on the left-hand side. We saw there before. Looks like it's got some ugly marks on the top of that tyre from the left-hand side we saw a second ago. So we'll build up on that tyre.
I can change to the back of that now as well, so a little adjustment. James Golding getting in.
Pretty low heart rate with the way that James is going about that attach rate of belts.
If you could stand out for me. Could stand out. If you come around the front end of this area as well for car 31, see if I can bring it out and show the camera if I can find you guys. There we go. They're just working away and getting these tyres back in, and actually they used the pit board down here for car 31 to get that car back in as well. So all that qualifying pace and some good race pace, but unfortunately they're just having some radio dramas which are a little bit intermittent for Newline racing today.
But we did hear comms established, and he said, James, nod if you can hear me, and he clearly nodded. So hopefully they've got that resolved now as he departs the pit lane. That was a pretty decent stint from Dylan O'Keefe, and they've got a very competitive car today. James has been well on the money. So, oh yeah, they did disconnect, and Jack Stand in there kept that car up while the adjustment was being made to, I think, the anti-roll bar blade. Yes, we talked about that earlier in the week as well, because there were things that were previously adjusted within the cockpit that can't be done anymore. James Fox got some pressure on here at the moment now from Jamie Whincup, 7th and 8th. And Zane Goddard being told to pick this lap. And is that Whincup peeling off? Yep. Yes, it is. And Bryce Forward's also now in the pit lane.
High also, just in front.
Copy that, J-Dub. You are staying in, mate. Try not to come across too early, mate.
So Jamie's done 49 laps so far. So you heard Mark Dutton say staying in.
So he'll do another stint. That'll get him way past the minimum requirement.
And a brake change going on now in the Toyota Forklift Century for tyre life. Dry brake system on the hydraulics on those. Think about the working conditions and just how challenging that space is to work in down there.
Top 5 more seconds, mate. Make sure you got a gear. You're going to be good to go when you're up here. Get ready. Go, go, go.
The critical thing here is to ensure that when you leave the lane, you've got pedal pressure, particularly when you get up to the end of Mountain Straight. 100 laps remaining in the Great Race Edition 2023. 3.1 seconds the gap between Kostecki and Stanaway.
100 every...
driver change as David Russell gets in. Brody Stecky gets out. Meantime, right behind, we've got Richie Stenaway. Yep. They're doing a brake change on that car. Nice shiny tyres in the background there, ready to go on. Brake rotor on. Brake caliper fitted. They're doing the dry brake coupling. Good comms, and the traffic just happens to be car number 99. So it was a yes or no knife edge decision there. Do you want to do it or not? You want to change the fueling policy in order to have track position? And the answer was yes.
We just spoke about track position a second ago before those stops were completed. And that's how powerful track position is. So Mark Dutton said, guys, do we want to make a call here? Was it in accordance with their normal strategy? And it was thinking on your feet that put that car out in the lead.
Spoken about it at Sandown and throughout this weekend of how important that's going to be. Got a knife edge battle going on between these two cars at the moment. And they're shadowing each other strategically. And you just saw the opportunity taken by Red Bull at the end of the pit lane to have the ability to use 20/20 hindsight and see the competitor coming and set their fuel policy on that basis.
Yep. And that demonstrates just what Clear Track does and how they value it.
And what we did see in the previous stint though was car number 99 under pressure and then relieving that pressure at the back end of the stint and getting that margin back out. Reconfirmation that they've got a very, very quick car. Kind of already knew that. David Russell now in car number 99. However, Richie Stanaway stayed at the helm of car number 97, the car that he's going to be sharing with Shane Van Gisbergen, Greg.
Brody Stiggy jumps out, looking nice and fresh, mate. The old comm suit working well.
Yeah, it was working well, but got a bit of work to do to get it tuned up a little bit. Yeah, the tech guys are pretty quick at the moment, so it is the heat of the day as well. So the race doesn't finish till 4 or 5 o'clock, but yeah, not bad so far. I did a really good job off the start, and just followed Jamie for a bit, and yeah, got a little bit of work to do, but we'll be right.
The two of you throwing out there, then we thought that there was going to actually be a bit more pressure put on by Richie Stanaway. The gap came down. We heard you had a little bit of a fright there with maybe a bit of rubber build-up that went underneath the car.
Yeah, there's so much rubber offline, and I guess it just built up in the splitter, and it just dropped under the left front going to turn 2 and almost put it in. So yeah, pretty scary moment. And just took a couple laps to clean the tyres off, but yeah, not too bad. But yeah, we didn't tune it up a lot.
Also, that speed out there at the moment, the pace that you're running, is that a little bit slower than you expected it would be?
Probably not slower than we expected this time of day, but yeah, the balance of the car is probably not what I expected. So this car's the window is so small, so we just have to get it back at the window and it'll be right.
Thanks, buddy. Good luck.
Cheers. Thanks.
Dylan O'Keefe, co-driver with James Goldie here at Newland Racing. Started this race in P4. James started the race. You had some pretty eventful stints there that you had to contend with. How did it unfold for you?
Yeah, it was good to get some laps in the race. The first stint for me was pretty smooth. Just settled in and tried to really look after the tyres. The first stint, Jimmy said he was losing wheels pretty quickly, so I thought, to start the stint nice and easy and build into it. Unfortunately, had the safety car and then a bit of a reset. But second stint was real tricky for me. The first 5 laps were pretty good, but then after that, it was real loose in the rear, and then the engineer said, yeah, we put the wrong tyre on the car. So that was a bit of a handful, but I just wanted to bring it back for James to make some more ground, and then I'll jump back in soon. And hopefully at the end it'll be pretty quick.
Both Scapey and Neil, comment when you guys do your driver changes, just how smooth and calm you both look. Doesn't look like there's any urgency, but obviously you're doing it very fast.
Yeah, pit stops have been awesome, but that last one when I jumped out my radio got caught, so I was like, oh shit. But anyway, got through it, covered my fuel here, so there's a lot of time to change drivers. That's why I'm probably not too stressed.
Thanks for the update. Good luck with the rest of it.
Cheers, thank you.
Scott Mike taking on some food and some fluid. And how's the day tracking right now for the Toyota Purpose number 20?
Yeah, I think pretty good. I've just done my stint, so I did a double. Yeah, I had an unlucky incident with Dale Wood. Yeah, I think he just tried to hang on the outside there, so I don't think we picked up any damage. It's slightly right hand down, but it seems to be going on pretty good because our pace at the end of that stint was really good. We
move forward. Got Chaz at the end. Those forwards in a straight line are so fast, but yeah, in the toe we can kind of stay there, and then I can set them up for the last corner because we've got a better drive out of the chase. But it's a tough track out there. You get offline and you can see the marbles. So you just, I think by mid-race it's going to be almost like a wet line, but we can still overtake, which is awesome to see.
Tim Boss said that he felt like you guys had a top 5 car potentially today. Does it feel like a top 5 car on speed?
It certainly look like that. In my stint, I think that we're as quick as the Red Bulls. I don't know what Brody was doing. He just needed a distance. Going to see him, and yeah, I can see Shane or whoever the Red Bull was, and we're as quick as them. And I think they were the benchmark yesterday through the long run. So I feel confident. Yeah, I just need to eat as much as possible now, and I can't wait to get back in. I'm enjoying this car around here at the moment. It's fun.
Enjoy lunch.
Thank you.
He said that earlier in the week, actually, how much he was enjoying the car and the track. It's a place that he's excelled at. Been a runner-up here on a couple of occasions with Warren Ruff. He's in the car at the moment. Looks like he's got his hands full with the traffic out there. So we also saw brake changes, importantly, on 25 for Mostert and Holdsworth. And car 11 for the Shell V-Power car there as well for Tony Gilberto and Anton Di Pasquale. Now, here's an amazing fact, isn't it? When you stop and consider the traumas that can unfold in this event, but then you've got David Reynolds back in the lead of the car race. So the sequence of it all is yet to fully play out, but he's back in the lead. We've had some safety car interventions. They had a tough deal where after they got to the safety car control line, Bob Feedy was in front off the end of the stop, and then David must have rounded him up further up the lap, further up Mountain Straight. And then he got the penalty, pit lane penalty as a result of it, had to go all the way to the very end of the field, and then is squeaking his way back into contention.
Under investigation, car 14 for a pit lane infringement. Brad Jones Racing does not need another issue with their cars today.
No, that car's actually been quick, so it's been in the top 10 just in this last stint.
Got away with that. That was excellent driving. Absolutely excellent driving. Around the outside, through that section of road, and there was no margin. Absolutely no margin. So it was Tim Slade and Tony D'Alberto alongside each other at roughly 300 kilometres an hour, gave each other room, cars buffeting around, and were able to get through the right-hander and then get them stopped and stay on the black stuff. Well done. What's this?
This is James Golding.
So good. Slade on the outside.
Looking at Golding, sorry, on the timing mark, I got myself distracted in that process. How they got through there 2 by 2.
That is just fantastic, isn't it? That is really high quality driving.
And the cars are moving around a lot in those circumstances, so when you are side by side like that, it's no easy breezy mission.
You might have a bit of contact here. Yep. So Mostert back to Waters, and just who's on board there? I thought it was Moffat still, isn't it? I think so, yes.
You happy there, mate? Get out of there. Alright, Adam's all done in there too, guys. So now we're just waiting on fuel, mate. We're just waiting on fuel. Yeah, Josh, you keep pushing it in. Alright, Josh, get out of there. Alright, yeah, get a gear, mate. I mean, Matt, get a gear. Alright, we're just waiting on fuel. Just get those all for you. Just waiting on fuel, mate. Go, straight.
Go. So talking to go, Anton Di Pasquale, you having your banana, good to get those straight back into you, get that energy back up. Good stint, mate, but tell me what it's like out there. Middle of the day is typically when the conditions are toughest. Give us your read from the driver's seat.
Yeah, pretty slippery. Track's pretty slow. Obviously, we're 3 or 4 seconds off like a qualifying kind of time, and probably 2 seconds off our race runs in practice. So we're hanging on. Our car's looking after its tyres pretty well. We just haven't got the speed of the other guys, so we'll battle and we'll see what happens.
So a lot of fuel in the car, across the top. Talk to me about driving a Gen 3 car here in 2023. You took all that aerodynamic downforce off them. Is it physically harder? Are you going to be more accurate? What's it like to drive up there, mate?
It's probably a little bit more tame over the top, just in terms of the speeds a fair bit down, steering load's a bit down, and you try not to slide the tyres. So we're still pushing the car. Like, the car's quite balanced. It feels alright.
obviously downforce off front and rear, so it's not just a sliding crazy thing. But yeah, it's we'll see as the track rips up, and obviously there's a lot of marbles out there. The sun's going to come down, time's going to come down, and hopefully our things in the window.
Ready for the sprint at the end of the day. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, thanks. Cheers. Thanks, everyone.
Race control to all teams. Pit lane penalty to car 14 for a pit lane infringement.
So you just raised the prospect that the last thing they need was another penalty or another trauma. Brad Jones Racing, and they've just got one. So that car has been pretty effective so far in the race. Car number 14, Bryce Forward, Dick Fury. There it is, the middies entry. It's a couple of battle scars, but now it's also got a whack on the knuckles from the umpire for something that's going on in the pit lane.
I think it was the release of the pit lane speed limiter too early. So they've been pinged for that. I think that's what the background of that one is. How's Brad Jones? Don't take a text for him at the moment.
Been pretty quiet today. I don't think he's going to have too much.
We've got a pit lane penalty here. Right through the pit lane penalty, in this lap.
Phil Key, the engineer in the background, delivering the sad news.
I heard Phil tell Dean Fiore that he needed to come through pit lane, and then Dean went straight back to him, what was that for? So at some stage, Phil will give him a bit more detail. Won't make them feel any better.
No, so sometimes you just have, inverted commas, those weekends at Mount Panorama, and this is one of them, Greg Murphy.
Yeah, what a disappointment for 14. But I'm also with a pretty frustrated and angry with himself, Kevin Estra. He came in and showed some emotion there after that mistake that you made down at turn 2, mate. Just talk us through that.
Yeah, the stint was going well. I think I had a good rhythm. Shane was in front of me, and I don't know, I think I just pressed the brake too hard, too big of a pick on the attack. I locked the front, and then I couldn't really unlock it, and went slowly into the wall, but I could not get out. So yeah, really angry with myself and frustrated because I think we have a good car. Well, we're back on the lead lap as it looks, so that's good. But yeah, we lost quite a lot of track position, so I'm a bit pissed off with myself.
I understand that, absolutely. Good strategy though, and good call by the team to actually bring you in under that safety car, and then also double up with getting the wave by on the lap. So that really helped.
Oh, for sure, the team did a good job at reacting, and then it was all about staying, trying to get a long stint and staying out and hoping for a safety car to come back, which happened. And for me, in the end, just to do a clean run, try to maintain the pace. I think my last stint was good, but yeah, it's a bummer about this mistake, but that's the way it is. I have to learn.
That is the way it is. You have to learn. We keep learning, don't we?
He did a really good job, didn't he? And we're hearing that David Reynolds is coming in now from the lead, Neil, so that'll put Stenaway back at the pointy end.
and evidence of some flame. Was there anything on the road that was left behind, or has this all been done on his own? We'll try and get to the bottom of those questions. Now, they've called a safety car, but Moffat's actually getting this thing back. So look into the background, he's made heavy contact out the other side of the dipper. And is that as a result of any lack of grip on the road, or has he just made a mistake? This will tell us. Let's have a listen.
Inside fence, I think.
Wow, heavy contact. And this just goes to show how risky this place is. The slightest hiccup in your rhythm and you eat concrete. So I'd like to see that on board again to see whether or not it validates your suggestion of actually getting that inside wall. And I think came to a grinding halt. That's what it sounded like, didn't it?
Gee, there's no road there. You just don't think about the runoff after you bump the inside fence. It just pinballs itself straight into the outside fence.
What a horror story here for Moffat and Waters. Now they're reacting. Stanaway's in. They're ready at Red Bull. They've got both their cars. It's a double stack again for car number 88. Again, the lesser of the two evils, but it requires then a lot of ducking and diving in the strategy to be able to try and wriggle that noose. Now, did they leave 99 out there? They did. They left David Russell out there. He's going to battle to get this thing through here.
I'm surprised by them taking both cars here, especially when Russell stayed out. The divergence of strategy at some stage needs to be done for these two cars.
I think 88 was getting, I knew they'd battle here. 88 was battling with, well, not battling, but getting low in fuel because of the strategy they'd embarked on in that last stop.
Has blocked pit entry.
So, because of the way that thing was steering so poorly and crabbing,
On track at the incident, car 6 has blocked pit entry.
I can hear the voice of Paul Martin from Supercars Motorsport Department in the background. So that's going to be an issue that everybody's have to be very respectful of if they are coming into the lane. We've got Wincup in, Caruso, LeBrock, Courtney, Slade, Holdsworth, Goldie, Perkins, Davison, that is Alex, all in.
They short-filled 97 then, Neil. So Stanaway stayed in and it was short-filled. So part of the strategy play again, we'll have to get our brain around what the repercussion is, but certainly short-filled for Stanaway.
Russell continues to lead in Brody Kostecki's car. He's got Tony D'Alberto behind him in Anton Di Pasquale's car. And then in third, it's Pye and Luff, and that is James Moffat in a very awkward position at pit in the Monster Energy car.
40 litres for Stanaway. That's all it was. And your read of this not getting into the pit was dead on because look at the way it's crabbing down the road. When you saw it from the front and you said it straight away, I thought, oh, this is probably right, but it has blocked the pit entry.
We've seen it before, and look at the disturbance there for the Newlon car trying to deal with it, and others just rally crossing their way into the lane, scrambling to make position. I mean, it's a battle of 10 kilometres an hour going on out there. It's like a traffic jam. How's this? So that's probably what, a 10-second loss in that one. Meantime, gets rounded up on the outside by the WAU car. So this car with heavy damage. The suggestion from Mark is that he may have made contact with the inside wall up there at the dipper. And Austin Holdsworth car round the outside in the grass and gravel. And car number 31 delayed in the whole process to try and negotiate that, Dylan O'Keefe and James Golding.
This is craziness, isn't it? It is full on. This race never fails to deliver. There's 90 laps remaining. We're under safety car conditions. David Russell and the Coke team have decided not to take that stop. D'Alberto is now right up in behind him. In fact, that safety car has really worked well for D'Alberto and car 11. It's also worked well for Luff because that stop was just recently made. Andre Heimgartner, Dale Wood, All the guys there talking in the background. Brad Jones, Murph.
I'm going to grab a very despondent Dale Wood here, mate. Just come over here for a second. Get you. It has been a tough couple of years here for you at this racetrack, mate. It hasn't been kind at all. Just give us a bit of an idea of what happened out there coming in down on that last lap.
We didn't give much warning. Got an oil pressure alarm earlier on for a couple of laps, but sort of thought it was a temperature thing, and then just on Conrod it gave a massive bang, and it was all over, so we knew it was something pretty big. And the day started to go south a little bit earlier on when I came together with Scotty, so I grabbed my wheel at that last turn and 5 minutes of the fence. I'm so gutted. It's just not working at the moment, but I'm so spewing for the team. It's a freaking awesome joint, and it's the results in this car should have come today, and they're not.
It's a cruel game.
Yep.
Thanks, buddy. And there was a well trail, as you can see the flames coming out from underneath. Yeah, well, it's pretty obvious. So they haven't been able to isolate exactly what's going on. If there's a hole at the bottom of it, Kenny McNamara from KRE Engines was down here a minute ago having a look as well. But yeah, that's the end of the day for that car. She's done.
Just trying to grab a word with Cam Waters, asking the same questions that Mark and Neil have been. Did he clip the inside wall? Did you see that oil go down prior? Maybe it was out. It didn't look like maybe, but until we see the data, we won't know. But, wow, I don't know what to say, Cam. It's a tough gig, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's what we do, isn't it? And it's what Bathurst is all about. It throws everything at you. And had some good experiences here and obviously some bad ones. Moff was doing an unbelievable job. He was hanging with Chaz and he's been great. This Enduro season, and he's either slipped on oil and hit the wall, or he's just made a little mistake. So be pretty dirty on himself.
All right, I don't think there's much more we can add at this point. Thanks for the heads up.
Some pretty dissatisfied drivers out there at the moment. There's so much in the build-up, there's so much prestige in this event, and you're so amped and hyped when you come into it, and when it all goes sour and you know that you've got another 365 days to wait before you can get another crack at fulfilling a dream. That's terrible damage on that car. Here we go. Again, to understand more about it, did he clip the wall or was it oil? It's hard to say. It might be a lack of grip there. The other thing that is important in you were discussing before about the Van Gisbergen time that he was stationed, remembering that he stopped last on prior to the most recent stop on 63. So they'd only been out for a short period of time putting fuel back in that car. So that was part of the reason.
But the difference, the massive difference that's occurred here, Neil, is that Stanaway Van Gisbergen car is 39 litres went on and 94. So what we're dealing with is if it's a fuel race, if this race becomes a fuel race, on that level of fuel for Whincup, you can almost get home now with 2 stops.
Yeah. And guys, just to confirm on Andre Hodgard at Wood Entry for BJR, there is actually a hole in the bottom of the engine. That happened at that moment when it finally lost oil pressure. So I would almost guarantee that there was no fluid of any type on the track where, unfortunately, James Moffat went in the fence. That was instantaneous down here at the chase when we saw that flame. That's obviously when the engine decided to let go.
Okay, so just confirming, you're saying that happened down the bottom there.
100%, mate. Yes, it was instantaneous. It still had some oil pressure right going into the chase, and then it let go.
Copy. That was important to understand. Thank you. But it also speaks to the fringes of the racetrack and the grip there. There is James Moffat making his way into the back of the pit paddock here after that awful contact up at the top of the hill, and then just being into a frustrating position trying to get back into the pit lane.
So we've spoken a lot, and this is really a crucial period of the race now with almost 90 laps still remaining. What we've spoken of is the fuel component the determining factor today, or will tyre and car speed be the determining factor? And based on fuel loads and what just happened there with a complete change of strategy between car 97 and car 88, we've seen a short film for Stanaway and 39 litres, so let's just call that 40, in excess of 90 litres went into Whincup's car. So we've got 2 divergent strategies going, and we don't know yet whether that will play a big role in what is the final segment of this race in terms of the stops and the tyre life.
And the thing that's worth keeping an eye on here is that if you look at car number 99, David Russell has done 36 of the 54 laps required for driver B. If you look, for example, at car number 88, and driver B in this case is Jody Whitcup, has now done 61 laps as we get back into it as well. So you've also got this other little battle going on. It's one of the other things I mentioned earlier in the day, at what's happening with not only fuel, not only tyres, but how you're managing the driver, co-driver combinations. Now, that's less of a talking point if the speed is matched between A and B. It becomes a bigger part of the story if you've got a mismatch. Back to the action though, up into turn 2. That was tight.
You don't want to be out there. So that manoeuvre, which put him right out there in the marbles, was touch and go for Warren Luff. And Stanway was able to put that move on him. So in behind, have a look at Tander. There's Tander. Oh, that was so close. Tander was going to move up the inside there of Luff, up under the tree, and almost certainly would have been a massive shot. He put the nose of the Penrite Mustang up there, and right at the death stop, pulled out of it.
They all know that there's an opportunity on these restart moments to be able to make profit. So they'll be hungry to try and jump whoever they can. We haven't yet made the critical 100 lap mark of this race, where we typically take a pause and a breath to understand what it is that we're dealing with. It's a mishmash and a whole bunch of different things going on out there at the moment with drivers, co-drivers, fuel, tyres, who's got the fuel efficiency, who's got the tyre efficiency, who's got fast cars, will the track come to them as the day unfolds. Right at the moment, we've got David Russell in the lead from Tony D'Alberto and a whole variety of different speed drivers all mixed up through the field. Tander, for example, in position number 6, Whincup back in position number 9.
He's through. Tander's now passed. So nice manoeuvre there. He had to capitalise. He got the toe. He was in the slipstream of Warren Luff. And when he got to the right-hander, he was in the perfect spot to go down the inside and put that manoeuvre on. So Tander, after all the drama earlier with the drive-through penalty that they were imposed, has come back now. They are in 5th on the road, right behind Stanaway, one of the real contenders.
1.5 seconds gap between Russell and D'Alberto. Vast majority of the field is representative of the co-drivers at the moment. Only Thomas Randall is the primary driver in the top 10. Simona Di Silvestro also nominated as a primary in 14th at the moment. Matt Payne in the callback. Oh, dirty side of the road. How did she manage to get away with that one? That was full-blown WRC spec, wasn't it, to try? She's been doing some rallying as well.
Well, that served her well. That was, seriously, you're at 260k, it was slowing down, it was in the braking area, but she had the wheels in the dirt and gathered it up and got away with the non-marbles, which she regained control of the car. Normally, the marbles would put you in the fence, but she grabbed hold of it and saved it. Well done.
It's a thrill a minute, this place. One thing's for sure, that you've only got to wait a couple of minutes for the next crazy instalment to come in the unfolding drama that is. Because time and again we see some crazy stuff going on here, and it's still very early in the play.
This is Garth
making his move. So watch this.
He was almost up here, Neil, and he decided from the back it looked like it was really close, but from there it was not as bad as I thought.
Yeah, how's this one on the replay into the braking area, turn 2. So with the Snowy River Caravan technique just wandering ever so gently to the left side of the road, the corresponding reaction to the action was that Simona just ended up out there in the weeds. You don't often recover from that, because if you do end up on the wrong side of the crest at the top of Mountain Straight, you end up with what Will Brown experienced earlier in the weekend. Crack into that wall. Oh, down the inside and forcing the issue. That was a pretty cool move, wasn't it? Whincup and Ojeda, but I think he might get tripped on the way back out. He will. So this is pretty vigorous, and lurking in the background at the moment is Lee Holdsworth. Ojeda hangs on, 2 by 2 through turn 1. And Whincup just gets back into a position to be able to clear onto the ideal line.
Ojeda was very gentlemanly there with Jamie. He was on the inside, and as it turned out, he didn't use all the road. Oh, big lunge, and he gets down the inside, but he's on the wrong side of the road for when they come out of turn 2 up to the cutting. So that manoeuvre there from Lee Holdsworth was bold, but it positioned him poorly for the run into the next section.
Just going further back to those that have ticked off the requirement for the mid-laps. So both the Red Bulls, the job's done. Yeah, they can now do whatever they want with whichever driver they choose, depending on who's feeling good, who's at one with their car, who's got the speed. So for Whincup and also for Stanaway, 63 and 59 laps in the back pocket, that's no longer a concern for them. So that's one important hurdle that's now pushed off to the side of the strategy play and allows them to concentrate on the thing that matters most, which is speed and efficiency for both fuel and for tyres.
Watch this dive. So Lee Holdsworth has come seriously from a car length and a half, maybe further back, and was able to get the Optus Mobil 1 Mustang down the inside, and then he's on the wrong side of the road for the kick. And we've seen some big accidents in this section. Remember 2005. And have a look how far back he's come from. And he gets down there. I don't think they made contact. He got through there perfectly, gave him some room on the outside, but then the road goes left and left again. So he was caught on the wrong side of the road. Here we go, still clean and going. Nice job. This is Richie Stanaway
Up to third now and gets by Jalen Robotham in the process. And so that means that Richie's now just inside 3 seconds off the lead of this race.
Good afternoon, I'm Mike.
In the 2023 Repco Bathurst 1000, and our number 3 has been another dramatic one so far. It turned into, at the beginning, a real pit stop race between the 97 and the 99. Shane Van Gisbergen and Brody Kostecki going at it. And they had changed into different strategies throughout the midpoint of that race. Dave Russell currently leading in car 99, doing a nice job. Then there was some big dramas here. Dale Wood, it has been a really rough day for Brad Jones Racing. Conrod failure on Conrod straight. And a huge fire at the back of that car. Made it back into pit lane, but further behind him there was more drama. The Monster Energy Mustang in the hands of James Moffat. Listen to this. Crunch down through the Gazoo Racing dipper. And unfortunately that would lead to another BT Ultimate Safety car. And the end of the day, one of the Tickford front runners, they've had a really tough enduro campaign. And you combine Sandown 500 and the Bathurst 1000. The good news, thankfully, the son of the legendary Alan Moffat was okay. Off the back of that one, lap number 75, the restart. And how about this moment? Simone Di Silvestro on the driveway, then on the grass, then sideways, going to the outside of Zach Best. And a nice save for Simona. More pressure from behind when she got up towards the cutting. Thankfully, A-OK. It's been a big race so far. Car 99 leading the way.
Really keen to grab a chat with this guy, Mark Up. We might just come back to him in a sec. So I just noticed Shane Van Gisbergen's just walked in. Sorry to interrupt, Shane. Really nice to watch you guys. I only say that because I watched all the work you did on your race car during the week, and now we're seeing that dividend start to pay.
Yeah, I wasn't too stressed about qualifying, even though we weren't competitive, but race car's looking good. We struggled with brakes then, that's why we did the change earlier than we wanted. So we may have to do another, we'll see. But Richie's driving very well. But this stacking stuff's so difficult. With the, we mucked over 88 them, now we're trying to short fill not to hurt them, and they're trying to come up with things to get in front of us, but really track position's tough, like it's impossible to pass the fours, they're so fast down the straight, but yeah, it is what it is. We got to keep trucking along, Richie's doing amazing, and see how we go.
I've got to say, that's the first time I've heard that, Shane. I won't hear it from the other side, but just a final question, mate. You're leaving us next year. What would it mean to you to grab another Bathurst before you went?
Everything.
Yeah, that's a great response. Now, I'm just going to quickly ask Mark Dutton. We watched with great interest, and thank you for the fans at home. You put some real interest into the race, right? Because you've split your strategy with the Coca-Cola team. You're doing something different. Looks like Jamie could maybe get home on 2 stops, and now that's turned into what we call a fuel race for him. These guys, as we just said, short-filled them to get them out of the way. Thank you. So is that what, have we read the play right there?
We've got to see how it rolls out. Unfortunately, a safety car came at a most inopportune time for us. We had the decision whether to keep car 88 in the lead and put car 97 to pretty much dead last. So clearly, I decided not to do that. So now we've got to see if that was a good or bad decision. The drivers are making sure that they do an amazing job with their lap speed and consistency to bring them both to the front so that we can make sure there's a good position.
You raise a really good point though, because we have this situation where the fills are very slow now because of our fuel filler. You want to try and split your strategies, but you clearly couldn't do that easily early.
No, whenever you split them, they merge together again because fast cars end up next to each other. So you see we then stack them again, even though we had separated. So it's the same for everyone. Everyone with 2 fast cars and 1 boom. So yeah, and look, it used to be the same. We've stacked our cars a lot of times in the past. It's just a longer stack now, so that's unfortunate.
Thanks for the heads up, pal.
While that conversation was taking place, there was also a note came up on the bottom of the timing screen about car 88 under investigation. So that's the Craig Lowndes and Zane Goddard. We'll try and understand a bit more about that. I also heard a whisper that there may have been some trauma for Simone Di Silvestro up at Forest Elbow while the conversations were unfolding. Chat was walking through the highlights and the team were updating us out of the pit lane. Try and stay on top of that for you. So 1.5 second gap now. Russell D'Alberto 1-2 at the moment. Richard Stanaway still in third, 2.1 seconds off the lead. And some real fascination in the way in which this strategy plays working out. You heard from Mark Duffy, team manager of the Laphol Racing team. Winkup's up into 6th. He's in behind Tander. Randall behind that duo. Then it's Holdsworth, who's been a winner here previously. Warren Luff, who's been on the podium. So the other thing that you tend to find is that those that have got a lot of success at Bathurst into their CV, as the day grows and gets in deeper and deeper into the play, they tend to be the ones that you see floating towards the top. There's a reason for it.
Yeah, experience around here and the way that the whole day plays out is a big factor in this championship and the way that this race is run and won. Oh, a little bump there. That was, I think, the pass on Randall. Is Randall on board? Yes. So it's Thomas Randall and Jamie Winkup on the way out of the chase through the change direction, and this is car 98. So you're right, you were talking about some drama there for Simona at Silva. That was it.
And there may have been another car involved there, so Tyler Everingham's in the trading car. So was there a touch-up to help that? That was the next car in the queue, maybe, maybe not. But Simona pointing in the wrong way, wrong direction, and able to get it in gear.
Resolution to all teams, PLP to car 888 for a pit lane infringement.
So Goddard and Lowndes PLP. So there's been several of those today as they bring the Toyota forklift entry in. Luff and Pye will understand more about what's gone on there with the Lowndes entry. Hugely popular entry in this field. Get 100-mile-an-hour tape going on the right front corner of that car. Any clues?
Luff staying on board. No, I haven't heard what happened with car 888. I mean, they're 5.8 laps down, so cruel start for them anyway.
3, 2, 1.
This car's been weird for today because there's been times when Scott Pye was really fast.
Early in the weekend, it was one of the fastest cars out there. And then the track got away from them a little bit, and then you heard from Scott just a little bit earlier that he was enjoying the event, enjoying the car, and felt like he was back in phase again. Fastest car out there on the last lap was Richie Stanaway, and second quickest car was Jamie Winkup. So the Red Bulls quick again out there, and then Tony Gilberto was the third fastest car. He's currently sitting in second position. Picking up our leader down at the bottom of the hill. Here is the battle that's going on for second and third at the moment. There's nothing in this. This is worth focusing on. So that's our top three right there at the bottom of the chase. It's Stanaway that I just referenced. He was very, very quick on that last lap. He was so quick that he's having a sniff now at the lead, and he's done it pretty easily. He's got his mojo well and truly back now. When we jumped on board earlier, looking at his handwork, it's all very calm, not asking too much of the tyres and making pace. And you can see that an important graphic just popped up on screen thanks to Thrifty. We're at the halfway point of this incredible race, Greg.
Yeah, he is super impressive as Richie Stanaway, doing it very, very smoothly at the moment. Just popped to ask the technical team, the Supercars technical team, what the issue was there with that 888. You were asking the question why they got that PLP. It was for an early release of the pit lane speed limit button. They were going over 50 k's an hour when they got to the line. So everyone needs to be very careful on that one, making sure that you get to the line before you turn off the pit lane limiter.
And I think that's what happened with car 14.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, so that's the second time we've heard of that one. I mean, it's easily done, and that data is all monitored by the Supercars Motorsport Department and Motorsport Australia Race Control. They see it down there in the data hub, and a brake change going on here for the Joe Monroe Bottom 35 entry. Cameron Hill, they got off to a difficult start with clutch problems with that car at the commencement of the day. Meantime, Jack Perkins will run an entry. Oh, that is awkward into turn one. Not too much of that going on in either direction in either of those cars. It's Jack at the helm at the moment. He's getting a little friendly touch up there into turn one. It just also made the gear shift back down to second gear. A little bit awkward for Jack. It was Jake Kostecki that was in the car that was on the receiving end of that up into turn one. 1.68 seconds officially the margin, and we've got a very tight margin between the next group.
There's been a lot
Estre, who unfortunately ended up in that rubber trap on the outside of turn 1. He's making slow and steady progress back playing the clawback. I heard from Kevin a bit earlier in the broadcast, frustrated, deeply frustrated with himself. So here we are on board with that car now up into turn 2, and that's him moving past Fabian Coulthard up into position number 12. So they're playing themselves back in here. They've got good pace. The Lucky Dogs help them in the safety car process, and so they can still be a factor.
Neil, I'm down here in the Cam Waters garage. No Lucky Dogs down here, I can tell you, mate. You can see this damage on this car is quite substantial. You've got all the front suspension out being replaced, all the rear suspension out being replaced. There's a whole rear corner. Quite substantial. If you turn around behind you here, Sam, you'll see a whole bunch of bent bits all over here. Look at this damper here. Look at that. Whack. So I don't see much chance of getting this out for any purpose in the race. I think it'd be more to get it out of the garage to create some space. But here he is, James Moffat. We want to talk to James. Mate, that was a good stint up to that point. You were driving well. Pretty good weekend for you, mate. But, you know, hey, we race drivers, we make a little error occasionally, but we're intrigued whether it was oil, a mistake, a drama, clip the ball, what happened?
Yeah, I just clipped the inside wall there at the dipper, Larko, so, and then that just fired me into the outside wall. So, hugely disappointed, but I know I'm not the first person to do something like that, and I won't be the last. So, yeah, just disappointed in myself, sort of pride myself on not making errors like that, and sorry for all the team, all the guys, see them, they're back at work now trying to put it back together. So, yeah, we were sort of definitely fighting with one, maybe both hands tied behind our back today, mate. So, yeah, it was tough out there, but that's no excuse for what I did.
All right, brutally honest, thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Pretty tough deal there for James Moffat, and then he battled to get it back in the lane, but it was already well bruised. He was runner-up in that wild race in 2014, and then super effective recently with Cam Waters at this race, and what a shame for him. They're getting ready down at Coca-Cola Racing here for Jack Perkins in car 9 in the Will Brown entry. And that's Will standing by ready to jump in. They've been on the clawback. They qualified 17th. The opening stint for this car was very impressive.
Absolutely. Far and away the best tyre degradation of the day so far was that first stint for Will Brown.
And David Russell's tyres looking strong in this stint as well when you look at that post-race investigation between cars 98 and 60, Everingham and Simone. I think that replay that we showed you up at the top of the hill at Forest Elbow, that one will get looked at and studied in greater detail when they get to the end of the race.
And that means also, just looking at those driver numbers, Neil, that Jack Perkins is done if they choose to play it that way. So these are the numbers. Jack? 58.
Yeah.
Have a look at the marbles there.
Yeah, that's actually going to be something that really needs managing, and it's not because anyone necessarily drives out there, but you can be forced out there. You make an error, look at that up the top, or you're in a battle with somebody, you're either trying to pass or being passed, and all of a sudden you're out of the regular tram track, and that's when things can get pretty ugly. So that looks somewhat spooky over the top of the hill at the moment.
Felt sorry for James Moffat then, didn't you?
Yeah.
And because you're trying hard, I mean, that's just how it is.
And I think that there's a desperate need for those guys to get a result. They want a result, they're hungry for it, they feel frustrated at the moment, and so that's compounded the pain for them, unfortunately. So really difficult day for them, and for James in, I think it was his 14th straight race, you know, he's been pretty hard on himself there, and it's giving himself a bit of an uppercut, but he knows that it's just a tiny error, and that's all part of the game. I said it right at the very start of the day. Blindingly fast, blind corners, concrete walls, no room for error, and that's just part and parcel of this place. 3/4 of a second the gap now between Russell and Stanaway, so the battle at the front is reaching a point where Stanaway might be able to throw a punch here and change the lead. We're looking at Tim Blanchard, car 3, cool drive entry, he's 19th at the moment, and also the incredible stress that Dunlop soft tyre goes under. Together with the dampers around here, we've revised the tyre wear and strain around here from what was low with the hard tyre to medium to high. But what I'm going to be really curiously watching as this day continues to unfold is whether or not they're able to continue to further stretch these tyres as the place rubbers up, well and truly, as the temperature varies and those shadows get longer. There'll already be some shadows in one or two places around here now, but we'll start to just give things a little bit of a breather. Fastest car on the racetrack last time round was Richie Stanaway. David Russell was third fastest. Tony Gilberto was the third fastest car, and they are 1 and 2. 1, 2 and 3, in fact, at the top of the order. Now this is the battle for 4th and 5th. Tander and Whincup. Talk about some experience in this duo. So for Garth Tander and David Reynolds, they've got more experience here than any other combination in the race. It's a slightly different story when it comes to Whincup and Feeney, because for Brock it's very early in his days as a professional supercar driver. Whincup having a bit of a sniff around the back of Tander's car, and he's right on him. He's putting his signature on the rear bumper, and Garth's just suggesting that he goes the long way. Remembering that Tander was in this team for the last several years, and now he finds himself in hand-to-hand combat with his former boss.
And there was nothing in that then. They were close to bumping in the chase itself for the left-hander. They were very close as they come out of the chase. In fact, I think Jamie probably rested the front of the Camaro on the back of the Mustang on the way down to Murray's corner, and then just was able just to extract himself out of there to put the move on. And by the time he actually got the move made, he hit the inside curve too hard. That made it leap sideways and then gave Garth a little sniff on pit straight for about half of the pit straight there. It looked like Garth might have arrowed back down the inside, but Garth's too savvy for it because he knows that if he gets involved in another battle, you just slow each other up. So Garth gave that away. He purposely then said, no, it's all fine. I'll get on and follow you now, because the pace at the moment is something that every driver, especially the pointy end, when these guys are dealing with top 5 cars, you're always trying to assess what your car is like versus another car at any given point in time in this race. So what Garth's doing now is he's just let him go. He'll pull off 4 or 5 car lengths and then he'll go, righto, how fast can I go with this without hurting my tyre? And how does it line up with Whincup? Because on all the numbers, especially based on the amount of fuel they put in Whincup's car, it's a very impressive run for car 88. Very impressive. And again, to watch Jamie, we marvel at his expertise over the years. Doesn't matter what track, 7-time champion, 4-time winner here. And he always looks like he's in slow-mo. When you watch him drive the car, his steering inputs are beautiful and smooth. He's got a real innate ability to not hurt the tyre. You watch when he turns the car at the corner and listen for the throttle application. You never see sharp corrections. See, the lock just comes off nice and smoothly. And such an important run up mountain straight there. So when he turned it, he made the apex, he put a trail amount of throttle on, and then just increased the amount of throttle, took the lock off the car, and glided it up mountain straight.
The other thing that will need to happen somewhere in about the next 2 or 3 laps is that Russell's not far away from the end of this fuel stint. And he's done 24 laps on this set of tyres. And he's actually still rocking along with pretty decent pace.
But he's going to have to get to 54, isn't he?
So he needs to get another 3 laps under the belt in order to be able to get through and tick off that requirement. So that's going to be a bit knife edge for them, in fact.
7 News doesn't just bring you the news.
73 of 161 laps remaining, make that 72 now. This is the battle for the lead, 3/4 of a second. And we're focused on David Russell, our race leader. Just talking up the fact that he has done an outstanding job, and he'll be just flicking those eyes into the mirror to check that margin, which is sitting neatly at 3/4 of a second. In fact, it's 5 seconds across the top three at the moment, so we've got a situation where Tony D'Alberto and Anton De Pasquale are well in this in third position at the moment. Whitcutt's up into fourth. Tanda, Russell is up in fifth position. They had the unfortunate situation of copping a penalty in a safety car infringement, and they've clawed their way back.
Yeah, the safety cars have got them back into it, and the margin for Tanda is basically 15 seconds from the lead. But to your point, Tony D'Alberto and Anton De Pasquale have got really good tyre life. When we were doing the forecasting and looking through all the tyre runs before the race, we thought that car 11 was as good as any other car in the field, including these ones.
Looking at this pit stopping there for the Middy's electrical entry of Dean Fiore and Bryce Forward. Had a chance now to just skim the text from Todd Hazelwood. One of the things that he's noted in there is that the balance of the car is pretty good, but his cool suit system failed and his helmet air hose broke. So his words, not mine. It's a bit toasty in there, and then he finishes it. It's quite a long text, and says, "We'll keep fighting, but wish us luck."
Talking about a bit toasty inside, I don't know if we can pick up a shot of the Will Davison, Alex Davison, Shell V-Power Mustang that is damaged. If you can get a shot of the left-hand side, this is where it happened. Yeah, there's Alex Davison just told me, he said, I caught someone down the inside at the elbow. Now, if we have a look at the side of the car, the exhaust exit's the left-hand side. Look, it's done. It's shut it. It's burning up the door there. Now, when they just did their pit stop, they shoved a pry bar in there to try and open it up to let the exhaust gas release. Now, I've got to tell you, I reckon it's going to hurt its power all day. It's number 99 pits. I'll let you take it from here, guys. So just watch that because the fumes are coming into the car. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, and it's also hard to be working on that side of the car. Quite a few people are wearing shields over their fire suits for the hot exhaust gas blast. Critical stop here. David Russell's done an outstanding job in that stint. He should be applauded for that. Mistake-free and fast. Brody Kostecki jumping in head first. Not a lot of space. You can see that his hands device caught on the way and just fouled at the top of the door aperture, right on the top of the roll bar there. Got a driver assist to help the cause. Quick systems check beneath the bonnet.
And this is now Brody into the end.
33 seconds.
And that's a big requirement, isn't it? So being covered by fuel, left rear was a little bit slow. Thankfully, the fuel's got the job covered. Greg's down there keeping an eye on things, so if he sees something, just jump in.
Looks like a green tyre. Are they green tyres, Murph?
No, they're not, mate. No, not green tyres. They pulled a blocker out actually underneath the hood when they lifted it. Radiator cooling blocker. Everything went to plan. You're 100% right. I expect to be right. You managed to see the clump of rubber that has come out from the splitter. And then I'll try and grab that actually. Look at that. Look at that size of that that's sitting underneath the front splitter there. So that's what came off earlier and gave Brody a bit of a fright when it went under the left front going into turn one. So yeah, that'd do the job, wouldn't it?
Oh, look at it. It is a fair chunk. Thanks for that, Greg. If you get enough of those together, you'll be able to make a tyre.
Make some tyres, yeah.
So did a little bit of work under the bonnet, and then you can see the work also going on the passenger side of the car as well.
But I thought I saw them do a rear roll bar adjustment also. I could be wrong, but I thought there was an adjustment made on the right rear of that car.
One of the things that just seems so unusual is just the amount of time when you are putting a big fuel load back into the car. It's so different to the previous rhythm. So there'd be almost muscle memory in the pit stop process as well, that people would be expecting all that to happen quicker, put a bit of pressure on everyone, but they do have that little bit of extra space to deal with. So that sends Brody out there with a big drink of fuel, PPE 75, fresh set of Dunlop soft tyres on that car. It reveals Stanaway in position 1, D'Alberto in position 2, Whitcup in position 3. 5.6 seconds is the gap between Richie and Tony, and then it's another 5.9 seconds back to Jamie Whincup.
So one of the things for today is being able to get past cars. Will Davison has passed 19 cars on track up to date. So of all the people that have been forging through, whether it's safety cars or whatever's gone on and all the trials and tribulations of going forward and back in this field, he's passed 19 cars on track.
I think I heard them say on their radio comms that they were making a change to that car as well in that last stop, just to try and give it a bit of a hand. Down in 21st position at the moment. So minute 48 is the gap to the leader. Tanya's about 3.5 seconds now behind Whincup. And then it's margin of 1.9 seconds Tanda to Randall. So Thomas Randall's in pretty decent shape here. Also, just looking, so Ludo's just called Tony D'Alberto in. In fact, he's just stolen the thunder because I was about to talk about when we can start to see next stop. So for Whincup, we're anticipating that being somewhere in the not too distant future.
Remember, they put a huge amount of fuel in it the last time for Whincup. They put 95 litres roughly in. Just then, they put 105 in Castetti's car.
Yeah, so
big juice for that. That's a lot of fuel.
And here we go. So you heard Ludo in the background, and it is a driver change here for D'Alberto.
So we've got two cars coming down the lane. Now, I just want to jump in on this brake pad and disc change. There's a car 88 coming in. Brock Feeney's there ready to get in. This is smart doing it a little later. A lot of the teams have done it earlier. The whole idea of doing it is so you get a really strong brake pad at the end. So let's have a look. Now they've got a nice slow fuel fill over there, so they need to slow it down, take their time, undo the studs with a little battery drill. Out come the two studs, right? Then away comes the caliper, then comes the disc. On goes the new disc, on slides the caliper, different caliper, in go the two studs. And what we've learned, do up the bottom one, do up the top one, then go back. No, they just do them one each. There you go. Oh, you don't want those on the hot disc there. And Crompo, just to confirm, we saw Will Davo go out there. I just had a quick look at their data and spoke to Bobby, the engine guy from Ford. That bent exhaust is hurting them down the main straight.
Yeah, I've got no doubt of that. And it's a little bit of a worry just where it's currently pointed and also just the fumes in the car. So thank you for the update there, Mark Larkham. So the situation now with the current round of stops that you're looking at, you've got Stanaway leading by 16.6 over Garth Tander. And our lead cars have done 4 stops. The first car in the queue that's done 5 is actually Will Brown. Here we are on board with Rich. Actually, I'm going to just ask our crew if we can stay on board with him, because it'll be interesting at this point in the day to also see how this car is behaving. Tell us a little bit about the rhythm, the conditions, the grip, and how much throttle we can carry. So we'll just enjoy this lap with Rich and have a chance to settle back and drink it in. spots are out there, but generally looking quite steady. So a 9.7 for him. Excuse me. Tanda did a 10.7. Thomas Randall, by the way, has just come in from third position. Been in a bit late for 7 seconds, and then there are a few in various sequences here at the moment. Then it's Best, Coulthard, Caruso, Brody Kostecki in that 99 car. And here is Gary Jacobs and Thomas Randall entry. These guys are just chipping away at this task nicely today. Remember, they had a pretty fraught run in 2022. They didn't get beyond the first lap. The weather conditions were really difficult. So wet here last year, and they were tangled up in all the trauma on Mountain Straight on lap 1. Compulsory rotor change for them now in this stop. They make it look relatively easy, don't they? 20 kilos of wheel and tyre. While we were on board with Richie before, I also noticed that the Payne Estre car had come in and taken a stop as well. In fact, these are the brake rotors that came off that car. So you can imagine what it's like trying to work in those conditions and to be able to get those brakes on, done, dusted, new ones fitted inside the fuel cover time. Unbelievable. It is great, outstanding workmanship and a pretty incredible engineering exercise, frankly, to be able to split off the hydraulic line and the brake line and to be able to get those calipers off and get the new rotor, get the new caliper on, but just have a look at those things smouldering away down there at the moment. Very, very large front brake rotor on these cars. They generate enormous amounts of heat. Rough terms, you're talking about 850 odd degrees twice. Once at the bottom of Conrod Straight and the second time down the bottom into Murray's Corner. All right, so now, because of the last round that stops the margin first to second is Stanaway Tanda, and that's 18.4 seconds. Best up into third spot. He's driving with James Courtney in car number 5 in Stowy Route Caravan's entry. And just as I mentioned his name, he comes into the pit lane. So 4 of the co-drivers at the top of the tree at the moment is Stanaway Tanda, Best and Caruso. And remember, if Brody Kostecki only just recently did that stop, and if he stays in the car now for the rest of the day, that's a big physical and mental task. He'll be really at one with that car. He's going to know every crack and crevice of the racetrack and be able to feel the performance. So, pretty cool. Hey, J Duck. Enjoying life in there. We need to sort him out with a tally.
I think he might be able to see through.
The back of the garage. So he's back in business here as a 7-time champion in the business hall. Now this is not cool. And that was a nasty right front block up there for Richie Stanaway, race leader. Now did he end up with a mark on those tyres, or tyre, right front, is actually the big question there.
The vibration here. So just look for the steering wheel just to see if there's anything there. It doesn't look too bad.
They're ready just in case, and that's always a pleasant sight for a driver to be able to see a nice shiny green tyre all ready for battle. So that was carried that for a fair way too. So that will hurt the inside edge of that tyre. And in he comes.
Yes, this is risk mitigation, right? So you've got a mark on the tyre, probably worse than we think. He would have reported back, they would have discussed it. Andrew Edwards.
It was actually quite a huge screen.
Loose the belts, but don't take them off your shoulders. Remember, you are the assistant, mate. If you have a clear and don't come across too early, I'll wave you across. Build that brake pressure and the car goes up. Wave you a bounce.
Clear instructions. Straight off the script. He had a bit of brake-induced understeer when he got into the lane and engaged 40 Ks. Tanda's the leader. We're riding with Brody. He's third. Keep an eye on the 99. Clear, concise instructions from Mark Dutton.
Excellent job by Richard Stanaway. Great performance.
And team management by Mark Dutton car controlling there. So calm voice of reason, do these things, confirming this, checking that, no elevation, and that all contributes. So we've got this intriguing battle unfolding here between these guys as they march on up Mountain Straight, and this is going to continue. I'm really looking forward to the back end of this race, particularly as the shadows grow and the pace starts to sharpen up here at the back end. Meantime, Tanda is actually the race leader at the moment. Huge amount of experience. He's only one lap away from clearing his minimum requirement of 54, but there was next to nothing in pace between Garth and David Reynolds, so they've got flexibility options there with either driver jumping on board the pin right entry into the chase. This is Garth Panda under brakes, tracking on the coach cable cam down here. Many times I reckon he's gone around here. He's warm the groove in the joint, hasn't he? Truly, this is his 25th start in the great race. He's cleaned up on 5 occasions as part of the reigning champion combination. Together with Van Gisbergen at the end of last year. What was the lap time then? 10.3 for him. So the best lap that we've seen from that car was a 7.9. It was done on lap 4 in the cool of the day. Most times, not all, but most times were done pretty early in the day, which is fairly typical. That's Garth's voice. Needs a drink. And he's also one of those guys that, because he's done it so long and with so many professional outfits, he measures his language very carefully. He knows precisely what he wants from the car technically, what he needs as a driver to build all of the elements around him to be able to execute.
So he's done 54 laps now. Just looking at pace, on the previous lap, Anton De Pasquale was the 3rd fastest car. Zane Goddard getting organised now to jump aboard wildcard entry for Super Tube. Just looking at Garth's pace there too, so it was 13th fastest. So the fastest 2 cars were the Van Gisbergen and Sticky cars, as you would expect. Feeney has been very quick. Also, so Feeney 3rd fastest. This is going to change quite a lot through the course of the afternoon.
Both Red Bull and Paul Racing drivers are out of the cars, so Van Gisbergen is back in. Brock Feeney's back in, which means Richie Stanaway, your day is officially over for now. You happy with your day's work?
Yeah, pretty happy with how we got on. Still a long way to go, so yeah, just looking forward to watching Shane now.
What sort of race car you got?
It's hard to say actually. Yeah, without giving too much away, I was sort of asking for a change for Shane before he got in, and then I sort of changed my mind towards the end of the stint. So yeah, I think it's best just to leave it up to Shane to do one stint, and then he can make his mind up on what he wants in the next pit stop.
We're used to seeing these big double and triple stints home here at the Bathurst 1000, but never in these cars. Physically, how do you think people are going to fare at the end of this one?
Well, I mean, physically, I think it's okay, but it's never easy mentally, you know. So I think that was the benefit of the strategy that we're on. Me running a little longer means that Shane's going to be fresher, so I think that's a good thing.
Well done today, mate. No, you don't get to drive a supercar for a little bit more time now until next year. You're going to go hop in the air content.
Probably not in the air content, but yeah, I wish I was coming to the next round, but gotta wait till next year, unfortunately.
Can't wait to see you back, mate.
Thank you.
And just get a bit of refueling here is Jack Perkins, the number 9, started well outside the top 10 and 17th after that crash in qualifying, and has had a tough day of it. Will Brown managed to work his way up through the field really well at the beginning, and then had a double stack as well with the 99. Jack Perkins, your day is done. You're back in the civvies, mate. Getting some broccolini and some chicken in you. Give us an overview of your race this weekend.
Well, I did 4 stints, Murph, so I was in the car for a long time. But yeah, we just didn't get the right end of a lot of the deals there. We had a double stack, and
and then I was racing some main drivers, and I was struggling a little bit with one set of tyres, but we're still in the race. Will's got pretty good pace. We need to get some brakes on the car to get the braking performance back up, but there's a long way to go from here, and I'll eat my lunch and watch with interest.
I mean, it has been action-packed. We've had safety cars, some interesting moments out there so far. See, your good mate James Moffat as well. Having a bad day. There's been some horror shows so far, but Will and the 99, Brody Kostecki, in there for till the end of the race. Both those cars have got some great performance.
Yeah, I haven't seen all those highlights yet, mate, because I was in the car, but I'll take your word for it. But in terms of our two cars, obviously, looks like Brody and D-Russ have been right up the front all day. And, Will's jumped back in now to run the flag. And they're the two best guys in the category at the moment, almost, Will and Brody. So I know the whole team's just keen to watch with interest. And, you've got to be in it to win it. We're in it now, so let's see what happens. Thanks, mate. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Marco Caruso with Mark Winterbottom. You two started this race P19. You started this race. A lot has happened since you were last in the car. Just tell me, your laps are over and done with now, but how's your day unfolded for you?
Pretty uneventful to be honest, which is always good. We did have a slower fuel stop, and we're just trying to work out why, but the team seemed busily okay for the next couple of stops, but ultimately the car's straight. We've got new brakes on it. As everybody knows, lap 100's just ticked over. That's when the real race starts now, so I'm sure there's plenty to happen out there. It's interesting, the track conditions. It's very easy to make a mistake, get on the marbles, go offline, so I'm sure it's going to break out soon.
I'll let you go and get changed and enjoy the rest of this race.
Thank you very much.
Michael Caruso partnered with Mark Winterbottom in the DeWalt entry. So this is the Garth Tander, David Reynolds car that we're looking at. Headline entry in the pit lane, came back into the lane out of the lead. Big time at Lees van Gisbergen with 5 seconds in hand over Brody Kostecki. Brody's pace on that last lap was an 8.5. Shane's pace on the last lap was an 8.3. And a slight disparity in when they took those last stops. So a slight difference in the age of the tyre. And what the Will Brown, Jack Perkins story shows you is how hard it is to recover.
Yep.
Good afternoon. A man's been arrested after
seen back in the early days of the Australian Grand Prix back in 1938, 47, 52, 58. Will Davison's grandfather, Lex, actually won the Grand Prix back here in 58. It was also the home of the Australian Motorcycle Grand Prix and the TT back in the day here as well. In fact, we saw Mick Doohan racing here. Can you imagine battling around here on a Grand Prix bike or on a super bike, or worse, a sidecar? They did all that back in the 80s. Unbelievable. 40 private residences around this circuit, a winery, restaurant, gun and car club, motorcycle clubs, accommodation. And it's just beautifully prepared, this racetrack this weekend. Bathurst Regional Council has done an outstanding job in presentation once again. The winery you can see there in the foreground. And I have to commend everybody in the community at Bathurst for the way in which this event has been embraced again in 2023. Just a gigantic crowd showing their love and affection and passion for what's going on out there and the great skills being shown by the men and women in this race. It's a great shot over the top of the hill, and look at the extent of all the camping, just absolutely chock-a-block out there at the moment. This also gives you a great view of the drop-off from our panorama and the rise and fall here from pit straight to skyline in the old money, 570 feet, 174 metres. In terms of a reference to sea level, we're about 2,850 feet above sea level at Mount Panorama. So Bathurst can be a pretty cool town on occasion, and Mount Panorama even cooler. And thankfully we've got lovely weather out there continuing to build at the moment. We're just slightly under the top forecast temperature of 20 degrees. And just watching with great interest at the moment this margin between Van Gisbergen and Kostecki, 5.7 seconds. Rockfini, third position, 8.1 behind. And then we've got Agnovic Squally in fourth, and he's 20 seconds off the lead, 1.9 further adrift.
So we're forecasting now with Van Gisbergen to make it to probably lap 120 or early 120. So they're trying to optimise their car speed for the next segments of the race. On the last lap, Van Gisbergen was the fastest car. We did an 8.25. Kostecki has done an 8.56. So they're the two fastest cars. The third fastest car was Feeney with an 8.71. There is some fuel irregularity in terms of how much fuel load both the Red Bull Apple racing cars have got. So there's a little bit of strategy in terms of how long they will stand still in the corresponding stops to get to the end of our 161 lap event.
Gisbergen did an 8.2 on the last lap, 2 minutes 8.2. Brody did a 2 minute 8.5. Vinny did a 2.87, Anton a 9.3. LeBron did a 9.9. James Golding did a 9.9. 10.1 for Tim Slade. Chase Moss did a 9.3. Gary Jacobson a 10.1, James Courtney a 9.3, just to give you a bit of a snapshot of who's got what pace at the moment. But clearly, of everybody that I've just rattled off there, the leader is actually the one that's making the numbers, Shane Van Gisbergen. And is he doing it and getting away with not hurting too much of the tyre? That's the big question, and that's been something that he's been very good at in this last couple of seasons, and it's delivered him some pretty outstanding results. A view of all that action up at the top of the hill. James Courtney in a battle there with Gary Jacobson. Gary's one of about half a dozen old pro drivers that are out there at the moment. As we jump on board the Toyota Forklift Century, car number 20. This car's gone down in 22nd position now. Scott Pye at the helm. At turn 1, you can see the heel and toe braking into turn 1. And we've got a footrest off to the left. He's just hovering his foot over the clutch pedal now. He's gone back to the dead pedal on the left-hand side. So flat shifting all the way up the top of the hill. Safety tap to make sure he's got some brake pressure. Here's the heel to toe. Just to synchronise those downshifts. Gets it back into second gear, and he's tucked right in behind another car. Third gear. They don't go back up to fourth anymore. Let's stay with him now and enjoy our lap to see what this looks, sounds and feels like. crosses his legs, coming down on straight view. That was a reef knot in there. That could be hard to untap. That scares me a little bit. The reason for that is that it's very easy to cramp up when you're continually pushing on that right foot. Nice move there. They've got a map on the steering wheel that allows you to change the throttle marking as well, and just the throttle sensitivity. It's fly-by-wire throttle with these cars now, 2023. They no longer have a physical connection to the throttle pedal and the engine. It's an electronic command. These guys have been rolling along pretty nicely, haven't they, so far today? Gary Jacobson driving that car at the moment with Thomas Randall. Thomas Randall getting 3 podiums in a pole position on the bend earlier in the season. Austin in this car at the moment, and sharing with Lee Holdsworth. He's in 7th position. Lee had a difficult opening stint in the car where he just got freight trained by a whole bunch of competitors, but they're lurking solidly now in the top 10. 6.3 seconds margin, Van Gisbergen and Kostecki. 2:08.2 last lap for Shane, 2:08.6 for Brody. So 0.4 of a second on that lap.
How many times now have we seen over the last few laps Van Gisbergen do an 8.2? Just keeps on spitting that number out on repeat cycle. And Brody just a little bit slower, 3 or 4 tenths of a second each lap. A little bit of lap speed also to Brock Feeney, who was a couple of tenths slower again on that one. But the order essentially is those first 3 cars have remained for a long time as the fastest cars on the track. James Courtney was quite fast for the Tifford organisation. He was actually the 4th fastest car on the last lap, and Mostert was the 5th fastest car. We're on board with him now. Made a huge amount of ground across the top there on Golding, and he was actually a couple of laps ago putting moves on down into Forest Elbow. It's a nice location for a manoeuvre, and a reasonably low risk manoeuvre because it's pretty slow, and it's, if you can get down there and do it properly, you command the track position, you can push the other driver wide, and you can see all those marbles on the outside of Forest Elbow. It's massive.
Just caught my eye there a moment ago that the lap speed for Will Brown just in the last lap or two looked like it's fitted in his overall speed. He was the 16th fastest car, and I just also heard them say on the radio as I opened them out that they're going to bring in some new brakes. Remember Jack said that as well, so yeah, it needs some stopping performance on that car.
Mostert's caught Golding massively on this lap. Golding was 15th fastest on the last lap. We'll give you the new order as you go past this one now, but I wouldn't be surprised if Mostert's late race pace, which is always strong for Chaz, is getting better and better.
So Will Brown has now brought that car number 9, the Coca-Cola entry, into the pit lane. Keep an eye on that for you. And the expectation is that they'll be doing brakes with that car, Chad.
Yes, Neil, it's been a frantic 4th hour of the great race. Hope you're enjoying your Bathurst day wherever you're watching around the country. The barbecue's cooking and the action has been hot on track as well. After the restart, Jamie Winkup taking control of his famous number 88 car, which he's sharing this weekend with Brock Feeney, moving up through the field, putting some moves on main game drivers as well as co-drivers. That was to the inside of Garth Tander. Talk about 2 experienced co-drivers, Winkup and Tander duking it out. And that really meant that we had the majority of the faster cars at the front of the field, with both the Coca-Cola Racing by Erebus entries and the 888 cars finding their way towards the front. Driver changes. How about this? David Russell, what a great job he's done. Handing it over to Brody Kostecki with 430 kilometres of racing to go to the flag. On lap 93, there was Brock Feeney's chance to hop aboard car 88, fitting that on lap 93. That used to be the number that he used to race under as a junior, and did have that for lap 97 and car 97. Richard Stanaway's done a nice job handing it over to Shane Van Gisbergen. They're currently leading the race by 7.5 seconds. It was cool, it was calm. There's still a brake change to go on that car a bit later in the race. And that is the gap, 1st to 2nd on the road. Van Gisbergen and Kostecki feeding the top 3, looking very much like a fight that we saw at Sandown.
Update there, Chad. This is the stop that I spoke about for Will Brown. So they were doing brakes with that car. And I think he was also just battling with tyre life and stopping performance at the back end of that stint. fresh set of brake rotors going on. Caliper clamped up into position, coupling up the dry brake system, and then locating those bolts in behind the caliper to get it locked on. Pretty efficiently, that's all gone nicely. Put that right front wheel on pretty quickly.
And the reason that they just give that wheel a turn then was just to understand, to make sure there was no interference with the caliper, to make sure all of the caliper location was right, because the clearance between, from a radial perspective, around the inner of the wheel and to the spoke of the wheel is very close. So you just got to make sure that nothing has gone awry with location and the two bolts that locate that caliper specifically, just to make sure again that there was no drama, and they did that nicely.
A bit of fluid that they cleaned up there afterwards. I noticed as he departed the lane, there was a little bit of clean up there momentarily. As we go back and look again at car number 55, Gary Jacobson's just hotly pursuing Tim Slade here at the moment in car number 23. They've steadily been grinding their way into the top 10. Tim Slade, Jonathan Webb, and that car in the foreground, the black car carrying November for men's mental health, prostate cancer and testicular cancer. They're raising money and awareness for that, so jump on the team's social media channels if you would like to contribute. There's already a couple of memos starting to appear down there in the pit lane. One of the quotes that I smirked at when they sent the note out earlier in the week that they were changing the livery on the car this weekend is that even the worst modes start with the very best conversations. And that was an appropriate thing to say. So this is a nice little battle here just going on between these two at the moment. 7th and 8th, and they're about 42 seconds from the lead, and you can see there's nothing between them at the moment. And then it's actually James Courtney just sitting not too far behind the Snowy River Caravan's entry. He's into position 9, Bryce Forward in the background, and Mitty's car also recovering from a pit lane penalty earlier in the day.
Ben Gisbergen is driving it like a machine, as we have come to expect. His last lap was 8.3, fastest car on the track again. I thought it was going to be a nasty little contact piece there between Golding and Mostert, but he was able to tuck the front of the Mustang down and avoid the back of the Newlon Camaro. Nice car control to do it.
Forward, 15 second gap to the car in front, that's climbing, very effectively 25 there's a long way to go.
5:39 seconds, that's Peter Gibberis up in the right-hand corner off screen. Top fuel racer himself. I talked to him about the point-to-point speed that the mad defies all logic. I've been down there at the start line when they fire those things, it's pretty spooky. I asked James Golding the other day whether or not he's one of his drivers, whether he'd like to do it. He's emphatic, he was like, no way. His eyes lit up, and it was a real emphasis. There was no doubting the point. So like sitting one, sort of feel it, kind of understand the sound. He said there's no chance in a million years I want to fire down the line on that thing. But Gee, they've done a great job this year, and he's rebuilding that team. It's out of what was once Team Sydney. Jonathan Webb's come back there this year after a sabbatical as well. He was away last year. They've done a pretty mighty fine job, haven't they? So here's the replay of what happened down here into Murray's Corner on the dirty side of the road. And I was given some space in the process. And Chas Mostert's now cleared that task. He is in 5th, James Golding is in 6th, Tim Slade is in 7th position. We've seen this with Mostert a few times this year, that as the weekend progresses, or as a race progresses, just keeps getting sharper and sharper and closer to the front. He's 39 seconds from the lead. Best lap of the race he's done so far is an 8.5. It'll be a bit of a lap speed update when he gets to the end of the 3rd sector of the racetrack at the moment, and see whether or not they can throw a punch from where they're currently sitting. Nick Burkett's just outside the top 10 at the moment in the sister car. He's sitting in 13th position. Courtney's ranging up to the back of this battle here as well. 9th, and really nothing between these three. Martin, by the way, out the top end of town, that's opening. Van Gisbergen over Kostecki. So in this stint, Shane's got some advantage and he's applying it pretty nicely, isn't he? So last lap order, Shane was the fastest man from Bonfini, 2nd fastest. Brady Kostecki was the 3rd quickest car out there.
With unrivaled
and Slade 7th, Courtney in 8th position. Jake's got a little bit more pace than Tim in the following Mustang, but trying to find a way around and also having to negotiate all those marbles that are offline. Looks like an increasing challenge now. If he comes out of here cleanly, he might think about having a dip when he gets down the inside at Forest Elbow. I'm not sure that's close enough. He's thinking about it. He's going to try. He needs some cooperation to make that work, and he did. Nicely done.
Very nicely done. In fact, he cleared the brake. So as they went around the little right-hander, he cleared the brake just to keep his momentum up. And finally, when he fired down the inside, he was totally under control. Tim Slade was also very respectful. He didn't try to turn down. And it was an easy manoeuvre in the end. Wouldn't have been that easy on board because it was always tricky to get yourself through that change of direction from the right-hander to the left-hander at Forest Elbow. And Slade now comes in for his next stop.
So the last stop for Van Gisbergen was 96. The last stop for Kostecki was at number 90. And Tim Slade, as you rightly pointed out, is now in the lane. So he was just somewhat tyre limited at the end of that stint. 9.4 seconds now, the gap that Van Gisbergen's making over Kostecki. And it's an 8.4 second gap back to Brock Feeney. And Brock, it's pretty decent pace going out there at the moment. He's either second or third fastest most laps, so he's in a decent position. Anton De Pasquale for, looks like the track is beginning to come to Chaz Mostert as the day wears on, in 5th position at the moment. And so the two Mustangs there in 4th and 5th place. Then we've got Golding, and we just saw that James Courtney looks like he's exercising some reasonable speed too.
Okay, nice work. You got it. Clear the up, we draw. Clear the up, clear the up.
So these guys getting their brakes on later in the game, and the theory there is that when you get to the sharp racing end of this event, then you want the best possible stopping performance that you can muster. You also can't let it get too late into the race either, because if you do have a fumble, if something does go wrong in that stop, and that was talked about a lot pre-event, we haven't seen too much of that going on today, thankfully, but it just gives you less time to recover if you do actually drop the ball slightly.
Yeah, the team's done a great job, haven't they, so far? I mean, everybody's seen any of that drama that we saw in practice.
Well, a bit of that's just a learning exercise too, so it just comes to everybody once they've done it several times. And it's not just a biomechanical issue, it's also just how they manage that from a temperature stability standpoint, whether they use any kind of oven, cook things up before they put them on. We'll just have a bit of a look at a waiter here for you as well, just to show you the margins between the cars between Van Gisbergen, Kostecki, etc. So 9.6, followed then by 8.7 seconds, and then a further gap back to Anton. This is 4th position, so that's another 9.8 seconds, and then there's a fairly chunky margin back to Chaz Mostert. There he's coming out of turn number 1. He's just hitting into Mountain Straight, so that's a fair bit of fresh air there. Just keep a bit of an eye on his pace. Last time through for him was a 9.3, 9.2 for Anton. It was a 9.0 for Brock Feeney. Van Gisbergen again was the fastest car out there. Brown was actually the second fastest car, so remember they put brakes, fresh tyres on that car, but Will is still somewhat down the order at the moment in 17th position, and he's a minute 44 away from the lead.
But given there's 50 laps remaining, everyone will be trying to get, certainly with Van Gisbergen's strategy, roughly another 10 laps at 120 to get in. And they'll be trying to optimise then these last couple of stints just in terms of outright pace and tyre life. And at the moment, Feeney's pace is almost line ball with Kostecki, but they're just dropping off Van Gisbergen. It's been a very strong stint from Shane. You just said a second ago those gaps, it's almost 10 seconds back to Kostecki there now.
Yeah, he's making constant margin at the moment, Shane, over Brody. There's not much that Brody can do about it. As I mentioned before, there's a bit of an age difference in those tyres between those two cars. So we're just in something of a watching brief situation at the moment when we look at those top 3 or 4 cars. There is the Simona Di Silvestro Kai Allen car on screen too, car number 98. He's sitting in 21st position, and Simona was pointing just in the wrong direction got a helping hand. 8.7 last lap for Van Gisbergen, 8.9 for Kostecki, 8.9 for Feeney. So when I say that it was an 8.78 for Shane, so we're talking about 1.5 tenths effectively on that last lap.
And the difference between the Kostecki lap time and the Feeney lap time was 7 10,000ths of a second. So they're almost identical. 8.9262, 8.9269. So that was nicely done, getting that hot rotor caliper assembly off. Beautifully done.
What are you talking here for? 20 seconds down. What are you talking?
So right front went extremely smoothly.
8 seconds remaining, you're going to be clear to go when we drop.
Left front's done. Fresh tyres on the car. Green Dunlop tyres on car 31.
Clear to go, mate.
Nice little bobble to get out, but it was very nicely executed, that pit stop. The right-hand front caliper rotor assembly change was probably the smoothest one we've seen all day.
Something else in the background to keep an ear out for as well. There's some radio issues for car number 11 for Anthony Pasquale and Tony Delvergo in 4th position. Keep up the speed on that one. Probably in and out. So Di Pasquale lost in 4, 5 and 6 at the moment. 4, 7, 5, 8, Wells 9 and Percat in 10th position. Silvestro being hounded here by the race leader Van Gisbergen. 8.7 on the last lap for Shane, 10.1 second margin, 9.1 last lap for Brody, 9.1 last lap for Feeney. Shane's able to easily sneak down the inside there into turn 2. Rubbering up pretty nicely on the loaded side there through turn 2. Kevin Estre's been called into the pit lane on this lap. He's going to be exiting the car and a panel change required also because of the height of Matt Payne. So he'll be leaping out of the car at the moment. That car is sitting in 12th position. Kevin Estre's in 12th position, and they're 1 minute and 12 seconds off the lead. You might find the figures there. Okay, so here he is. Different livery on the cars this weekend. They made a livery announcement during the week. Celebrating.
I've got you there, mate. Remember neutral in the box. Don't pressure until you're in the air and you engage the ball rocker. Swinging around the air of the spoon. You're out.
Alright, mate, just get in the car now. I think they're doing the brake change at the same time. Yes, they are. So left-hand front done. Just connecting up the high-pressure brake line. Heaps of Dunlop soft tyres this weekend. Straighten the wheel up. Straighten the wheel up. That's it. Yeah, well done. That was a good stop too. So all the chaos we have seen through the 6 practice sessions has actually been controlled very well by the teams. And as Neil was explaining before, could you imagine trying to do one of those stops when the brakes are over 800 degrees, trying to organise yourself to do it properly? And just a shout out to all the men and women in these teams and how hard they work all year, but under the duress of this week, it's such a long week. It would have been here since early Monday, Tuesday. All the preparation of the cars prior to that, all the preparation of the garages, all the preparation of the spares. And for these teams, alongside each other, additional cars being run from DJR and from Triple Eight, and Simona gets out. She has her day done.
Yeah, and it's come back up on our race control timing monitor here as well that still investigating the incident. I'll get it out there at Forest Elbow between, I think it was Tyler Alexander and Simona at the time, where Simona ended up turning in the other direction. So that's under further investigation. So I'll keep you up to speed with that one as they prepare for another stop here for the Davisons coming into the lane for car number 17. One thing just to remind you of is the Dunlop, who are the official control tyre on the series with the pink sidewalls. They are supporting breast cancer awareness again for the 4th consecutive year this weekend. They're donating funds for every one of the pit stops, contributing a lot of money to that valuable cause. Also in the Aaron Love car as well, car number 7 in the lane. You can see some troubles for these guys. Oh, this is interesting. So now car number 99 in the lane. From second position here for Brodie Kostecki. So that was 11 odd seconds was the margin when he came in. So he's got to lap 116.
Ben Gisbergen's due at 120. So just heard that Shane Gisbergen's showing alarm.
Off the break.
So yeah, hearing it's a hydraulic pressure alarm, but we're not really sure.
Control to all teams, 15-second time penalty. To car 56 for a driving infringement. New vision has become available.
I didn't quite hear it because of the team radio in the background. Was that car 56?
Yes, yeah.
So I think that's, yeah, so that was another warning. It's up on screen now. So I think that was Tyler Alexander, and there was contact when we saw Simona pointing in the wrong direction. Everin, yeah. So, Everin, yeah. And he, I think I've gone mad there. I've gone back in time into the current lane.
So that was that earlier drama at Forest Elbow. We didn't have enough vision of it. The powers that be have been able to find that, so well done to be able to establish the right vision and make a call on it. But it did look weird for Simona to spin in that spot. So Tyler Everingham, car 56, the tradie entry, they will incur, as a consequence of the driving infringement, a 15-second time penalty.
It did look like she'd been given some assistance in that process.
It did, yeah.
That now makes some sense. So we've got the Red Bull guys in 1 and 2 at the moment. Van Gisbergen over Phoenix now 19.6 seconds. And we've also just heard Ludo in the background preparing to bring Di Pasquale back in. It sounded like it, or I couldn't actually make out precisely what he was talking about. But we'll keep an eye on what's going on because this is very important at the moment. We've got to see whether these guys can manage an efficient stop here for Brock Feeney, who looks like he's in a pretty decent position strategically in this race.
You're going to swing around those DGR boys, mate. It's not your long stop. You're going to be centre on the board. You're going to build up brake pressure, car goes up. We're going to give you tear off, quick bubble time, fuel. Keep coming down. Keep coming down. And just around those DGR boys.
Timed to perfection. They were right on that timing for Brock Feeney. There's the corresponding car that they were racing. So Kostecki comes out of turn 1. You'll see the the Red Bull Apple racing car just up on Mountain Straight. They're not very far apart at all. Brilliant, and he's been fast, Neil. James Courtney made a lot of ground up on that previous stint. So there's Brock Feeney, and there's Brody Castetti. And the number between them, you saw the physical gap, the number is 4.6 seconds. We're pressing on pretty hard now because what's happened is the tyres aren't degrading as much. Shane Beck Gisbergen on that previous run, he probably did most of that run in the 8s. I didn't see, other than something polluted by traffic, I didn't see a 9. He was fastest car for almost the whole of that stint. And he would have basically gone from low 8s to a high 8, that was it.
Chas Most's now come into the lane on screen. This car looks like it's just starting to come in a little nicer at the back end of this race as well. So we're starting to get into these final critical stops here. Shane Gisbergen's still our leading. He's got 5 stops against his name. Brake change going on now for these guys. I haven't seen anybody do a rear brake at this stage of it. Not at all. No. It's Mark Whittemore in the lane further down there in the development as well.
8 seconds down now. 30 seconds. Up the pedal.
Adjustment made front suspension on that car as well.
Make sure you got a pedal. Go, go, go.
So just assuring everybody that in that team that he's got brake pedal pressure as he roars up to the mountain now. He'll be tucked in behind James Courtney on the run up there in car number 5.
So I have to correct myself. He did 3 9s in that run. He did a 9 dead, 9-1 and a 9-1. So he was so fast. That was the fastest stint of the race so far.
Simone Di Silvestro out of car number 98. Been so great having you back here. Got a few scraps out there.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because I remember racing here and getting penalties every time I would get close to somebody and turning them around. So yeah, a bit frustrating to be honest because I think we had really good pace and stuff like that. I got turned around twice, which is annoying. But anyways, let's see what Kai can do now. And yeah, I don't know. You know, could have been better, but yeah, a bit frustrating for sure.
That aside, have you at least enjoyed being back in a supercar and back at Bathurst?
Yeah, definitely. You know, the laps were awesome. The atmosphere is amazing as well. You know, fans have welcomed me back and really enjoyed racing the car as well. Like, it was really fun. And yeah, you know, around Bathurst, if you get to do a few laps, it's always really cool. So hopefully we'll get back again next year.
So what's next for you? I know you're never sitting still. What's next on the agenda?
Yeah, I'm flying home tomorrow actually, and we have a training camp for bobsledding starting on Saturday. So up to Norway, and we'll start with that. Yeah.
All right. Well, best of luck with that, and I can't wait to see you hopefully in the Winter Olympics.
Thank you.
Whilst that interview was taking place, it was an awkward moment for Declan Fraser in the trading beer entry and Aaron Love in the Petronas car down at the final corner. We'll see whether or not there's any lingering damage as a result of that contact. Meantime, forwards in and Percat's in. Here's what happened on the replay. So I don't think that Aaron was aware that he just turned down. There was a car underneath him and has made contact now. He might have got away with that one. The possibility of some steering arm damage in that process. See, when I'm looking off to the edges of the racetrack here at the moment too, it's pretty scary with the amount of rubber build-up. Look at it in that next right-hander line there. So it's not just rubber, but there's also a lot of dirt build-up on the outside as well. So if you venture out there, it's going to be pretty squeaky. Shane Van Gisbergen now comes in. 120.
Too early. Stop. You can build that brake pressure as the car goes up. Then you're going to stay on.
communication. Brake change here. So basically it's going to be the length of the pit straight. So as Rob Feeney comes onto the pit straight, saw Shane Van Gisbergen leaving the pit bay, and as it turns out there, it'll be 2/3 of the way along Mountain Straight. So there's the gap, 1, 2 and 3. That's real track position at the moment. And we're going to see another intriguing stint of car speed comparison.
Straight, but yeah, very low pedal.
Oh, so he's saying he's got a very low pedal. So I've got a very low pedal is what he said. Which, of all the racetracks anywhere in the world, this is one that you do not want the brake pedal to be ordinary now.
Heard Mark Dutton in the background just ensuring that he pressured up that pedal, but so that's Shane confirming on the radio, brakes not feeling good. You can't make lap speed around here with a low brake pedal or an inconsistent brake pedal. So you have to be very, very careful here. David Reynolds has gone into the lead of the race. Stop and think about that from earlier in the day.
Pumping is not helping.
No, pumping is not helping.
Wow.
What did it do? Yeah, very, very low. I think it's like here.
It's got some air in it somewhere.
Yep. So, with a long brake pedal, and the reason, remember, that they did that change at that point of the race is actually to optimise the brake pedal.
Yeah, not the opposite.
Yeah.
So maybe somewhere along the line it's just had a gulp of air, and in ideal circumstances in practice or when there's no stress, just bring it in and bleed it. That's not going to be something that you would consider doing at the moment. Or maybe you have to, maybe it's going to be forced to do it in risk mitigation, but that is not good news. That is going to put them under considerable pressure. If that is the case, and there is no improvement in that. On board here with Shane Van Gisbergen.
And would you contemplate doing another caliper change in the next stop to fix it? Is the next set going to be better? Because remember, they do it differently. It wasn't a complete sealed unit like the other teams we've seen, so they've all got a different technique. We did see them change the rotor by itself, then put the caliper on, and maybe there's just a bit of air in that caliper. Do you fire another caliper at the next one to try to get through this one and mitigate the risk, as you said, slow it down, be as conservative?
Look okay, balance fine.
Conversation with Andrew Eagles. Look at the rubber.
Again, I'll try and manage it. I'll let you know how it reacts. Well,
Get on the sector splits and then the ultimate lap speed here.
So he would have asked Andrew, what's the brake pressure look like? And from their side, the amount of brake pressure required to pull the car up is what they'd be determining. That number will probably look the same. That doesn't necessarily correspond with the pedal quality. Because you... Can you say improvement?
I think this might be the new pad on the reused unit, mate.
Yep.
Might be just
I might be lost with pressure. I might be lost with pressure. Please let me know.
They may not be as ideally mated as you might want. That could be part of this as getting an ear out on what Shane's saying, and we'll see what the pace looks like coming around and completing another lap in the process here. Second on the road ahead of his teammate Brock Feeney, who in turn is just ahead of Brody Kosticki, so that was a 9.8 on that lap. Meantime there we are back in the Triple Eight garage. 8.5 it was last lap for Brock Feeney, plays at 8.7 for Brody Kosticki.
That's not what you want to hear. So when Shane just asked Andrew, still talking about brake pedal quality, he did it at 9.8, and then said, what was Brock's last lap? 8.5, 1.3 second gain. You don't need to be taking risks with that sort of deficit in lap speed, no?
Yeah, so just to give you the lowdown on what the situation was there with that brake change, just check with Mark Dutton, obviously the team manager here at Red Bull Racing, and the discs that went on were the ones that came off earlier. So that's their second disc caliper change that they have done on the 97. So they just rotated the first set through back onto the car again, and now they are prepping another set of discs and calipers here just in case they need to do another change. He doesn't know why that pedal obviously has gone a bit soft, but as you guys suggested, maybe when they were disconnected and reconnected those caliper lines, potentially somehow a bit of air may have got in the system. So we'll look on and see what happens. At the moment, the boys are just preparing, getting ready just in case they've got everything covered.
Yeah, and there could be a few things going on there, Greg, couldn't there, mate? Because, you know, when we look at our AP caliper and our disc, and just for reference, that's a Toyota 86 caliper and disc. So you can just see the size up here, 395 mils. It's big, and that pad, we like to get them mated, pre-mated, actually sometimes to the disc, so they seat really nicely. We might be dealing with that. That long pedal makes it really hard because in our cars we like to blap the throttle on the down change, right? But when the pedal goes down long, makes that really hard. And then if it's the front brake, when it goes down long, it pulls more rear brake on. So then you've got to wind your bias more to the front. Then it overheats and we have more of a drama. It's a real problem. Now, on the converse to that, I've just whacked Brody Kosticki's brake data up here. We've got his data. So we're just looking at this. Here's Brody here. Shane's concerned about him. This is why. They just put brakes in his car, right? The white trace, this is ground speed, throttle, and brakes. The white trace was his old brakes, just like 20 laps ago. The red trace is his new brake. What do you see straight away? Everywhere he's putting his foot on the brake is just a little bit later, a little bit later, a little bit later. Let's see another one. Look at that. Just behind the white line. You can see it, not a lot, but that over a whole lap, just a little later, is working really, really nicely for him. We'll just have to wait for it to tick over here. I just want to show you one more because it's actually quite profound. Look at this. A little later, everywhere. Everywhere he's putting his foot on the brake. That's a really nice example. Just a little later. Look at this. A little deeper. A little later means he's a little deeper off the throttle. Shane will know exactly what's going on there to hate it.
Great explanation there, thank you, Mark. So just watching the lap speed last time round for Shane, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't the deficit we saw on the previous lap. It was about half a second away from his teammate. So this is Brody Kosticki on screen here at the moment, and he's 17 seconds off the lead. David Reynolds is actually the lead, but out of sequence with these guys. So in reality, the margin's much tighter. Shane Van Gisbergen across Van Gisbergen, Feeney and Kosticki with Shane leeching a bit of time around this brake issue at the moment. 395 mil outside diameter on those gigantic front brakes on these things. It's an AP Racing control brake in the UK, an 84 vein rotor that they use to pump air through the middle of it to try and regulate the temperature. So they're gigantic brakes because it's obviously an enormous part of the lap speed performance of these cars. Any lack of confidence, that'd be tough.
Tonight at 7.
Shane Van Gisbergen sharing with Richie Stanaway. Position number 3 is car number 88, Brock Feeney and Jamie Wincup. Position number 4 is car number 99, Brody Kostecki and David Russell. Position number 5 is Anton Di Pasquale sharing with Tony Delberto. And we've got an intriguing battle on our hands unfolding here at the moment. So we've got Reynolds and Tander slightly off sequence compared to Van Gisbergen, Feeney, Kostecki. Not much difference for those 3 that I just mentioned, but there are some differences in the fuel load they'll take on next time, and they're trying to get these cars as far down the road as they can now for this last blast to the last stop.
Van Gisbergen's pace has got back to, you'd have to call it the norm, because he and Feeney and Kostecki on this lap to the second sector are separated by less than a tenth, those 3 cars. So David Reynolds is out of tyres and he's doing roughly numbers that are 2 seconds away from what Van Gisbergen, Feeney and Kostecki are doing. On track, he's 4 seconds behind David Reynolds. So there's David at the end of the start-finish straight. And you can see the tyre quality. David couldn't turn the car at the corner. Had massive understeer to get to the apex. As he goes up Mountain Straight, Shane Van Gisbergen's in behind. That gap now is 3.5 seconds. You'll see the Camaro over the rise in a second. And there are the numbers. Well done with that graphic, because that's the 2 seconds a lap change at the end of a run when you've used the tyres up versus relatively fresh tyres for Van Gisbergen. The other part of it is we heard all that drama with the brake pedal, but I think he's been able to manage it pretty well. He did an 8.58 on the last lap, Feeney an 8.6 and Kostecki an 8.8. So he's got back to what he was doing before.
They haven't been ideally mated when they've first gone onto the car, those new brakes, and it's taken a moment for them to bed in order for him to get some brake confidence back. You can't do an 8.5 around here in the current set of circumstances unless you've got some brake confidence, so that may have righted itself, that little trauma. Kai Allen here on screen, 18 years of age, mentioned him at the top of the day, and he's tucked in behind number 26 race leader David Reynolds at the moment. Part of the 3-car outfit for Dick Johnson Racing Team and Shelby Power Racing this weekend. You heard from Simona before, there she is, top right. 1.9 seconds now, the march between Reynolds and Van Gisbergen. You can see Shane just in the shadows in the background. And then it's another 4.8 seconds from Shane back to Brock Feeney.
The other thing that can happen with that brake change and the effect for Shane is that it can be a bit of a combination of both. You can actually just have not a perfect hydraulic scenario going, that caliper may have from the caliper seal or from the change on the high pressure fitting that may have got a little bit of air into the system. That's where the softer pedal comes from. But what tends to make it worse is when the rotor and pad don't match up particularly well. So that makes the pedal longer also. So when you've got immediately a longer pedal and it's softer in its hydraulic feel, then those two things go together.
2 minute 12.2 last lap for David Reynolds, who's on the screen in the foreground here at the moment. It was an 8.8 for Van Gisbergen. Well, there you go. So you heard the information in the background from Andrew Edwards telling you what the relative speed was for Feeney and Kostecki. So they were marginally faster than Shane, who's just gone by and into the lead of the race. And the reason for David's pace there is those tyres at the end of their life. Didn't catch what Shane said then. No, it's soft in the background. Here's the replay of the pass up Mountain Straight. On the numbers that we're looking at here, we've got this little favour, little number in favour of Brock Feeney as far as fuel goes in this next stop as we go back to car number 99. Currently sitting in 4th position, Brody Kostecki, 8.3 seconds off the lead, 3.6 seconds to Feeney. It's a big ask for these guys at the back end with the number of laps that they're doing here. This is a big stint from kind of inside the 100 lap mark all the way to the checkered flag. They're earning their bucks this afternoon, aren't they?
Certainly are. thought that when it sort of first started to unfold, when you first saw some of them getting out, and for Feeney and Van Gisbergen, the co-drivers have done a significant portion, but there's a few there that thought, wow, getting out that early is going to be a very long, tough day.
So on estimate at the moment, we've got 37 seconds of fuel to go into Brock's car. And these are estimates, 45 seconds for Van Gisbergen. Then we've got 41 seconds for Brody Kostecki. Another 47 seconds of fuel time remaining for Anton Di Pasquale. And then the current fuel range varies slightly across them. We're going to stay with Brody now just to understand what the behaviour of this car's like this phase of the race, because we should be starting to get into happy hour now with conditions just starting to come to the guys, a bit more rubber on the road, a few more lengthening shadows, and a big incentive to win the biggest race of the year.
So the first thing there is the car is behaving very nicely. That is a monstrous slide there by James Courtney. He just topped the rise. The rear of the car escaped as the car goes light. He grabbed it with some opposite lock, but then he ended up out in the grey. Watch this. So he's got all the oversteer. He's gathered it. But then by the time he got there, then it was all the outside of the road that has no grip. It's offline. And he was able then to get it half straight. He didn't, and very cleverly, he didn't try to drag it straight back onto the road. He loosened the steering and just drove it through there with no steering input and just popped out really square to the road. That could have been a big, big moment. Remember, it's not a slow section of road. You top the rise at 215 kilometres an hour, and the slowest speed is 200k. So at 200 kilometres an hour, just put yourself in James Courtney's seat, you top the rise, you turn left at 200k, and the thing escapes on you, and you've got to try to gather it back up. So nice job, although it was a mistake, very good job to get back on the black stuff. The other thing that, from the onboard vision with Brody before, was that his progression with the throttle was so smooth and silky. He was able to get the car turned and then just progress the throttle so nicely and not incite any wheel spin and not get some rear sliding and oversteer that was part of the whole plan around tyre conservation for everybody when they started this race. It's now becoming apparent that the people that do it best in terms of the way they can maintain the car speed and treat the tyre across these sort of 20-lap runs. So it's definitely become 20-lap runs at the end. You have got a serious advantage, and the way that we've seen that transpose into car speed with lap speed like mid-8s, other people doing late 9s and early 10s.
Key here is to try and get into that window that we spoke about earlier in the day, to get there around lap 140 there or thereabouts, just inside it perhaps, try and shorten up that last stint. And I've got some more modern fuel numbers that I just worked on in the background quietly, so I think there's actually a much tighter margin than I was projecting even just a few laps ago, so it could only be a couple of seconds between these 10 runners. I'll come back to that because Greg has got something to contribute.
Well, it's just actually just a bit of an overview and a bit of an update of some of the teams in the pit lane there, Neil. And first up, let's start with the Triple Eight juggernaut that it is. The Red Bull and Pole Racing team have got off to a very strong start at the beginning of this race, and they've continued that through all the way to the point we're at the moment. One little tiny issue potentially there for Shane van Gisbergen a few laps ago after another brake rotor change, but other than that, the performances of the two main drivers and the two co-drivers has been unbelievably good again today. Richie Stanaway driving the 97 and getting to Shane van Gisbergen in a great spot. Likewise, Jamie Whincup. A couple of double stacks for the team. Haven't really put their chances too bad at all, and they're looking very strong for the last 30-odd laps of this race. I just spoke to Richie Stanaway as well. He's sitting there very nervously in this position right now to potentially look at a first Bathurst victory for the young Kiwi.
Yeah, Greg, strong result, or strong performance, I've got to say, but isn't it funny, Coca-Cola, the form team all week, you know, maybe they'll have another look at their strategy when they get home. Should have they have done something different? Because now, when we look at it, okay, you know, 7 or 8 seconds, 8 or 9 seconds behind the leaders, Kostecki's got to put a little bit less fuel, and I'm sure Propo's about to update us with some numbers. A little bit less fuel. So what can save them from here? How can Kostecki get back in the race with not you know, one stop to go? Well, sometimes late in the afternoon, the track changes, the track comes back to you as it cools down. With a 30 or 40 seconds worth of fuel to put in, you can adjust roll bars, you can adjust ride heights, you can adjust dampers. There's a lot of little things there can adjust, and most of all, Brodie Kostecki, remembering just from a few years back, he has got it in him. He can attack, and you know what? I'm with him. I hope he gets in there and has a crack.
Like you never ride off Shelby Power Racing at the mountain. Dick Johnson has so much history at this track, and they've just moved up inside the top 4 spots with the Penrite car in pit lane. Chatting to Tony D'Alberto, the co-driver for Anton De Pasquale. They said they're holding station at the moment, but when you look at their lap speed, the pace is pretty good right now for Anton. He's been inside the top 3 fastest cars for the last 3 or 4 laps. So if they are lucky enough to catch a late safety car, I can see a couple of green tyres sitting here in pit lane. They've got one more pit stop for car 11. Not out of the question that that car could be fighting for trophies at the end of the day.
And Chaz Mostert and Lee Holdsworth, they started this race in 9th position. Lee Holdsworth started the race, got boxed around a little bit early. They said that they just didn't have the grip. They didn't have the car they needed earlier in this race. But as the grip is coming onto the track, this track is coming to their car. They're certainly getting more and more comfortable with the track as it progresses. I spoke to Lee Holdsworth. He said he doesn't think they've got the outright speed to take the victory here, but they definitely can challenge for the back of the podium. So they are looking to the end of this race to really come on strong.
Appreciate the update, team. Thank you for that. Gives us a bit of a snapshot of where various favourite drivers are and some of the stories around them. So it's a little bit like gathering election numbers as we pull all the data together here. Think about what it means at the sharper end of the game. So on estimate at the moment, it's about 39.5 seconds, just under 40 seconds of fuel remaining in this final stop that's forthcoming for Shane van Gisbergen. We think it's just a little over 37 seconds for Brock Feeney, 36.8 seconds for Brodie Kostecki. Chad was just talking about Anton De Pasquale. We think that number could be around about 47 seconds for them. But either way, those top 3 are looking tighter than we were originally talking about before as we start to update some of the numbers. So this is building towards something pretty spectacular at the back end of this. Is there enough in the tank for Brodie Kostecki to throw a punch at Red Bull?
Good afternoon. The world is nervous.
race. It started at 11:15 Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time, and Jamie Whincup got the jump down towards turn 1. Car 88, it's been a good day so far for Triple Eight. They have a couple of runners in this field and very much in contention, but unfortunately for Mr. Triple Eight, Craig Lowndes, dramas, a mechanical issue very early in the race really put them out of contention. They're still trucking around in 26. The first big ultimate safety car came about when Frenchman Kevin Estro in his Penrite Mustang found the gravel track down in turn 1. They were able to continue. His young co-driver Matt Payne was disappointed, but despite that, they're currently 12th in the motor race at the moment. More trouble, and it was this time down at turn 23, Murray's Corner. Scott Pye, he's into the door there with Dale Wood. And it's been such a tricky day for Brad Jones Racing. That was the beginning of what would be just more and more dramas for them. How about this moment at the Gazoo Dipper? Whammo! That is the Monster Energy Mustang of James Moffat. Heavy contact on that car. He tried in vain to get it back to pit lane, and unfortunately for he and Cam Waters on the podium last year, they would take no further part of this race. As we edge closer to lap 100 and about 400 kilometres of action to go, the main drivers all jumped aboard. So Brody Kostecki into his car. Brock Feeney replacing Jamie Whincup as they replace some brakes as well. And then Richie Stanaway jumped out of car 97 to make way for Shane Van Gisbergen, who currently leads this race. He's had some brake gremlins, but they think it's okay. He's currently leading by 4.3 seconds over Brock Feeney, his teammate. Brody Kostecki hanging in there 10 seconds off the pace.
Very good summary, Chad, and that's given us a real feel for the closing stages here. Will Brown in there, another fresh set of Dunlops going on for the closing part of this race. 28 laps remaining. So a long stint, this one for him it will be. And on the last lap, in terms of pace, the difference between Feeney and Van Gisbergen, very, very close. Brody Kostecki must have got caught a little bit because he was the 12th fastest car. Van Gisbergen second fastest. Fastest car on the track on the last lap was Scott Pye.
It's an awkwardly long stint in some respects here for that car, isn't it? Just slightly on the wrong side of Tyler. We haven't seen the smarten up as yet and the benefit from the what we presume could be slightly lower temperatures as the shadows start to throw longer up the top of the hill. We've not really seen that great benefit yet. That's still to come. We've got 28 laps remaining. 4.2 seconds is the gap between Van Gisbergen and Feeney. And we've got a 2:08.9 last time round for Shane. So he's still just slightly off the pace of Feeney, who did an 8:7.94 last time for Brody that you called. So maybe a little mistake or some traffic affected that. And we'll get a speed check on Di Pasquale when he gets across the line. 9.2 it was for him on the last lap, so he was just a little bit quicker than Brody in the top 4. So the leader is making his way up to the cutting at the moment. And he's about to arrive with a bit of traffic in front of him as well, Shane Van Gisbergen. He's got car number 96, car 20, car 4, car 9 to deal with over the top of the hill. He's not there yet. There's a bit of margin before he gets there.
And the worst part about leading at this point of the race is you're the one that deals with that lap traffic first. By the time you get to them, they're not ready for you. If they hold you up, the guy behind always gets an advantage. So Van Gisbergen, who's forceful, we know that he intimidates so many of them when he gets in behind. But as he looms up on these cars in these sections of the road, he'll want to get by and go and bang straight by, not get caught up, because this is the battle of the race. Those two Red Bull Ampol Racing Camaros are at the moment vying for the last segment, the last piece. One more stop to go and the sprint home.
4.3 seconds is the margin between both of them at the moment. And there's a 2-second advantage in favour of Brock Feeney on fuel on our estimate.
And check that out. At the second intermediate for this lap, there's 67 10,000ths of a second apart. That's how hard they're driving the cars, and that's how close they are in terms of outright performance. Nothing in it.
In in this car. Jamie Whincup did a nice job in the opening stints of the race. They cleared their second driver requirements quite early in proceedings. Remember that Brock made his debut here only a few years ago, back in 2020, so it's been a short, sharp and successful career for him already. And it was a great run for him in the first Enduro of the year at Sandown just a couple of weeks ago. We'll jump on board with him now. Youngster from the Gold Coast. Not terribly old numerically, but he's done a lot of motor racing over a long period of time through karting and junior categories very successfully. 4.28 seconds margin now between Shane and Brock. It was a 9 flat for Shane on the last lap, a 9-1 for Brock, and a 9-7 for Brody. So Brody's pace has just dropped off, leaked away ever so slightly, and it was a 9 even for Di Pasquale. So he was the fastest man on the track last time round, Anton, but he needs more fuel. He needs about 10 seconds more in round terms compared to these other guys at this final stop. That's going to hurt. But are we going to have that safety car that I statistically mentioned has arrived every year near the back end of this race? And when you look at the amount of debris, rubber, dust and dirt off the edges of the racetrack at the moment, it would be so easy to make a mistake for things to go sideways.
Well, think about it. That was James Courtney only a few laps ago when he had that big moment at the top of the hill there. The rise of McPhillamy, that's the fastest man on the track right now. Anton Di Pasquale is making that Shelby Power Mustang flow so nicely across the top of the hill. So using every skerrick of road.
So Shane's coming up onto the back of Macaulay Jones in car number 96 down the bottom of the chase. He clears Macaulay. He's got a cluster of cars to deal with there, including car number 20, and it's being driven by Scott Pye at the moment, and car number 4 by Jackson Evans, the international Kiwi. It's part of the Porsche program. He's off to Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta in the US next week. Oh, slide for the Red Bull car. What's going on? A white flag, a slow Red Bull car. It's a drama for Feeney. It's a drama for Feeney at a critical phase of the race, and this is a gigantic game changer.
He was barking on the radio from about Forest Elbow down, saying something in the front end, it's down, it's down. I can see Murph's actually just run up a couple garages ahead of me. He might be a little bit closer to the action down there with Mark Dutton.
What on earth has gone on with Brock Feeney's car? He was in a commanding position from a fuel strategy standpoint. Let's listen. We're hearing in the background that it's lost grunt.
We're going to try and get you back out, so we'll get you into the garage and we'll get you staying in the car.
Multiple messages coming to us. So we'll just wait for some facts to be established.
No, we're going into the garage.
Into the garage where more people can dive on this car and work on a catastrophic situation. Let's go to Greg.
Yeah, Jamie Whincup, I just asked him what the issue is. They have gone inside the car. It's gearbox. Is it not actuation again, the same as the 888 car? He just told me it was gearbox. So drivers gone or unable to change gear in the 88 Feeney car. And they are working on the gear. We're going to try and have a look inside. It won't shift it, so it's still connected. But it looks like it's jammed. The gear lever looks like it's jammed. It won't move forward or back.
Staggering, isn't it?
So it must have been locked in a gear.
Yeah. He drove all the way, and I'm not sure which gear, but he was going slow for quite some time, but they just tried to jam it forward and backwards, and it wouldn't move.
He hasn't had a podium at Mount Panorama. He was on target for one today. You can see.
It was absolutely devastating, as you would be. This is just torture.
And there may be a steering drama unfolding here for Brody Kostecki, I've just heard in the background as well. So as it has been the case for many years, there's stuff going on at the back end of the great race. So devastation for Brock Feeney, and maybe there's a question mark around the steering on this car. Brock was 10th on debut, 5th last year, DNF the year before. He thought he was going to get a podium, and look at this.
Can't get it out of gear.
Hear him in the background. No, he eventually found a gear, but it's too low. He understands the implications. looks like a transactional failure of some description, and we don't know what part of the actuation there that has had that effect, because he couldn't get it out of gear, and then it ended up like it was in neutral there for a minute, and then it did grab the gear, but it was too low.
Wow, yeah. Limited all the way down here in a lower gear, so deeply frustrating situation. And so there's a little question mark around this car as well, because we've wondered where the pace has gone. So Shane Van Gisbergen's the leader by 12.3 seconds over Brody Kostecki. What's going on here with car number 99? This is elevated. Anton Di Pasquale up into third. Chaz Mostert into position number 4. James Courtney into position number 5. Barry Ryan in conversation there in the top right of screen with the engineer for the car, George Commons. I'll chase it up for you. 11.9 seconds is the gap between first and second. Cruel fate for Brock Feeney. Obviously Greg's down there, and if there's an update on that, we'll bring it to you as quickly as we possibly can. Fastest lap of the race still belongs to Will Brown. It was achieved on lap 4. We'll get to Chad.
Yeah, so steering rack issue for 99, but remember, they're not completely calling this off yet. If you look at his lap speed, it's okay at the moment. He did win a race at Taylor Bend with a bit of a dodgy steering issue, so he might just need to see if he can get this one home.
Any chance you can expand on it with us, Chad? If they can give us a bit more
right in. Let's go in there and we'll see if we can get Barry Ryan. Sorry, mate, live at the moment, Baz. I know it's a pretty critical time. Can we expand on the steering rack issue for the 99? Can you get it home the way it is, or you have to sort of think on the fly here?
I haven't got my own guys, so I don't know. I don't know. It's just got an issue with the steering. I have no idea.
Lap speed look okay? You're just going to have to try and get it to the next stop and then worry about it?
Yeah, we'll just put some tyres up, put some fuel in and get it home.
Okay, thank you, mate. Good luck.
Okay, thanks.
So wondering what that is. What a disaster. Now, is it compromising the speed? David Russell is the co-driver. Petty Flamenco's in conversation with him up in the top right-hand corner. It's 12 seconds the margin now, first to second. And lap speed-wise on the last lap for Brody, it was position 2 for him. James Courtney's now in the lane. Meantime, the work continues on the Feeney Cup. They're out of business, aren't they? There is no coming back from here. They might be able to get it back out for some points to classify it, but what a disaster. What's the hustle look like here for Brody at the moment? Does he have enough in hand for the car that's really been the commanding beast throughout the week? He's driving the wheels off it at the moment. Meantime, Ford's come up a couple of spots into position number 5. And this is Courtney.
14 seconds down, boys. Nice easy eyes on fuel now. There's 22 seconds down. 10 seconds to go there. Still clear. Pit lane. Okay, almost there. 30 down. Get ready now. Go.
Shane's making ground on Kostecki at the moment. It's out to 12.4 seconds. That margin first to second. As people start cycling through their final stops.
All the tyres are done. Clear in the lane.
And when the first immediate sighting of the Feeney car come up going slowly, the radio chat with Andrew Edwards straight to Van Gisbergen was they'd done a gearbox. So immediately that was a warning to go steady with this stuff. If that's an issue for the cars, the reason that Andrew was so spontaneous was that you do not want to have both cars with the same complaint, Greg.
Yeah, I don't think it is the transaxle. I spoke to Martin Short just a minute ago too. They initially thought it was, but they are working inside the cabin. Like I was having a good look in there, they're focused on the mounting system there for the gear lever. So it doesn't seem to be transaxle as such. It's definitely just the mechanism of grab. Jada, this is... Oh, mate, you have been here long enough to never count your chickens until they're hatched, mate. I don't know, what words do you use to describe the moment here and looking at Brock in the car, obviously the devastation for that young man.
Yeah, it's such a hard race to win and such an easy one to lose. You have one small issue and your day's done.
seems like a similar thing to what Triple Eight had with the tower for the gear stickers come unstuck, and you can't get any gears in there. So disappointing. Brock did a fantastic job. We represented well. Both cars were well and truly there. A tour run 2 cars though, so you got to each way bet. So fingers crossed 97 can do the job.
Yeah, it's been just an incredible performance all up. I mean, as you said, it's so easy to lose this one. You've been at the top of the step so many times. I mean, this guy, what he did yesterday in the shootout, his performance this year, phenomenal. I mean, it's going to come for him. He's going to have so much success here in the future, but today is not the day.
100%. Today's on the day, but well, he'll have his day. He'll have his day. He's got plenty of years left in him, but we're still in the race. We've still got another car out there. It's looking good on fuel and tyres, so we've one more stop to go. So all in, come on, basket. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, man. Cheers.
12.7 seconds now is the gap between Van Gisbergen and Kostecki. Continues to make a bit of pace on as we start to think about their final stops in this race this afternoon. Here is Shane, and looking at where car number 99 is, he's about halfway up Mountain Straight. So this has had the effect of all this drama in the back end here has brought out a bit of spots from the lead. He's 9.4 away from Brody Kostecki, but we've been watching his lap speed. Brown was actually the fastest car on the racetrack last time round. He described it as the 4th quickest car. The 2nd quickest car was Tim Slade, and 3rd fastest was actually Thomas Randall.
As well coming through with that Kel.
And Gisbergen and Kostecki 5th and 6th. They're at the back end of their tyre life, which when you consider that speed, it's pretty impressive.
Pretty impressive, exactly. So here's Mostert for the final time.
Okay, wheels are all done. That's 15 seconds down now. Drink bottles all done.
Anthony McDonald.
20 seconds down, mate. Just waiting on fuel. It's clear in the lane. 25 seconds down. 30 seconds down, mate. Be ready for the drop. Be ready for the drop. Go, go, go.
Yeah, nice. So as soon as it dropped on the ground, Chaz had it all sorted in first slot, was able to get out of there very well. And the car that's coming by him there, this is for position. So that's David Reynolds. So they're for, at the moment, they're 4th and 5th on the road. Alistair McVeigh just talking to David. He spoke just then, and I'm sure I heard him say about fuel saving for Dave Reynolds, so we just need to check up on that, whether they're close or not.
Jumping on with Chaz with a fresh set of tyres on the car, and he's been flying in the last stint of this race and fully incentivised now. He's got 20 odd laps remaining, and these should be the best conditions of the day to be able to press on here. 13.8 seconds is the margin, Van Gisbergen and Kostecki. And remembering there was a couple of seconds in favour of car number 99 for fuel at this next stop, but that's not going to crush out that margin of 13.9 seconds. So it's going to be about who has the pace in the final stint, and whether or not there is another safety car, and whether or not there's any other reliability issues like we saw with Brock Feeney. So 2 of the Triple Eight engineering cars, the Triple Eight car, super cheap entry of Zane Goddard and Craig Lowndes with a problem earlier in the day with the... So fuel number, that was Alistair McVeigh. So they are somewhat compromised on fuel. So the gearshift mechanism tower gave them problems with car 888. We don't know exactly what the issue is for car number 88 at the moment, but it might be in the same area. And from what we heard down in the pit lane a moment ago, it may not in fact be the transaction. It could be more to do with what's going on next to Brock. So that will be a big question mark for car number 97 and require a gentle touch if he's to stroke the thing home.
And that's exactly what Andrew Edwards said to him on the radio as he went up Mount straight at the previous lap. He said, anything you can do to help, anything that you can do to treat it nicer, do that.
Chaz Mostert now up into position number 4. Adam De on the radio. So it looks like they've rectified the issue down there now. This will at least get them classified and gain some valuable points. So 136 laps already recorded against this car. Remember at the commencement of the day I talked about you needing 75% race distance, which is 121 laps. That will get him some points, but it's a far cry from what was potentially on offer.
So based on that, definitely not a transaxle failure. It's the mechanism for the gear selection. Put some good tyres on it now. Ludo's doing
some coaching.
A lot of coaching there with Anton Di Pasquale.
You're going to be clear. I'm going to get out of your road, mate. Still about another 10 seconds, mate. Okay, make sure you got a gear. It's just on the gear lever. Sorry about that, mate.
Gisbergen's got 14.9 seconds over Kostecki. He's in good shape.
7 News doesn't just
Beautiful shot. Overlooking McPhilby Park, looking back towards Brock Skyline. The run down the hill. So difficult to understand the elevation change of this famous racing track. And this is the steep climb up the hill from turn 2 up to the cutting.
Brock has made it safely back into the pit lane, by the way, as they try and rectify the issues here. That's a 16.3 second margin now, Van Gisbergen over Kostecki. These guys have been in a neck-and-neck battle in recent rounds of the championship. The margin's 155 points, and this is going to enormously help the cause for Van Gisbergen if he can close on this deal. Mark Larkham.
Yeah, Croppo, I went up the other end to have the best look I could. It was hard to see him try prop for his car. A lot of people around trying to repair it, but best I can make out, looks very similar to what we showed you on Craig Lowndes' car this morning, where what they were doing was working on the mounts down here. Here's your lever, but this big lightweight mount, and it screws down this direction, and there's little folded pieces. So if I can pick a failure point, it's probably in there somewhere. And they appear to be trying to screw it differently or maintain it down there. Now, obviously, if that's not retained, because if you go back and look at the vision, you can actually see the whole thing's moving as he's trying to shift gear. And you don't think that's much, but let me tell you, when you're out there, particularly coming down Conrod, it's like bang, bang, bang. You're quite up the shifts, down the shifts. You're quite aggressive with it. And if that's not held perfectly, and that doesn't move, that rod under there somewhere, I can't see it, move beautifully, it's just not going to engage the gear. So it's obviously getting contorted and locking it in gear.
It's actually quite amazing how much force is used on a gear lever. I've seen them break in years past. High tensile strength, incredibly strong gear levers snapped in half by race drivers, just constantly thrashing and working in two different directions of those manual gearboxes. So that is the tower that Mark Larkham was just describing down there in the Hino hub, back up in the Red Bull garage. What a disappointment. Here we go, into the pit lane. Last stop of the day, car number 99. What is going on with the front of this car? Has it crawled all opportunity to be able to get that vital win today?
Come across down. Right again,
Right height change.
Right to it, boys, past it.
And we're also going to have a look at the gear lever assembly.
That's 12 seconds.
And this is to make it more of a quality car now, to give it some turning authority, so that he can get the eyes on and go hard at the back end. A safety car would give them an enormous break.
You ready to go? You ready? Go.
Difficult to get the cars away when the pit lane speed limit is engaged. They won't accept too much throttle percentage. You've got to walk the car away. It's uphill, tall gearing. Chad.
So just lowering the front half a click to try and combat that steering issue that they've been fighting with, and just to elaborate on the gear selection issue as well, they just tied in with a bit of duct tape, good old-fashioned 200 mile an hour tape, to just try and secure that bracket in there a little bit more as well.
Saw them working the back of the car too on this car, so let's see what sort of pace that it's got. So he's just done that on lap 146, Brody Kostecki. Has he got enough pace in hand? And I wonder what the story is with the steering. It has been a challenge at times during 23 in the development of these new cars. It's been a talking point as we pick up on third place Anton Di Pasquale at the moment. 6 stops in the bank for him.
Just looking for whether there's a difference in the way he's turning it from one side to the other. Normally when there's a power steer issue, it does affect the turn one way more than another. There's nothing obvious around the static position of the steering wheel, so it looks like it's square when he's in the straight ahead position. Looks like it's not left hand down or right hand down, nothing strange that is obvious.
Got a lot of fuel weight back in it now, but it's also got some nice fresh tyres, and look at the amount of shadows that have appeared on the racetrack now. So the conditions are going to be the best they'll be all day with 15 laps remaining. 6-second margin between Kostecki and Di Pasquale. And Van Gisbergen's just been given the cue to hit this lap. It's a 1-minute 24-second margin. So there's fuel to take on. There's 32 odd seconds to transit the lane. And then there's the fuel load to bring onto that car as well. And they already had time in hand when Brody was peeling off. It was, last time I looked, it was 16, 17 odd seconds.
Yeah.
he appears, I mean, just even though I know it was an outlap and tyres are still coming up, but he appears to be nursing at the moment. There's not a lot of fierce aggression in the way that he's attacking the top of the mountain. Little brake bias change there for Van Gisbergen. Meantime, Ludo Lacroix is in conversation with Anton Di Pasquale as they prepare at the Red Bull Ampol Racing team for the final stop of the day for Van Gisbergen.
Now, what did you just say about the safety margin? I didn't hear Andrew was just talking to her about going to make a change or do something I couldn't quite catch. He's not coming in this one. Couldn't quite catch what the last part of it was. Anyway, we'll try to find out down there as to what we're doing. Maybe there's one more lap rather than more safety margin for what fuel they're going to put on and try to minimise the stop time. Yeah, so it is about that. It's exactly.
It's quiet spoken, Andrew Edwards, so you've got to have the ears on to pick up what he's saying. Very bright engineer. He accompanied Shane to Chicago earlier in the year when he put together that masterful performance on the streets there to pick up a win in the main game in the NASCAR Cup. That was impressive, and Shane has since announced his departure from Triple Eight Race Engineering and the Red Bull team, and he'll be joining the NASCAR Tour in varying levels of it in 2024, relocating to North America. So half a lap to run down before he comes into the lane for his final stop of the day. He should have plenty of time in hand here with no urgency, and that may have been the message that Andrew Edwards was conveying in the background there, that there's no need to do anything heroic inbound or outbound. There is that kind of knife-edge margin involved in this one at the moment. Through the dipper area, which unfortunately caught James Moffat a bit earlier in the day in the Monster Energy Ford Mustang. Confirmation again from the bunker to Shane that they need him in on this lap. Van Gisbergen, Kostecki, Di Pasquale, Mostert, Reynolds, Courtney, Brown, Forward, LeBrock and Golding. That is our top 10. 14 laps remain.
And a critical stop for the Red Bull Ampol Racing team to execute the final one of the day. Does a nice job, as he always does on the way in. Optimise the run through that little chicane, straightens it all out, gets it back to 40k.
So let's have a look at this final pit stop for Shane Van Gisbergen. These are important ones, aren't they? You know, the last one of the day, you just want to slow this one down. We reckon they're going to put about 28, 30 seconds of fuel in. What's really nice, look at this, 4 brand new green tyres. Got the pink for breast cancer on them. They look fast, as does this man. So he's going to come in. Let's have a look. Everyone's nice and settled. Stops. A little bit short on the mark there, actually, which is unusual. They're doing it strange, no? They're just pulling that rubber around the front that Greg Murphy's been onto all day. No changes anywhere. And then let's come around here, please, and have a look. You'll see the fuel man. This is a time stop. They're not filling it up. Let's have a look. He's looking at the countdown. You can see the little counter on his fuel coupling there. A little bit of revs changes. He'll have a little thing on his dash. He'll just get exactly the right RPM, right fuel coupling. Gets away beautifully. Little bit of wheel spin. Just how to do it. He's away.
Last stop of the day for Shane Van Gisbergen. 13 laps remain, and he's got margin in hand at the moment. So, how hard is he going to push? Mindful of the fact that 2 of the sister cars have had a little gremlin that they've had to deal with today that's sidelined them with the shifting, the gear shifting with those cars as a part of the tower mechanism that holds the gear lever. So Van Gisbergen, Kostecki, Di Pasquale, Mostert, Reynolds, who was just told a couple of moments ago by us to keep on giving me some fuel saving, please. So a little fist pump. I reckon he knows that he's in a pretty decent position out there at the moment. He's got a fast car that appears to be looking after his tyres pretty nicely, and he's all armed up, ready to get to the checkered flag. Shadows are lengthening over the top of the hill. Are we going to see some lap record speed.
Making news today, anger and grave glut.
Laps remaining in the great race of 2023. 23.7 seconds is the margin between Van Gisbergen and Kostecki. And I don't think there's any further pace left in Brodie's car at this point. Will this car make it home reliably? The two sister cars have had a question mark around them today. There was a shocking shot there before of a very, very sad Brock Feeney, who's put in a huge effort today, only for it to be thwarted at the back end. Let's go to Chad.
Yeah, he's usually one of the happiest guys in pit lane. I've never seen him this down. Brock, can you put it into words exactly that level of disappointment?
No, I don't know what to say, mate. I'm gutted. We were real fast. I mean, the track was coming to us, and I don't know what the fuel numbers are like, but we were real fast out there. And this place can be the best, but it also can be the worst. So I'm absolutely gutted, mate.
I saw your dad come over and just slap you on the back before everyone in the team's come around to sort of put their arm around you. At least you got some amazing support there in the good times and the bad, huh?
Yeah, it's all about the roller coaster journey. Look, turn 21 in a couple of weeks, so hopefully I get to come back to this place plenty of times and have another crack at it. But man, it felt like you slipped through today. But cheer on Shane to the end. He's doing an awesome job as usual, and we'll try and get out and get some points, mate, because it's still not over. So we'll be fighting to the end.
Like you said, mate, you're just 20 years of age. You can have a huge future at this place. You feel like one day you'll be able to join guys like SVG and like Jamie and claim it one day?
Yeah, that's the goal, mate. That's what we're trying to do today. And obviously the stack at the start didn't help, but we fought really well back, and we were super fast.
you for fronting up for the chat, mate. The fans would absolutely love to hear from you, so unlucky, buddy.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Yes, appreciate Brock taking time for conversation. Shane Gisberg was weaving on the straight there now, whether he had some pick up on tyres, whether he's also got a steering question mark to try and follow that up for you. But what a disappointment, unfortunately, for Brock Feeding. Can take solace in the fact that he was the victor with Jamie Whincup in the Sandown 500. We've already seen some impressive runs from him this year, and that drive that he stitched together at the back end of last year in Adelaide was one to remember. There will be plenty more opportunities, but right now the focus is here. Van Gisbergen.
Learning, like I'm wiggling it down the straight and the car's not even turning. So, yeah, I don't know.
Has he got a steering gremlin as well?
85.
So a 2-minute 9.2 for Van Gisbergen. He did take some time out of it in that last lap. And Brody did an 8.9 on the last lap to be 3/10 quicker. It's a 23-second margin. There is still 10 laps remaining. It's still a long journey around here. 6.2 kilometres, so 62 odd Ks to negotiate the back end. But both these guys at the leading edge of this race have got a little question mark around what may or may not be going on with their steering. Might this hand a victory to this man if all of a sudden things go awry? Could this be one of the all-time turnarounds for Anton Di Pasquale? That would be an extraordinary story. Together with Tony D'Alberto, Dick Johnson Racing and the Shell V-Power Racing team, they'll have their fingers crossed that they can play into this game here. He's only 5.9 seconds away from his mate, Brody Kostecki. 29 seconds from the lead. But while we were having the conversation with Brock, I saw Shane moving around on the road. You heard him on the radio say, I'm moving the steering wheel here, but we're not getting any corresponding shift in the trajectory of the car.
And Andrew Edwards said to me very quickly, you can slow down 2 seconds a lap and you'll still win it. So he was immediately saying you can be conservative.
Now, by way of response in the first stint, first sector of the racetrack, Shane was 3/10 quicker than Brody on that lap. You know, bottoming out, just the scuffing of what was once what we described as the front aero, the splitter on the car. It's just scuffing the road through Forest Elbow. Back to Chad.
Just down here. Okay, they're saying that everything's, well, fine down here at the 97 camp, but there are a few people shaking their heads. The report here is that he's reporting a dead spot in the steering at the moment, so that's all it is for now. I quickly grabbed Richie Stanaway, and he hadn't actually heard about it yet. He was just throwing a headset on, so we're all trying to figure it out on the fly. Like Skeppy said, they're planning on managing it as best they can by just sort of rolling out of it and keeping that gap to the car behind him.
Well, that number, if he's rolled out of it, he's still doing late ace. So the number was 0.3 per second better than Kostecki on that last lap and only just slightly faster than Anton. Anton's actually making ground on Kostecki. See that number there is a 9 dead on the last lap, so that was another response from Anton. So he's driving the wheels off that Shell V-Power Mustang in the closing stages. The body language of the cars come back a little bit again now, Croppo.
Well, we're accustomed to seeing wild laps at the back end of this race typically, but the front two have got this question mark around them at the moment, so high 8s last time through for Shane. 9 laps remaining. Anton's on the charge, 5.7 seconds behind Brody. And then it's a further 10 seconds back to Chaz Mostert, just off the podium at the moment in 4th position. And fuel saving in 5th is David Reynolds, followed by James Courtney in 6th, Will Brown in 7th, Bryce Fullwood. For Brad Jones Racing in Middies is in 8th position. Jack LeBrock Truck Assist Car is in 9th. James Golding, Newlon Racing, is in 10th position. Not a bad comeback today for Mark Winterbottom, back up into 11th position because they've had their challenges this week. Jumping on board again now with Shane.
Clever to just come out of the throttle before the right-hander at the chase. And he's at the moment trying to get around there flat, try to pull up. In fact, he's just coming out of the throttle nice and gently at the end of the run down into turn 23 into Murray's corner. And still another late 8.7.
Yeah, which as a delta from peak during the day, the best that achieved on lap 4 was a 7.9. That was an 8.8, 1.1 second. It's half a second So whatever's going on with the steering on that car can't be nice. What a shame. Would have been great to see those two go head to head at the back end with the young Brock mixed in there.
Yeah, we've been robbed a little bit, haven't we, based on how that's panned out. Anton De Pasquale in third, Mostert, Reynolds, Courtney. Courtney has been very fast through the course of the day, and so has David Reynolds at points through the day. Remember, that early penalty put them to the back of the field for a drive-through. Just looking also at the splits for both of them in terms of Kostecki and Van Gisbergen, just to see where the little gain is being made. In the first sector, almost nothing. And when you watch Brody through the course of the week, one of the great things he's done is he's turning the car from as wide as you can possibly turn it. He's optimising the entry to so many of these key locations on this racetrack. And let's not forget the lap that he put together yesterday to gap the field by 0.48 of a second. From first to second, if you can do that to the quality of field that we're dealing with here, some of the world's best touring car drivers, a remarkable performance in the top 10 shootout yesterday.
I'm going to go back to 2018 for the last time that we only had 3 safety cars in a race. That's all we've had so far today. I'm just looking at the elapsed time, 5 minutes and 52, I beg your pardon, 5 hours and 52 minutes just clicked over. So it's been a very fast race, yes. A faster race than has been the case in last several years. And last year, for example, we had 8 safety car interventions. The previous year, it was 6. Let's have a look at the speed here again. The last lap for Shane then was a 2-minute 9.1, 2-minute 9.2 for Brody. All that Shane needs to do now is just stabilise that margin. He can afford to be pretty conservative. 23.9 seconds is the gap. And it's a steady margin of 6 seconds between... Yeah, just finished the sentence for me between Brody and Anton. So the Shell V-Power Racing entry, the Mustang, the first Mustang in the queue there at the moment is in 3rd position, and so Tony D'Alberto will be pleased with this outcome as well. Chaz Mostert in position number 3, Reynolds Courtney still in the queue, so no change in that top 10 just in the last several laps.
I can't help thinking in terms of overall strategy. I know there's been some steering rack issues with Brody late, but I can't help thinking just around the overall strategy. Van Gisbergen having stopped 7 times, Kostecki 6, and not taking that extra early safety car. Yeah.
May have changed the game, although the thing is that this, whatever the steering question mark is, could well have been the overriding factor here. As we jump on board with Chaz, he's still throwing everything he can at this. So his fastest lap of the race was 10 laps ago. He did it on lap 144, so there's no questioning the commitment. He's 10 seconds behind Anton at the moment. So if he can continue to hustle, he might have his eyes on the possible prize here with 7 laps remaining in the battle for the podium. He's coming up to the back of the Tradie Beer entry. Still static at 23.9 second margin between Van Gisbergen and Kostecki, so nothing happening up the front there at the moment. For Anton De Pasquale, this would be his first ever podium at Bathurst if he can achieve it. For Tony D'Alberto, he was 3rd back in 2017 with Podium, so he'll add to that little tally, but it'll be a nice moment for Anton. Bit of the speed difference gone, straight down the outside. Chaz rounds him up. He's driving it hard. He's staying committed deeply to the throttle, in and around the chase. It's fun to watch. Last lap for him was the 4th quickest car on the road. Fastest car was Scott Pye, Toyota Forklift Century. Let's see whether or not he's closed up any of that margin to Anton. So lap speed wise, the lap that we just joined, Chaz only did a 9.5, Anton did a 9.1, Brody did a 9.1, and Shane did a 9 flat. So they're starting to get towards the end of those tyres, so we're not seeing mega numbers. 24 seconds even the margin between 1st and 2nd. little crush in the gap between Anton and Chaz. Is Van Gisbergen reaching out and getting one hand on a potential third trophy at Mount Panorama? And what about Richie Stanaway? His best ever performance was last year with our broadcast team member Greg Murphy. It was 11. He's never had a podium here before, so does he dare to dream about the possibilities here? And the Kiwi duo, having stitched this together today, might be able to pull off something. Brodie Kostecki and David Russell have been on the podium previously, so they potentially build on what's been achieved before. So, 23.7 seconds as a mechanical black flag is now being shown to car number 3, the cool drive entry. Currently at the helm, we've got Todd Hazelwood. So there's something not right on that car. It's been picked up by race control. 6.6 seconds the gap between Anton and Chaz Mostert. It'll be 5 laps remaining as he heads into the western sunlight down towards turn number 1 for Van Gisbergen. 2:09 flat was the lap speed for him.
Time to go. And when you look at the totem on the left-hand side of your screen there, Cropper, there's a couple of teams that have actually responded quite well to the adversity of what's been a very tough day. James Courtney up 10 positions for Tickford. Bryce Forward, we spoke about all the dramas for Brad Jones and his team early in the day, but he's come up 13 positions. Will Brown from that poor qualifying and the dramas that he had back from 17th, so he's up 10 spots. So there's been a lot of teams that have actually responded in a way through the course of what has been a really strange race with fuel and tyres. Very nice result for them.
Something flailing underneath the cool drive car there that was creating sparks. That's the reason for the mechanical black flag. I'll need to come in and attend to that. They're sitting down in 22nd position at the moment. 1.7 laps off the lead. David Reynolds is continuing to be encouraged at the moment just to look after fuel and hang in there in 5th position. He's driving in that car with Garth Tander today. They'll get some valuable points in the quest in this year's championship. But they've really taken a hit early on with that pit lane penalty because of the safety car infringement, as they now get Brock Feeney back out there on the racetrack to be classified as a finisher and potentially get some points. Remember that Brock came into today 3rd in the championship, and we've been watching very carefully his progress. There's only a 49-point margin between he and Shane Van Gisbergen, and he had a little bit in hand over Will Brown, so this is going to hurt. Remember, coming up next in the Ripco Supercars Championship, we're off to the Gold Coast and our customary run there in October, and then we're wrapping it all up in South Australia on the streets of Adelaide again for what's going to be a great grand finale in 2023. This margin at the front is almost just a welded number. It just keeps on staying at 23.9 seconds. It's at one point it rounded out at 24, now it's back to 23.99. So they're absolutely matching each other at the moment. There's nothing in the gaps between any of the top 3 at present. So things pretty much static. 24 seconds again now, Van Gisbergen over Kostecki. Here he is. Somewhat wounded to the end for reasons that we don't fully understand, but it's something to do with vagueness in the steering with this car. They've had some steering rack trauma with the new cars this year. Doesn't have the firepower that it showed earlier in the week, where time and again across a variety of the sessions they were either 1st, 2nd or 3rd. So they've been very, very fast. They'll be disappointed given the speed that they brought, particularly by comparison to the speed that they had in the top 10 shootout yesterday. That was a mega lap. He made a little mistake on the exit of turn 1, but the rest of the lap was off the scale. Impressive for Brodie. And Todd Hazelwood's just being told that he needs to bring that car in to address the mechanical black flag that he has been shown. But it's finally just moved up a bit now. 24.2 seconds, Van Gisbergen over Kostecki, and 7.1 back to Anton. So no change in the top 3, and I think Chaz Mostert, despite his best shot, he might have used most of the time now. So his last lap time, for example, was a 9.7. It doesn't look like there's much left in the tank there for him to be able to close up the margin.
That's right. So Deep Pasquale was the 8th fastest car and Mostert was 11th fastest. So he's not able at the moment to take any ground out of the Sean V Power Mustang just up in front, but you can see Chaz still vigorous as always. Top of the rise there at Macquarie Park, had a big slide, uses all the ride up and over the curb through the S's, down into the dipper, and they've responded well because the car wasn't from qualifying to his liking. They thought they made it a little bit better as a race car, and he's started just inside the top 10 in 9th. He's up in 4th position. So Brook Fooney out there now, just doing what Neil was saying before, just making sure that got some points and we're organised. There's the Cool Drive Mustang in. We heard a bit of chat there on the radio, and you saw something under the car that was flailing, wasn't it? I'm not sure what it was.
Yeah, there was some sparks there before. So lap speed check here, 8.7 on the last lap, cruising for Van Gisbergen, 8.9 for Brady Kostecki, 9.6 for Anton Di Pasquale on that last lap. We're still waiting for Chaz to cross the line. We'll get a reference on him. He's gone through now on a 9.5. David Reynolds, we know, is in fuel-saving mode. He's in 5th position. It was a 10.1 for him in 5th position. So that spread across the top 5 cars is 49 seconds, 24.5 seconds to gap first to second, 7.7 is the margin between Kostecki and Di Pasquale.
Just looking through, also very tough day for James Golding and the team down there for Nearlong, because he was sensational in qualifying and in the top 10 shootout. Started on the 2nd row of the grid, and just through the day been caught up in some pretty lively battles. He's down in 10th position, so he's lost 6 spots across the afternoon, which for that team, they're getting better and better, and you can just hear there Shane just coming out of there, just rolling out of the throttle, not looking for too much aggression with the first part of the braking area. And he's still talking about that.
Nothing's hurting his lap pace too much at the moment. Maybe it's not entirely to his liking. 209.9 for him on that lap, 23.8 seconds is the current gap back to Brody Chad.
Yeah, just a little bit more to twist at the end of the tail here. They're preparing the pit board. I intercepted a message from Andrew Edwards to Shane Van Gisbergen saying we may lose charge and we may lose the radio before the end of the race. So 2 laps to go, still weaving his way up Mountain Straight, preparing a pit board just to let him know it's going to be the last lap.
Yeah, so they must have an alternator issue, so they'll just start to drain the battery from here if that's the case.
Yeah, I reckon it was.
Oh, it could also just be a radio. Yeah, who knows? We'll see. I think that'll be the least of their concerns at the moment. 2 laps remain. Shane Van Gisbergen's got this thing by the scruff of the neck at the moment. 23 seconds is the margin. Might just be the radio we're talking about here. So no fireworks at the back end of this one, unfortunately. Both the lead cars have got a little question mark over their absolute performance, and it's an 8.5 second margin now back between Brody Kostecki and Anton Di Pasquale. 11 of the last 17 of the races here have been concluded by either just around or just under 1 second. This is the biggest margin that we've had for some time. Van Gisbergen, Kostecki, Di Pasquale, Mostert, Reynolds, Courtney, Brown, Fullwood, LeBrock and Golding. That is the 10. The total spread is 1 minute and 12 seconds across the group. Ben Davison's had a pretty tough day. They've just been cut up a 20 back into the pit lane here. They've turned a forward century as well. So the Davison brothers down in 18th position. I've heard Will on the radio a few times, uncomfortable with the balance of that car. The next time through, it is 1 to go for Shane Van Gisbergen. 6,213 metres remaining before he becomes the winner of the great race one more time. Let's have a look at what the speed looks like. He's been active on the radio. We see him still working that brake bias. 9.8 for him on the last lap. 22.2 seconds is the margin as he heads into turn 1 for the final time. sister car in the foreground. A bit of dust being brought up from somebody having run wide down there on the exit of turn number 1.
And they've done a superb job again, Neil. Richie Stanaway has contributed so much through the course of this week. He's worked very hard with Shane on the race car setup. The thing that they weren't happy with was the qualifying. Didn't quite have the raw pace of Kostecki, and they basically put the white flag up on that and concentrated totally on a race car. And that has, from today's performance, stood out as a very, very good decision. And a great decision just to make sure that car flows as nicely as it has as the crowd erupts on the top of the hill.
This is going to shake up the points a little bit in the back end of this championship as well, on the run to the Gold Coast and to Adelaide. Fans enjoying it at the top of the hill, and the shadows lengthen at the back end of the Great Race Edition for 2023. For Van Gisbergen now, that margin is 21.4 seconds. He negotiates Forrest Elbow for the final time. They're loving it over the top of the hill. The passion across the fan group for Ford fans and for GM fans is extreme, and one of the best crowds that we've seen here this weekend. The Camaro howls down Conrod Straight for the final time. Of the race, the gearbox has survived. The steering, whatever the little trouble was there, has survived. He's into the final corner. He's off to the USA in 2024, but not before he smashes home a hammer blow pre-departure. Shane Van Gisbergen is now a 3-time winner of the parade race. Richie Stanaway has never had a podium here before, and he's now a great race winner. And for the second time in 3 years, Brody Kostecki and David Russell get on the podium for Erebus in a beautiful ride.
We'll go better next year, and it's an incredible outcome. It's great.
And Anton Di Pasquale, a well-earned third position for his first podium at Bathurst. For the Shell V-Power Racing Team, and the second podium for Tony D'Alberto.
Brody Kostecki did a 7.88 on the last lap. Just completely out of control.
And his best lap in the race was a 7.6. He's only 2 tenths away. There goes the tyres off the back of Shane's car. So what a moment there for Richie Stanaway, whose career was on the ropes a couple of years ago. They talked about bringing him back and mounting that wild card exercise last year, which they eventually were able to do. He drove with Greg Murphy to a position number 11. Tony D'Alberto gets on the podium again, as you can see. David Russell has a hug there with Betty and acknowledges a great day's work to be able to take home a trophy after the end of a big race. 6 hours and 8 odd minutes of car racing at Mount Panorama, 161 laps later. Now what a day for this guy, a big turnaround for him. We thought he may have been overdone and dusted, but no. A New Zealand Formula 4 champion, a German Formula Masters champion, a German Formula 3 champion, a GP2 winner in Monaco and Russia, one step from F1. He was an Aston Martin factory driver in sports car competition. And then he arrived in supercars and did some brilliant things, and then all of a sudden it started to go sour. But he's rebuilt his confidence, and today he's earned a very special win here. Brock Feeney, he finishes. He can hold his head high today, but he joins the group of people who've got tales to tell off the back of Bathurst, and that's a never-ending list.
You could see the emotion there on Richie Stanaway's face, and it means so much. This victory is a life-changing day for the young Kiwi, who's got a complete second-generation run at supercars in his career. He joins a full-time ride next year with Grove Racing at Penrite as he comes greeted by Fabian Coulthard, fellow New Zealander, comes down to the podium area, and he'll join Shane Van Gisbergen for what has been an emphatic victory.
Those rear tyres are going cheap at the end of this one.
Yeah.
Well and truly second hand. So that's a big one for Shane. As he prepares to leave our shores, and what a day for the Kiwis. For the men and women at 888 Race Engineering, another victory. And that turns victory number 10 for 888 in the ongoing battle in the warfare between these teams. So they came here with 9, Walkinshaw Andretti United with 8, and that rounds out that number for these guys as a result of that performance today. 10 victories at Mount Panorama. 2006, 7 and 8 with the three-peat, then 10, 12, 15, 18, 20 and 22, and now 2023 added to the list. Shane Van Gisbergen cruises home. 19.9 seconds the margin in the end because of the great lap time that Brody did just on that last lap. But he was easily able to come home. He gets the maximum 300 points today. That's going to shake up the championship a little bit in preparation for our run to the Gold Coast and then to Adelaide. And then he's torn those tyres apart at the back end of this one. He's down there in Pertic Victory Lane very shortly. We're going to get a word with him, with Jess. And he's got a big grin. There's Rich. Let's get on the roof. And the GM fans will soak this one up. All right, Jess is down there. Let's have a word with Shane, who's put together something pretty special this afternoon.
This was pretty special. Shane Van Gisbergen dominating the Pertec Victory Lane here at Mount Panorama for the second year in a row. Congratulations, Shane Van Gisbergen, Richie Stanaway. You are now a 3-time winner of the Great Race. Your name sits alongside Dick Johnson in the history books. You're just the second ever Kiwi pairing to win here at Mount Panorama. Just describe the feeling standing there on the roof celebrating this one.
Yeah, amazing. Like we weren't the fastest car all week, but we worked on the race car, and what a feeling. And Richie did just a stellar job all day. Team was good. I'm really gutted for Brock and Jamie and the 88 boys. But man, thanks Red Bull Ampol Racing. It's been tough, but thanks to all these fans. I'm really gonna miss it. I love this place, and I'll be back.
How much more emotion is it in this one, considering that this is your last full-time year in supercars?
I wouldn't say last, I'll be back one day probably, but yeah, for now, and this is the perfect way to say goodbye. It's been difficult with this car. She was falling apart a bit at the end, but we made it. It's good.
Richie, you've won championships, you've won in GP2, you've won all over the world. Where does winning Bathurst sit?
Yeah, it's definitely at the top for me. It's yeah, an unbelievable feeling. It's a childhood dream of mine to win this race, so I just can't believe it. It's been incredible to be a part of this team, and yeah, just teaming up with Shane. It's I knew we had a good shot, but you know, you never know at this place. So yeah, the last 60 laps was probably the longest 2 hours of my life. So yeah, just can't describe the feeling right now. Couldn't be happier.
Take us inside the garage for those final 2 stints. There was a bit going on, obviously for Brock Feedy and for Jamie Winker. I mean, he was never in doubt. He's been so magnificent here over the years. But just talk to us about your emotions and holding your nerve throughout the day.
Yeah, it's just so surreal to be a part of such an iconic team, and yeah, they've just been everything that I could have hoped for. And you know, I've been quietly hoping of this result all year, so for it to come true is just yeah, unbelievable feeling.
Just talk us through those final 2 stints and what was going on with the car.
Yeah, well, we were full for that second one, so the other guys were a lot faster than us. And I knew we'd be right at the end, but then, yeah, brakes, steering, clutch. Anyway, we made it, and I think other people had problems as well, so. And then the gear tower, the other guy obviously broke it, so I was trying to look after it, but yeah, I'm stoked. It's a really cool moment for us.
Talk to us about this crowd and what it's like to perform here on the biggest stage.
Yeah, it's good. It's the first race. I haven't been under pressure at the end, so I was taking it in a bit and not looking around too much, but yeah, just soaking it up. Like this place, the atmosphere, it's pretty special, and as I said, I'm going to miss it.
Talk to me about Richie Stanaway. I know you so desperately wanted to partner with him. He's such a big talent. What a moment for him to start the next chapter of his full-time supercars career.
Yeah, he should probably be in this thing next year, but he's still in a good team. And I'm just stoked, to see how he is this year, how hard he worked, and how positive he is towards the team. And yeah, his stints were flawless, like running down Jamie, running down Brody, who's been the fastest guy all week, and sitting on his bumper there for a bit. Yeah, really, really cool.
How much have you enjoyed working with Shane? What have you learnt from him? And how much are you looking forward to coming back here next year?
Yeah, it's just, I've loved every minute of it. There's been so much that I've been able to learn this year from Shane and from the team. So, it's just been an incredible journey. And, to top it off with this result is all we could have hoped for. And, it's an odd one for me knowing I'm, coming back full time. So, just been trying to manage, continuing to do the co-driver role as you're meant to do and, not get too carried away with the primary drivers. But, just looking forward to coming back next year and, getting after it full time.
This race is so hard to win, and you've now done it 2 years in a row. Tell us about the work that goes on behind the scenes and how special this team is to be able to come here and dominate the fashion you have.
It's taken me a long time to learn this place. It took 10 years or something to be proper fast there all the time. And it's just being patient, keeping the car straight early and, letting the track come to the setup. The car wasn't very good Thursday, wasn't very good this morning, but we set it up that way to be good at the end of the race. And, each stint we got more and more competitive and perfect. And, that's why this team has now won 10 Bathurst. It's pretty special.
Sure is. There's no rubber left on those tyres either, and that's exactly what we want to see when you enter here into Pertec Victory Lane. Congratulations, Shane, a 3-time champion of the mountain, and Richie Stanaway, a Bathurst 1000 winner. Go and enjoy it.
Let's have a look at our race results now. Confirmation for race 24 of 28 for the 23 Supercars Championship. Shane Van Gisbergen and Richie Stanaway with an emphatic victory today, just under 20 seconds over Brody Kostecki and David Russell from Anton Di Pasquale, Tony D'Alberto, Chaz Mostert, Lee Holdsworth, David Reynolds and Garth Pander, an extraordinary fight back. James Courtney and Zach Best, Bryce Forward, Dean Bury, Will Brown, Jack Perkins also on a comeback trail there from Jack LeBrock, and James Golding, Matt Payne just outside the top 10 with Kevin Estrade, Thomas Randall, Gary Jacobson, Tim Slade, Jonathan Webb, Nick Percat, Fabian Coulthard, Cameron Hill, Jalen Robotham, the brothers Davison, Will and Alex, and then Scott Pye, Warren Luck, Declan Fraser, Tyler Everingham. And these guys, unfortunately, had some pretty difficult news to have to swallow during the day. For Lowndes and Goddard, for Winterbottom and Caruso, problems at the back end. For Waters and Donovan, what a shame for them, for James to make that contact with the wall up the top of the hill, really hurt the cause. And those guys have been pretty impressive here in the last couple of years. That's a bit of pill to swallow for them. Hey, here's the point situation. 131 points now, the margin between Brody and Shane. So that closed up a little today. But movement for Will Brown has come up a spot as a result of what happened to Brock, who's dropped down into position number 4. Chaz Mostert up 1 position into 5th and up 4 positions as a result of today's very strong performance. Anton Di Pasquale now up into 7th position inside that top 10. So they're clawing back some ground at the back end of the year. Teams championship-wise, 149 points to gap. Coca-Cola Racing by Erebus over the Red Bull Ampol Racing team. And then the VJR guys in position number 3 there, short V-Power Racing team in position number 4. A team's championship is vitally important for pit lane position and garage position going into the 2024 Ripco Supercars Championship. Glorious day here at Mount Panorama. Lots of things to talk about. Supercars.com, Ultimate Performer. Thanks to BP Ultimate. Jump online and let us know what your thoughts are on that one. Great shot there of Richie Stanaway enjoying something pretty special in his career, together with Shane Van Gisbergen. Back-to-back winner at Mount Panorama. He did it with Garth Pander last year. He's done it with his fellow Kiwi in 2023. Have a look at that crowd out there at the moment. That is fantastic to see. So many people enjoying supercar racing and motorsport at Mount Panorama again in 2023. And the weather was pretty difficult for some of them that were camping up on the top of the hill early in the week, but we could not have put on a more glorious spring day here in the central tablelands. All right, let's get back in amongst it. Here's Greg.
Righto, in the Penrite Racing bunker after one long, hard race. You're looking a bit wet there, mate.
Well, it's called racing. You sweat. When
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, when you're working hard.
Hey,
you know what that's like these days.
Not anymore. I do it easy. Hey, listen, tough old day at the office as a whole. Having that drive-through penalty as well. I mean, what was your initial reaction when you heard you had to do a PLP?
Yeah, I wasn't super excited about doing one, but I wasn't pissed off. Like I said on the radio, hey, it's a long day, it's early, it doesn't matter. We'll come back, and we sort of half did. But like it was like 50-50 whether I was in front or he was in front. It was just we were racing the line, and then no one told me to say anything or redress, so we just pressed on, and then PLP, which sucks. But I don't think that would have affected our result. Our car was about 4th or 5th best pace, so that's what it is. Garth did a mega job. He's unbelievable co-driver to have, and he should have done the last thing. It was heaps of fun. Not really. Saving fuel's not fun.
Oh, he's a bit of a fan of yours. I reckon you just do TV more often, to be honest, mate. I think you're better at that. Hey, listen, honestly though, 5th place finish today. It was challenging out there. And again, mate, great job. I mean, you are a great team, you guys, as 2 race car drivers and co-driver. It's hard.
Done now. That's it. We're over and out. That was it. Just this year.
Yeah, it's hard to call one of you a co-driver though. That is such an important part of this game these days, right?
Oh yeah, look, there's a role, and you sort of got to understand the role, and I can probably add a little bit in the race team because of the experience, being here a little bit more. So
it's a lot.
Look, it's Dave's probably underselling it. The penalty certainly did affect our race. We had to change the strategy. So you saw how we were running long every stint then, and basically did one less stop than the rest. That got us back up the order. So, we probably wouldn't have run that strategy if we didn't get that penalty. And we would have had to go a bit harder through the stint, use a bit more tyre because we knew the stint lengths were going to be shorter. But the guys adapted really nicely, and top 5 result on the back of a drive-through penalty. You can't be unhappy with that.
Absolutely. Well done, guys.
Thanks, Murph. Cheers, Murph. Thanks for coming.
Positive note to end on there in the conversation between Greg Murphy, David Reynolds and Garth Tander, old friends getting together. Well done, boys. Great recovery today. But look at the crowd down there. They want something. They call it the podium. Let's celebrate it right now.
It's time for the podium for race number 24 of the Repco Supercars Championship at the Repco Bathurst 1000. Would you please congratulate, in 3rd place, car number 11 for Shell V-Power Racing Team, Anton Di Pasquale and Tony Delmoto. In 2nd place, car number 99 for Coca-Cola Racing by Erebus, Brody Kostecki and David Russell. Representing the winning team from Red Bull Ampol Racing, Chris Goose. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 Repco Bathurst 1000 champions. In 1st place for Red Bull Ampol Racing, car number 97, Shane Van Gisbergen and Richie Stanaway. Making the presentation of the 3rd place trophy is the Mayor of Bathurst, Jess Jennings. Making the presentation of the 2nd place trophy from our sponsor Repco, Shani Zeller. Presenting the team's trophy from MTI, Tony Clark. And now, presenting the 1st place trophy to our winners from Repco, Michael Ra. Ladies and gentlemen, your race 24 Repco Bathurst 1000 champions. Let the celebrations begin.
something special, a hard-fought one today. That was tough work, fast race. What was your greatest memory of today, Anton?
Yeah, thanks everyone. Cheers for the support. Such a cool race. We battled all day, but good to end with a trophy up here with Tony. Glad to bring that one home.
Tony, congratulations. I know there's a few people you'd like to thank.
Yeah, I can't thank Michelle VBR Racing Team enough. I've been with the team for a long time now, but this guy beside me drove amazing all weekend. And all my family's here this weekend, so thank you for everyone coming down and watching. Thanks to all the fans. Really appreciate it.
Congratulations. Brody, Dave, congratulations, second place. Brody, a big weekend. You didn't get to the top step, but a tremendous effort. Well done.
Yeah, just want to thank my whole team. We come close, but we'll just have to come back next year and go one better. Just want to thank everyone for all the support. So we saw so many Coca-Cola flags across the top and so many Coke shirts out there. So big thank you to everyone, and a big thanks to this fella as well. Did a really awesome job today. So up a D-Ross.
Great, congratulations. A great partnership, the two of you. Well done.
Oh yeah, for sure. Look, Brody's done an amazing job. You know, to put it on pole, mega shootout lap. You know, it's been an absolute pleasure to team up with him, and our whole teams work tirelessly. You know, the whole team at Erebus and Coca-Cola have done a fantastic job. Yeah, it's been amazing to be a part of it, and we'll come back stronger next year. I want to say good day to the kids at home that'll be watching. So hi, Flynn and Lila, and thanks to everyone watching at home. Cheers.
Shane, Richie, congratulations. A fantastic win. And Shane, considering you're off to the US, nice to get this one done this year. Congratulations.
Yeah! Thanks everyone. It was amazing weekend. Thank you to Red Bull Ampol Racing. Our cars were fantastic, and yeah, this moment, the atmosphere here, I'm really going to miss all you guys, and yeah, I'll be back again soon. Thank you.
Richie, congratulations. This represents a big step for you, a great result. And after the last couple of years, we watched you coming back. Great result. Congratulations, Bathurst champion.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank everybody from Red Bull Ampol Racing. It's been an incredible team to be a part of. And yeah, it's a dream come true for me to win this race. So to come back from basically being retired to standing on the top step at Bathurst is it's a very surreal feeling. So yeah, can't thank the team enough.
Richie, congratulations. What a comeback. Ladies and gentlemen, your Bathurst 2023 Podium. Please congratulate them.
The crowd goes absolutely wild. What an amazing weekend we have witnessed. What a day we have witnessed. Jack Perkins, Chris Stubbs, alongside me, the first Kiwi pairing since 1999 to do it here on the mountain. Incredible. And dare I say, Champagne Gisbergen, I was going to call it a parting gift to Bathurst and the fans, but he said he's not done yet. It's a great gift for now before he heads to America.
Absolutely, Mel. I think he's sort of signed off in style there, hasn't he? And ultimately, Shane was the one to beat today, him and Richie. Really cool for Richie Stanaway to be a first-time winner as well. Touched on Shane winning 3 of them, but for Richie to win a first-time race up here at the mountain was just awesome. And, you know, it was a crazy day. I spent a lot of time in the car, so I missed a bit of the action. But I tell you, that last 60, 70 laps without a safety car, that's intense motor racing. And, you know, for Shane Van Gisbergen, we saw his teammate Brock Finney have mechanical dramas with the car. So for Shane Van Gisbergen to hold his nerve, machinery held together, and it's never easy to win Bathurst, Stubbsy, I can promise you.
Well, Jack, what does this mean? A 3-time winner, equal now with Dick Johnson. We've been talking all weekend about the legends as we celebrate the 60th anniversary of the great race here. Where does he stack up with the greats?
Well, the best thing about Shane Van Gisbergen's Bathurst career is it's not over yet. I think we'll definitely see him back in the years to come. He'd make a very handy co-driver, I've got to be honest with you. So when the NASCAR schedules come out next year, there'll be teams looking to see, even if he's not available for Sandown, you just get him in for Bathurst. He's just going to be absolutely on song. He touched on how the week didn't start very well for them in qualifying for him, but you could never discredit them in the race. And he's one of the all-time greats. We should be in awe of what we've seen with him in recent years. He hasn't been on top of it so far this year in terms of the championship, but hey, he's jumped up to second now in the points, and it's not over yet. You know, Bathurst is one thing. There's still a couple of races to come, and I still think Shane Van Gisbergen's best foot is yet to go forward.
Well, ominous words from you, and somehow you can never discount him. He likes to let his driving do the talking, but a thought from both of you the last couple of years when we see him with these massive wins, this is the most animated and most emotional I think we've seen him.